Chapter 4261. Fellow Daoist, we already know about Buddha body, but what's going on with this heavenly demon of joy? This happened too suddenly, and there were no signs at all. I really don't know what's going on. Bone-honed Xiao Hua was the most outspoken. After understanding the knot between Xiao Hua and Buddha body, he immediately asked about the heavenly demon of joy. It's actually very simple. At this moment, Xiao Hua looked at everyone and explained, "It's just like what fellow Daoist soul cultivator told everyone earlier." Then, Xiao Hua explained the details of the matter to him. In fact, as early as when Xiao Hua saw the Buddha statue of Jiang Liu's previous life in the shrine, Xiao Hua had doubts about his own Buddhist cultivation, and the target of this suspicion naturally fell on Buddha body. Even though Buddha body was explaining, his explanation was actually Xiao Hua's self-reflection, and it was not enough to dispel Xiao Hua's doubts. At this moment, Xiao Hua's heart had already been planted with a demon. The Buddha statue in the shrine had tears in its eyes, and the Buddha statue had been torn apart in its heart. This was not done by Maitreya Buddha, but by the heavenly demon of joy to lure Xiao Hua into becoming a demon. At that time, Xiao Hua did not have any doubts. Later, when the dragon pattern appeared, the dragon-patterned stone giant of the same lineage regarded the stone giant who worshipped Namo Maitreya as an enemy, and this made Xiao Hua see two undercurrents in the Eldritch continent. Since there were undercurrents, there was naturally a mastermind behind the scenes. Xiao Hua naturally believed that the mastermind behind the scenes was Namo Maitreya and the god of the dragon race. Of course, Xiao Hua already knew that Namo Maitreya had reincarnated, so the mastermind behind the scenes must be the dragon race or the successor of Namo Maitreya. After Xiao Hua learned about the Imperial Palace from Devouring Heaven, he entered the Imperial Palace to defeat the 5 small eldritch beasts, rescued Dragon Gate Xiao Hua and Phoenix Body Xiao Hua, and even subdued the Black Jade Chelene. The target of Xiao Hua's suspicion fell on the successor of Namo Maitreya. After all, the Imperial Heaven Tower had existed for many years, and according to the Black Jade Chelene, every once in a while, the Imperial Heaven Tower would open up, and weapons and crystals would appear. This kind of miracle would not appear out of thin air. There must be an invisible hand behind it. However, Dragon Vein Xiao Hua was a 5-clawed golden dragon. He was injured in Chao Tian Tower, yet no dragons appeared. This could only mean that there were no dragons or their descendants in Chao Tian Tower, or that there was a dragon that looked down on the 5-clawed golden dragon. Apart from this possibility, it could only be the successor of the Maitreya Buddha. Moreover, this Imperial Heaven Tower was originally the exquisite derivation pagoda that opened the heaven and earth. This further confirmed Xiao Hua's conjecture. However, as the Fortune Gate disciples' teaching power expanded, and Xiao Hua witnessed the power of the Dragon Clan's faith, a new idea surfaced in his mind. He did not think that the Dragon Tribe and the Buddhist sect, who were fighting fiercely on the primitive continent, did not fight in the Imperial Palace. The Dragon Clan would not allow the Buddhist sect to build the Imperial Palace of Heaven without taking any action. However, other than the Imperial Heaven Tower, there was no other Imperial Heaven Tower in the Fortune Gates territory, which made Xiao Hua even more suspicious. When Xiao Hua learned from Liu Yi that someone was spying on him, he saw the Buddha statue that was split in two inside the lava giant's body. At that time, Xiao Hua suddenly had a feeling that something was wrong. Because the Buddhist sect emphasized on imperceptible influence, even if it was Buddhism, the more simple it was, the higher the level it was. How could the Buddhist sect use bloody tears as a warning? If it was faint tears, then that was the real Buddhist sect's realm. Of course, the stone giant's body was covered in lava, and using lava to make tears would always be red. This was reasonable. But the most unusual thing was that the Buddha statue had cracked. What was even stranger was that the stone giant had only wept bitterly at the beginning, and then later, it did not seem to care. At least, it was not as pious as Xiao Hua had imagined. The Buddha statue had always been a symbol of faith, and with the stone giant's faith power, it was impossible for the Buddha statue to crack, even if Buddha body was teaching the stone giant. Even when the Buddha Lord's Buddha fruit was replaced, the Buddha statue would not crack, and only its appearance would change. Although the Buddha statue cracked, Xiao Hua's heart also cracked, but it also made Xiao Hua suspicious. Xiao Hua suspected that the Buddha statue and the stone giant's faith, were two completely different things. When Xiao Hua went to another group of stone giants to look at the dragon god statue in the shrine, he had a whimsical idea. He believed that the dragon tribe's descendant and the Buddhist sect's successor did not exist on the primitive continent, and that there was only a third force that borrowed the dragon tribe's and Buddhist sect's power. As for who the third force was, Xiao Hua suspected it was the heavenly devil. In truth, there was no special reason or divine ability, but Xiao Hua had suffered too much from the heavenly devil recently. Xiao Hua felt like a bow cup and a snake's shadow. Since he had a suspect, Xiao Hua naturally had to come up with a countermeasure. However, Xiao Hua already knew that he might have been possessed by the heavenly devil, and even his other clones might be tainted by the devil chi. If he was not careful, he might be taken advantage of by the heavenly devil. Therefore, Xiao Hua could only choose the soul cultivator Xiao Hua, who was connected to him in terms of soul, to be his helper. He only told the soul cultivator Xiao Hua about his thoughts in the mysterious dark cloud, and told him to hide in the Shenhua continent. He even told him not to tell his other clones, and not to come out of the Shenhua continent unless it was a critical moment. However, with the appearance of the heaven-devouring beast and Di Ting, Xiao Hua felt that his worries were groundless, because all his previous suspicions were perfectly explained by the two beasts. Even the heaven-connecting peak and Chaotian Tower could be attributed to the reckless dragon god. However, Xiao Hua was still cautious, and did not let the soul cultivator Xiao Hua appear in Chaotian Tower, and the result was exactly what his clones saw. Xiao Hua's suspicions were correct. Besides the dragon god and Nanwu Metria, there was indeed a third almighty on the Eldritch continent, and that was the heavenly devil. As for why the dragon god and Nanwu Metria came to the Eldritch continent, and whether the heavenly devil came with them, Xiao Hua did not know. Damn it! The bone-honing Xiao Hua was dumbfounded when he heard this. His jaw almost dropped to the ground. It's so complicated. I saw all of this with my own eyes, but why didn't I feel anything special? So, Xiao Hua smiled and said, fellow Daoist bone-honing, and fellow Taoists, you still have a long way to go. If you want to be a real cultivator, you have to be a real person first. Damn it, I am not a person to begin with. Why should I be a person? Dragon Vein Xiao Hua used the mountain and river seal to suppress the heaven and earth pagoda in the sky and shouted loudly, but his voice was full of joy. There is no such pagoda in the world without a foundation. Even if the heaven-connecting peak can reach the sky, its foundation is still deeply embedded in the earth. Xiao Hua replied with a smile. If you want to become an almighty and move unhindered in the three realms, you have to first lay a good foundation. Humanity, emotions, and experience are all indispensable. This heaven and earth pagoda has no foundation, and Great Master's exquisite derivation pagoda also has no foundation. Green-robed Xiao Hua took the opportunity to kick up a fuss. Xiao Hua smiled and was about to speak, but his expression suddenly changed, and he said to Xiao Hua, "Oh right, fellow Daoist Confucian, when Great Master was attaining enlightenment, the heavenly devil said that this incomplete Eldritch continent is in the turbulent flow of time. The Buddhist light of the Buddha realm cannot shine, and the devil nation has no passage to this place. Even the heavenly devil is trapped here. Then, why did fellow Daoist choose once you that day? If I'm not mistaken, Confucian cultivators should have divine abilities that Buddhists don't have. Fellow Daoist, please take care of it. We might not be able to leave this place without fellow Daoist's divine abilities. As Confucian cultivators say, one can't reach 1,000 miles without taking a few steps. If one wants to reach 1,000 miles, one can reach a higher level." The Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua nodded. "I've heard some news from the sage of literature, and I've also gained some insights in this regard. After we resolve the calamity in the primitive continent and leave the imperial palace, I'll work with fellow immortal Greenrobe and fellow immortal Soul Cultivator to improve the teleportation formation. Of course, since a female immortal from the immortal world left this place, we should have a chance." "Good." Xiao Hua nodded and looked at the 7th floor of the Heaven and Earth Pagoda. A mysterious smile hung on the corner of his mouth as he said, "Now that the imperial court's matter has been settled, let's see what it is that requires the Metria Buddha Tsili to suppress." While speaking, Xiao Hua looked up again. Far away from the Heaven and Earth Pagoda, The heaven-swallowing beast was hiding behind a mountain range with the nine-toothed rake in its hand, looking very nervous. Hehe, this little guy is probably scared out of his wits. Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand. A large hand appeared out of thin air and covered the heaven-swallowing beast. The heaven-swallowing beast was very anxious and waved its nine-toothed rake to resist. "Don't be afraid," Xiao Hua said. "This old man has already killed the heavenly demon. Now, there are only a few of us left in the Imperial Heaven Tower. Besides, if this old man wants to kill you, why would I need to go through so much trouble?" The heaven-swallowing beast was already in awe of Xiao Hua. Now that it saw the space being sealed, it naturally had the intention and the ability to break this cage. However, after hearing Xiao Hua's words, it gave up on resisting. It only held the nine-toothed rake in its hand and was taken into the Heaven and Earth Pagoda with unusual vigilance. "Let's go." Xiao Hua looked at the heaven-swallowing beast's vigilance and said indifferently, "Although you are related to Di Ting and followed him into the Imperial Heaven Tower, you are also fated to be with this old man. Today, this old man will give you a share of the merit of saving the billions of lives in the primitive continent. This can be considered as living up to your Dharma name of Jie Kai." The heaven-swallowing beast was stunned and muttered a few words. However, in the end, it didn't say anything. After all, the scene just now was really frightening. The heaven-swallowing beast couldn't let down its guard for a while. Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua, Bone Tempering Xiao Hua, Phoenix Body Xiao Hua, and Devil Spirit Xiao Hua returned. Moreover, Confucian Cultivator Xiao Hua still activated the 9 cauldrons to suppress the Heaven and Earth Pagoda and opened the 7th floor of the pagoda. The pagoda turned into a pure white camellia flower. Chapter 4262. 7 mysterious lights rushed out of the camellia, and the whole space was immediately enveloped by the 7 lights. All the light and shadows dimmed. When Xiao Hua's eyes fell on the source of the lights, he saw a Buddhist treasure that looked like 7 bamboo joints and 7 tree branches floating in the camellia. However, no matter what the illusion of the Buddhist treasure was, there were still 7 layers of extremely obscure waves that penetrated into the Heaven and Earth Pagoda. Within these 7 layers of waves was an absolute space that no one's gaze or Buddhist consciousness could enter. The Tree of 7 Wonders. Body could not help but cry out in surprise. "Why is it here? Is this what Maitreya Buddha's Kylie is suppressing?" "Master, you're wrong." Xiao Hua's divine mind swept over and immediately understood. He smiled and said, "This thing is the same as Pangu's axe. It's not the real Tree of 7 Wonders. It's just a shell or a shadow. Like Pangu's axe, it's a Buddhist treasure of Maitreya Buddha Lord. Maitreya Buddha Lord's Kylie is placed in the 8th level of the pagoda not to suppress this thing, but to control it. The 6th level of the pagoda under this thing is what the heaven demon of Nirvana needs to suppress." Xiao Hua raised his hand and grabbed. Sure enough, where his hand passed, the Tree of 7 Wonders turned into a shadow. Xiao Hua could not hold the Buddhist treasure at all. "Master." Xiao Hua smiled and said, "It seems that one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune later. The Buddhist treasure will finally fall into your hand. I'm afraid that the multicolored light in the Imperial Palace that day was emitted by this thing." Dragon Vein Xiao Hua and Phoenix Body Xiao Hua looked at each other and said almost in unison, "Congratulations Grandmaster, congratulations. What's there to be happy about?" Body shook his head slightly. "Everything is just a reflection of the moon in the water. Only my Buddha is real." However, Body still chanted Buddhist mantras and came before the Tree of 7 Wonders. He raised his hand and held the Buddhist treasure. "Namo Maitreya Buddha, Namo Maitreya Buddha." The Buddhist chant filled the whole space, and Body easily held the Tree of 7 Wonders in his hand. "Haha, fate is too wonderful for word." Xiao Hua laughed loudly. He knew very well that the Heaven and Earth Pagoda itself was a unique treasure. It was used by the heavenly demon to support the reversal of space. Inside the Heaven and Earth Pagoda, it was used to suppress the formation I of the innate heavy water flood formation. The Heaven and Earth Pagoda was divided into 9 levels. Pangu's axe was on the 9th level, Ancient Tsili was on the 8th level, and now the Tree of 7 Wonders was on the 7th level. He really could not figure out what better things were in the other levels of the Heaven and Earth Pagoda. After putting away the Tree of Seven Wonders, Buddha body continued to stand by the side. However, the Tree of Seven Wonders did not leave the Heaven and Earth Pagoda. This was because there were strange waves rushing out from the 6th level of the Heaven and Earth Pagoda, as if the whole pagoda was about to burst. What is this? Xiao Hua frowned as he muttered in his heart, I actually have to rely on the wonderful Tree of Seven Treasures to suppress it. I won't release something that I can't control, right? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua said to Body, Grandmaster, be careful. If there are any accidents, immediately activate the Buddhist treasure. Body smiled bitterly and said, Don't worry, Tan Yu. As long as I can do it, I'll definitely do my best. Body's words naturally revealed his lack of confidence, indicating that he might not be able to control the Tree of Seven Wonders. However, Xiao Hua still gritted his teeth and said, Fellow immortal Confucian cultivator, open the 6th level of the pagoda. At worst, we'll destroy this inverted space and overturn the Great Formation. Fellow Daoist, your thinking is too simple. The green-robed Xiao Hua was a formation grandmaster. He curled his lips and said, If we could break the formation like this, would we still need to break it layer by layer? Xiao Hua stared at the Heaven and Earth Pagoda with a solemn expression. When Xiao Hua opened the 6th layer of the Heaven and Earth Pagoda, the body of the pagoda transformed into the shape of an orchid. Xiao Hua and the others were dumbfounded because there was nothing inside the orchid at all. The previous fluctuations had all disappeared without a trace. Strange. Xiao Hua was greatly surprised. After his divine sense swept over, he opened his delirium destruction Dharma eye. However, before he could open it, a bewitching blue color instantly pierced into his Dharma eye, and even a cold and astringent feeling like a gust of wind was born from his Dharma eye. The origin of wind. Xiao Hua was really ecstatic. He shouted almost without hesitation, Fellow Taoists, we've struck gold. Quickly prepare. As he spoke, Xiao Hua released his divine sense. Within the space, the origin of wood that had yet to be refined immediately spread out. Xiao Hua guided his fists into the orchid and slowly displayed the Big Dipper divine fist. Haha, great. Great. This is what I like the most. The bone-honing Xiao Hua was the happiest. His figure also landed on top of Xiao Hua's head. Wind whooshed out of his fists as he displayed the fist technique together with his body. The Big Dipper divine fist that others couldn't learn no matter what was displayed by the two of them at the same time was truly dazzling. Like the other origins, the origin of wind didn't have any special resistance under the attraction of the starry sky fluctuations. It quickly entered Xiao Hua's body and tempered his body with the flow of the Big Dipper divine fist before finally entering the space. However, it was somewhat different from the other origins. As soon as the origin of wind entered the space, the entire space immediately produced a whistling sound. Then, the entire space seemed to be stretched, producing a strange change. Ayo, not good. Xiao Hua turned pale with fright. At this time, there were billions of living beings in his space. How could it tolerate the slightest bit of change? Almost without hesitation, Xiao Hua's divine sense entered the space. However, when Jade Archive Xiao Hua stood firmly in the space, his brows were tightly knitted together again. The entire space was indeed different from before, and it was very different. Everything in front of him was somewhat blurry and distorted. Even the appearance of the Fortune Gates disciples on the Shenhua mainland seemed somewhat unreal. However, other than this distortion, there were no other obvious changes. Not only were all the living beings growing normally, even the Hua Lishan's heavenly devil avatar that wasn't killed was bewitching some Fortune Gates disciples who had fallen into the devil path. Everything was no different from before. What is going on? Jade Archive Xiao Hua was truly puzzled. Could it be that there are changes in the space that even I don't know about? At this time, the green-robed Xiao Hua also came in from outside the space and asked curiously, Fellow Daoist, why did you rush into the Shenhua mainland without any reason? What the hell happened? Jade Archive Xiao Hua smiled slightly and looked at the green-robed Xiao Hua's blurry and distorted figure, asking, What? Don't you feel that there are some changes in the Shenhua mainland? Is that so? The green-robed Xiao Hua looked around in bewilderment and asked curiously, "No? I didn't find anything different. Is everything exactly the same as before?" Jade Archive Xiao Hua asked. "Of course it's exactly the same, I really didn't find anything different." The green-robed Xiao Hua looked again and even moved his hands to attract lightning, carefully comprehending the power of lightning before answering. Jade Archive Xiao Hua looked meaningfully at the space and nodded, saying, "Perhaps. I was thinking too much. Let's go, let's see what the wind origin is suppressing." "Haha, is there still a need to say?" The green-robed Xiao Hua flew out of the space with the Jade Archive Xiao Hua as he replied, "Previously, we had been guessing the origin of this innate heavy water. Now that even the origin of wind has appeared, the origin of wind must be suppressing the origin of water. This is the only way to explain how so much innate heavy water came to be." Xiao Hua's mind returned to its original position and his spirit shook. He clapped his hands and said, "Good, I also think so. If we have the water origin, our 5 elemental origins will be complete, and the light escape technique will enter a whole new level." Under everyone's gaze, the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua opened the 5th layer of the Heaven and Earth Pagoda. Seeing the purple chrysanthemum in the pagoda, Xiao Hua scanned it with his divine sense and was overjoyed, because there was nothing in his divine sense. Moreover, there was a kind of heavy fluctuation in the entire chrysanthemum that went straight into the 4th layer of the pagoda. Wasn't this the water origin he was thinking of? However, when he opened his illusion breaker eyes, his eyes were filled with dazzling purple lightning patterns. Xiao Hua was absolutely dumbfounded. What? Why is it the lightning origin? This. Could it be that the water origin is in the 4th layer of the pagoda? Oh, I understand now. At this moment, Xiao Hua suddenly had a kind of enlightenment and said in surprise, "Fellow Taoists, do you still remember the white bones we picked up from the dozen or so big pillars under the lava where the stone giant was? Those white bones either had the power to kill with lightning or a fine penetrating power. They were all killed by the lightning origin and wind origin. They were probably killed by the wind and lightning because they wanted to collect these things." Xiao Hua was astonished when the lightning origin was revealed. Not only was there lightning vibrating on the pagoda, but the entire space was also shaken, and countless purple colors dyed the surrounding. "Great Master, quickly make a move." Seeing the purple color in the illusion breaker eyes fly up like the rising sun, Xiao Hua was startled and hurriedly called out, "Namo Mettria Buddha." Buddha body chanted Buddha's name and raised the 7 wonders tree to block it. However, just as he raised his hand, the Buddha's light on the golden body rapidly dimmed. Obviously, he couldn't activate the 7 wonders tree. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent and shouted, "Fellow Daoist tempered bones, let's attack together." "Okay." Tempered bones. Xiao Hua saw the lightning origin and almost somersaulted in midair. Hearing Xiao Hua's order, he happily responded and rushed into the sky to activate the Big Dipper Divine Fist. Xiao Hua landed below the bone-honing Xiao Hua. While releasing the starry sky fluctuations, he also danced with the Big Dipper God Fist. When the thunder origin entered his body, Xiao Hua's body immediately felt like it was being smashed by a heavy hammer. His entire body was smashed apart inch by inch and then fused back together inch by inch. This was even more painful than the first time he introduced the fire origin. Chapter 4263. Xiao Hua's days felt like years. He did not dare to faint casually, nor did he dare to let go of any trace of understanding. After all, the power of thunder was the most important of all the spells that he practiced. His understanding of the thunder vanquishing bead was still shallow. In the face of this thunder origin, he could only treat the feeling of not being able to live or die as an experience. However, when the thunder origin fell into the space, Xiao Hua's heart clenched again. His mind followed the thunder origin into the space, and an inexplicable premonition was born from the bottom of his heart. Rumble. The thunder origin fell into the starry sky, and the entire space was suffused with purple. At the same time, the green that had not completely disappeared before mixed with the purple. Immediately, there was a change that Jade Archive Xiao Hua did not expect. The previously blurred and distorted space was now being stretched by the power of wind and thunder. When the light and shadow stretched to a certain extent, The light and shadow rapidly shrank and returned to its original state in a moment. The power of wind and thunder seemed to have unloaded a heavy burden, and it continued to stretch until the entire space was stretched into another Shinhua continent. However, the Shinhua continent in this space was much smaller than the previous Shinhua continent, and everything inside was somewhat similar to what Jade Archive Xiaohua felt before. Everything inside felt blurry and unreal. What's going on? Jade Archive Xiaohua was dumbfounded. He saw that the space had actually given birth to another space. Waves of strange fluctuations rushed from the space into his mind, and a feeling of being at a loss arose spontaneously. When the strange fluctuations entered his body, Jade Archive Xiaohua's eyes lit up. He hurriedly closed his eyes and sat cross-legged with his palms facing the sky, carefully perceiving the fluctuations. While Xiaohua was comprehending the fluctuations, the changes in the entire space continued to develop. Besides this small space, 6 different spaces appeared around the Shinhua continent. These spaces were somewhat similar to the small space from before, but their sizes were different, and the colors of the spaces within were different as well. So much so that if the Jade Archive Xiaohua opened his eyes, he would be able to see that the outer layers of these 7 spaces were all wrapped in a hazy luster, just like each and every one of the mysterious stars. Finally, a golden light flew up from Shinhua continent and landed on all the spaces. Only then did the shaking of the entire space stop. The entire space fell into a state of absolute stillness. The vibrations that came with the appearance of each space also stopped abruptly. The moment the spatial vibrations stopped, many star-like brilliances appeared in the adjacent spaces. These brilliances were somewhat dim and not particularly vivid. The changes in the space had ended, but the changes in the Shinhua continent had not. Many treasures and rare items had broken free from Xiaohua's shackles. After disappearing in an extremely strange manner, they reappeared in different spaces. There were even many Fortune Gate disciples who had disappeared several times on the spot before slowly returning to their original state. However, this kind of change was caused by the will of heaven and earth. Everything in the space was in a state of stillness. The Fortune Gate disciples were unaware of this, and even Xiaohua, who was meditating with his eyes closed, was unaware of this. As for the strange beasts and rare items that Xiaohua had collected into his space, they had all fallen into the void along with the golden light. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaohua's eyelids moved and he opened his eyes. The moment his eyelids moved, the stillness of the entire space was broken, and everything began to move again. Xiaohua was no longer on the original Shinhua continent. Instead, he was in a kind of void. He looked at the darkness around him, then at the space where Shinhua continent was, and then at the other spaces that had just appeared. He sighed and said, "Space, space. The so-called space naturally has emptiness first, then space. The 5 elements of heaven and earth are emptiness, and the power of wind and thunder is space. Only spaces with complete origin force can be considered real spaces." As he spoke, Jade Archive Xiaohua gently waved his hand, and countless tiny spaces appeared in the void. With another wave of his hand, these tiny spaces were completely annihilated, and a terrifying destructive force was born from the birth and destruction of these spaces. This is the true power of space. Only by controlling the power of heaven and earth can one have such destructive power, Xiaohua said with a wry smile. What is I's cultivation level now? What's the use of knowing these profound truths of heaven and earth? Jade Archive Xiaohua's gaze swept across the various spaces again. He already understood everything inside. Finally, his gaze fell on Xiaohua of the heavenly Tao in the endless void. Previously, in the space where Shinhua continent was, Xiaohua of the heavenly Tao had taken shelter in the starry sky. Now, Xiaohua of the heavenly Tao had escaped from the starry sky of that space and landed in the endless void. His figure became increasingly ethereal and larger. Similarly, in the void, Xiaohua of the Karma hand had covered several spaces, and the Karma hand was incomparably large. Everything will change, and everything will develop. Xiaohua smiled faintly, and his figure landed in the space where Shinhua continent was. He thought to himself, previously, I thought that this was how the space was, but who would have thought that there would be such a change today? Heavenly Tao, "Oh heavenly Tao, when will it end?"
Oh.
While flying, Xiao Hua of the heavenly Tao raised his eyebrows, and his figure stopped in midair. He looked at a star halo in the distance. The heavenly devil of freedom was actually reborn in that unformed space. Oh my, even the heavenly devil of joy was there. Sure enough, this devil can't be eliminated unless there is no more life in this world. However, the place where the heavenly devil of freedom and the heavenly devil of joy are. Is it the Devil Nation? Why hasn't that place formed yet? Hihi, I don't care. With these two heavenly devils in I's space, the Fortune Gate's disciples can also pass the devil tribulation. Their cultivation is the real cultivation. I don't believe that the disciples who pass the heavenly devil's test can't be compared to the disciples of the hidden immortal continent or even the dawn rain continent. As Xiao Hua of the heavenly Tao was thinking, the green-robed Xiao Hua's figure appeared in the space where Shenhua continent was. The moment the green-robed Xiao Hua appeared, he looked at the newly formed space in surprise, as if he had already sensed it.
Oh.
Interesting. Seeing this, Xiao Hua of the heavenly Tao appeared beside the green-robed Xiao Hua in a flash. He smiled and asked, "Why did fellow Daoist come in?" Fellow Daoist. The green-robed Xiao Hua ignored Xiao Hua's question. Instead, he continued to look in the direction of the space and asked curiously, "What's going on? I didn't feel anything when I entered the space just now. Why did I find a place that made me feel a strange connection when I came in this time?"
Oh.
What strange connection did you discover with the place outside this space? Xiao Hua of the heavenly Tao asked calmly. The green-robed Xiao Hua closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Then, he said word by word, "I can't explain this connection. However, I feel that other than this Shenhua continent, there should be another place that I can go. It's like a home. Fellow Daoist, what's going on?" "Hehe, fellow Daoist, if I can say, I will naturally say it. I feel that it's not too late to say it when you discover it." Xiao Hua of the heavenly Tao replied mysteriously. The green-robed Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist, it's up to you to say it." At this moment, the green-robed Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows again. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Guo appeared beside the two. Xiao Guo looked at the two dumbfounded. She didn't understand why two masters suddenly appeared. "What's going on?" "Xiao Guo," the green-robed Xiao Hua asked. When Xiao Guo heard this, she immediately bowed and said while crying, "Master, please know that our house has been robbed. Suddenly, a lot of spiritual herbs have been stolen."
Ah.
When the green-robed Xiao Hua heard this, he hurriedly looked at the herb field and then looked at the place he was worried about. Sure enough, his expression changed greatly. He looked at Xiao Hua of the heavenly Tao with bright eyes and said, "Fellow Daoist, is there really a thief? Is it those heavenly demons?" "Hihi, don't worry." Xiao Hua of the heavenly Tao smiled and said to the green-robed Xiao Hua and Xiao Guo, "There are some changes in Shenhua continent. This is normal. Everything is under I's control, Master." Xiao Guo looked at the green-robed Xiao Hua with doubt. Whatever Master says." The green-robed Xiao Hua felt very bored and waved his hand. "Just do your own thing. Go, Xiao Guo." Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and patted Xiao Guo's head a few times. "You did very well. Master saw everything." "Yes, Master." Xiao Guo still couldn't tell which one was the real master. She simply bowed to the two of them and left. "Let's go. Fellow Taoists must be waiting anxiously." Xiao Hua of the heavenly Tao waved his hand and called the green-robed Xiao Hua out. "What's the hurry? We just came in." The green-robed Xiao Hua muttered and flew out of the space with Xiao Hua of the heavenly Tao. However, at this moment, he stroked his chin and said, "Right, there are some changes in the space. When we came in, it was a bit difficult. Did you do something?" Xiao Hua smiled and didn't say anything. He had already sensed what the green-robed Xiao Hua said. The boundary of the space now was completely different from before. It was the endless void that was in contact with the outside world. It wasn't the original space that was directly in contact with the outside world. Even if a powerful expert discovered his own space, they could only enter the void first before discovering other spaces. Of course, The current Xiao Hua couldn't completely understand the connection between the spaces. Xiao Hua's mind returned to its original position. The group of doppelgangers looked at Xiao Hua and waited for his analysis. They seemed to have seen something from the green-robed Xiao Hua's excited face. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "It's a long story. If fellow Taoists are interested, you can go and see for yourselves after leaving the Imperial Palace." At this point, Xiao Hua glanced at the dragon-veined Xiao Hua and said thoughtfully, "If I guessed correctly, fellow Daoist Longmai should be able to enter Shenhua continent this time." Chapter 4264. Oh ho! Xiao Hua of the dragon vein shouted. He raised his head and let out a dragon roar above the heaven and earth pagoda. He seemed very happy. Then, without waiting for Xiao Hua to say anything, he immediately shouted, "Fellow Daoist, this poor Daoist can't wait any longer. Can this poor Daoist go in and take a look?" Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at the blooming chrysanthemum. He nodded and said, "The fourth floor of the Heaven and Earth Pagoda should contain the water source that we urgently need. With the help of wind and lightning sources, it should be able to produce more innate heavy water. If we can obtain the water source, then, the Shenhua continent will have all 5 elements. Who knows what changes will happen to the space? Forget it, fellow Daoist Longmai, you can try to enter." "Good." Dragon Vein Xiao Hua praised. His figure swayed and rushed into the space, while Xiao Hua's mind entered first. Sure enough, as Xiao Hua expected, this time, Xiao Hua entered the space very smoothly. However, to Xiao Hua's surprise, Xiao Hua didn't enter the Shenhua continent. Instead, he fell into another space above the Shenhua continent. "Hey! What's going on?" Jade Archive Xiao Hua was shocked. His figure flickered and he appeared above the continent. "Fellow Daoist, is this the Shenhua continent?" Dragon Vein Xiao Hua was surprised to see such a barren space filled with rich origin energy. "Where did our Fortune Gate's disciples go?" Jade Archive Xiao Hua looked at Dragon Vein Xiao Hua and then at the space around him. He already understood that Dragon Vein Xiao Hua was formed from the dragon cleansing liquid, which was an item from the dragon domain. Therefore, Dragon Vein Xiao Hua's body was of a higher grade than ordinary dragons. He might be able to exist in a space like the hidden immortal continent, but he could not enter an incomplete space like the Shenhua continent. Now that Xiao Hua's space had merged with the wind and lightning sources, there was a level to it. This space might be a higher grade space that could accommodate Dragon Vein Xiao Hua. Similarly, the space that green-robed Xiao Hua had sensed on the Shenhua continent was also a higher grade space. "Feel it again," Xiao Hua suggested. "See if you can sense other spaces." "Other spaces?" Dragon Vein Xiao Hua was stunned and said in surprise, "Fellow Daoist, how many spaces are there here? Isn't there only one Shenhua continent?" "Naturally, there wasn't any in the past. But from today onwards, there will be," Xiao Hua replied with a smile. "Haha, congratulations fellow Daoist, congratulations fellow Daoist." Dragon Vein Xiao Hua immediately understood and cupped his hands with a smile. The Jade Archive Xiao Hua returned the greeting, "Congratulations to you, congratulations to you." Then, Xiao Hua followed Xiao Hua's instructions and carefully sensed his surroundings. Before long, he found the aura of the space where Shenhua continent was located. In the past, Xiao Hua had been able to sense the Shenhua continent, but he had not been able to enter. Now that he had sensed it and activated his dragon chi, he was actually able to enter. However, it consumed a lot of dragon chi, and the space that came into contact with the Shenhua continent showed signs of collapsing. Because of this, Xiao Hua didn't dare to stay for too long. After looking around a bit, he hurriedly left. How was it? The moment the green-robed Xiao Hua saw Dragon Vein Xiao Hua come out, he immediately asked, "Avicania, Avicania." Xiao Hua of the dragon bloodline was actually keeping them in suspense. Xiao Hua smiled faintly and simply passed on some of his insights into the advancement of space to these clones. "It can't be." When the clones sensed what Xiao Hua said, they were all stunned. After a moment, they were all beaming with joy. "Our luck is actually so good. Previously, we shared a space, but now, each of our clones has a space." Xiao Hua nodded and said, "If nothing unexpected happens, it should be so. However, if you want to enter your own space, fellow Taoists, you all need to continue to work hard. Good. We understand. The clones replied in unison. Xiao Hua and the other clones calmed down and said to the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua, "Scholarly fellow Daoist, you can release the water origin now." Okay. The scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua responded and activated the Heaven and Earth Pagoda again, releasing the 4th level of the pagoda. After a graceful peony flower bloomed, wisps of green gas flew out from the peony flower and floated towards the surrounding space. Tai Wei green light. The scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua was extremely familiar with this green light and immediately cried out, This is an innate jellyfish." When the clones heard this, they immediately looked towards the peony flower. Sure enough, a ball of water blue green light was emitting brilliance from within, and endless amounts of Tai Wei green light fell into the 3rd level of the pagoda. Although an innate jellyfish was also an extremely rare thing in the world, Xiao Hua's eyes clearly showed extreme disappointment. Compared to the water origin, the innate jellyfish was still too far away. "Granny, I understand now." The green-robed Xiao Hua cried out like a prophet. That heavenly demon didn't have the water origin in his hands, so he borrowed the power of wind and thunder to produce something similar to the water origin. Then, he used the innate jellyfish to turn this thing similar to the water origin into Tai Wei green light and sent it into the Great Formation. At this point, the green-robed Xiao Hua stopped because the Grand Light Azure Light was the Grand Light Azure Light and not the Carnate Heavy Water. The Grand Light Azure Light could kill, but it couldn't create a flood like the Carnate Heavy Water. The green-robed Xiao Hua couldn't guess what was inside the 3rd level of the pagoda that could turn Tai Wei green light into innate true water. Xiao Hua had used his mind to collect the innate jellyfish before, so it wasn't too difficult for him to do so now. However, this innate jellyfish clearly contained too much power of wind and thunder, and too much Tai Wei green light. It was abnormally heavy, so Xiao Hua had to spend a lot of effort to collect it. The green-robed Xiao Hua watched Xiao Hua collect the innate jellyfish, his eyes turned a few times, and he asked, "Fellow Daoist, our 5 elements wishful sky cudgel needs the innate mother of nature. Previously, we used the innate jellyfish and innate fire origin, so which one do we lack now?" "We still lack the innate mother of nature and the metal and wood elemental magnetism," Xiao Hua answered without hesitation. "These 2 things are still unknown. Previously, Xin gave us the information about the location of the wood and water elemental magnetism, but we already obtained it in the ruins, so we don't need to go there anymore. And the water origin," the bone-honing Xiao Hua reminded again, "without the water origin, fellow Daoist can't cultivate the light escape technique." Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and said, "The things we need for cultivation are all rare treasures in the world. Even the immortals of the immortal world would covet them. Fortunately, our luck is not bad, and we were able to wander to the upper realms like the ruins and the Great Desolation continent. Otherwise, who knows when we would be able to gather all these things? As for the things we lack, we don't need to worry, we can slowly look for them." Good. The bone-honing Xiao Hua obtained 3 origins at once, but he couldn't refine them in a short time. At this time, he naturally didn't have any objections and was the first to applaud. "Fellow Daoist, continue to open it." Xiao Hua instructed the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua, "I am already very curious, what exactly is inside the 3rd layer, to actually be able to turn the Tai Wei green light into the innate heavy water." Not only was Xiao Hua curious, even the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua was also curious. However, when the 3rd layer of the pagoda turned into a blood-red azalea flower and bloomed, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw the thing inside the azalea flower. Because inside the azalea flower, there was a complete set of golden dragon bones curled up, and an aura that made everyone prostrate themselves in worship overflowed from it. It forced everyone to retreat, and they couldn't even stand steadily in the air. And that almost endless amount of Tai Wei green light fell into the dragon mouth of this golden dragon bones and flowed out from the tail of the dragon bones. That gugugu sound of flowing into the 2nd layer of the pagoda was precisely the innate heavy water. Close it first. Even Xiao Hua was unable to resist the dragon aura from the dragon bones. He descended from the sky and hurriedly ordered the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua. However, When the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua urged the Heaven and Earth Pagoda to close the azalea flower, he discovered that he was unable to suppress the soaring dragon aura, and thus was unable to close the azalea flower. Damn it! This Hua la Heaven demon is definitely a genius. At this time, the green-robed Xiao Hua somewhat admired the Hua la Heaven demon. He was actually able to use the characteristics of these heaven and earth treasures to arrange a great formation, and forcibly create something out of nothing to make the innate heavy water appear. Now that we have slightly damaged it, it can't be restored to its original state. Since the Heaven and Earth Pagoda had already been opened, the dragon aura from the dragon bones above the dragon god became more and more penetrating, gradually forming a dragon shape above the Heaven and Earth Pagoda. And as this dragon shape became more and more plentiful, Xiao Hua and the others became more and more unable to stay for long, as if they would have to kneel before this dragon shape at any time. Ayo! At this time, Dragon Vein Xiao Hua exclaimed, This seems to be Ao Sheng. What? Ao Sheng? Xiao Hua stared blankly, trying his best to look at that blurry dragon shape, but it was useless. In his eyes, Ao Sheng was no different from Ao Jiao and Ao Yi. Only Dragon Vein Xiao Hua's dragon body and Little White's dragon body could be distinguished. Who cares if it's Ao Sheng or not? The golden light above the dragon bones was truly dazzling, and even through this dragon shape, it still pierced Xiao Hua's eyes, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. He angrily said, If fellow Daoist has the means, why don't you hurry up and take this dragon bone? But if I take it, I won't be able to return it to Ao Sheng. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua was somewhat hesitant. I can't be compared to Master Body. I can only beat dogs with meat buns. Bullshit. Xiao Hua angrily said, How can Ao Sheng, this little brat, be compared to Liu Er? Hurry up and take this dragon bone. We won't leave a single hair for Dragon Island. Alright, then I will give it a try. I don't have much confidence. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment, then said to Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua, who was also somewhat numb, Fellow Daoist, help me. Alright. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua nodded, and according to Dragon Vein Xiao Hua's message, he did his best to close the azalea flower a little. When the azalea flower moved, Dragon Vein Xiao Hua also let out a long roar, releasing his dragon body, and landing on the azalea flower in the same position as the dragon god's dragon bone. Then, he inserted the dragon horn on his head into the gap of the azalea flower. Chapter 4265. Wang Wang. The entire dragon horn let out a rumbling sound, and the countless dragon patterns on it fell into the azalea flower along with the dragon horn. The entire azalea flower also shook, and as the dragon patterns overflowed, the entire azalea flower also turned into a dragon shape. Pa pa pa. In just a moment, there was another burst of explosive sounds, and like bamboo being thrown into a fire pit, many dragon patterns flew out from the cracks of the azalea flower. Fellow Daoist. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua suddenly shouted, Lend I 9 drops of essence blood. Ah! 9 drops. Xiao Hua opened his mouth in shock. Don't tell me you want I's life. Fellow Daoist, this is the dragon bone of the dragon god. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua's extremely tempting voice came, If you pass this village, you won't have this shop anymore. Today, fellow Daoist is unwilling to part with 9 drops of essence blood, but in the future, even if you have 90 drops of essence blood, you won't be able to find the dragon bone of the dragon god. Okay. Xiao Hua clenched his teeth and agreed. When the 9 drops of essence blood fell into the azalea flower, Xiao Hua's face turned pale, and he almost couldn't stand in the air. Boom! A huge rumbling sound came from the azalea flower, and the dragon shape in the air turned blood red. Now is the time! Dragon Vein Xiao Hua roared, his body shrunk, and rushed into the azalea flower. However, in just a moment, the dragon breath that rushed into the sky slowly dissipated and fell into the azalea flower again. Roar! Dragon Vein Xiao Hua flew out from the azalea flower, his body was covered in golden light, and an uncontrollable dragon might rushed out of his body. Fellow Daoist. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua seemed to be unable to control his body, and he shouted, I can't continue to help fellow Daoist here. I want to enter the Shenhua continent to rest. Okay, you can go. Xiao Hua said, and released his consciousness to put Dragon Vein Xiao Hua into the space. Once Dragon Vein Xiao Hua left, The entire space immediately returned to its original state, and the clones all let out a long breath. Fellow Daoist, can you control this nation treasure? Xiao Hua squinted his eyes and looked at the mountain river seal, and asked Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua smiled. This nation treasure originally belonged to my Confucian imperial power, of course I can control it. Needless to say, the heaven and earth pagoda is now under my control. As he spoke, the Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua spat out a mouthful of true qi to stabilize the mountain and river seal. He looked at the innate heavy water that had already disappeared from the third layer of the pagoda and said, taking away the dragon bone is already taking drastic measures. This great array no longer has an endless supply of innate heavy water. The catastrophe of the great desolate continent should have already been resolved. As for the second level of the heaven and earth pagoda, there's no need to guess. It can only be the innate heavy water. Is there even a need to guess? The green-robed Xiao Hua snorted and said, anyone with eyes could see the innate heavy water flowing into the second level of the heaven and earth pagoda. Now, what we need to guess is, what is being suppressed at the bottom of the heaven and earth pagoda? This. The scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua thought for a moment and shook his head. I can't guess. Let's take a look first. Xiao Hua frowned and instructed. The scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua opened the second layer of the pagoda. Indeed, after a huge osmanthus flower bloomed, the entire second layer of azure water waves appeared. Looking at the endless azure water waves, Buddha body mercifully shook his head and said, Namo Metria Buddha, if this innate heavy water fell into the great desolate continent, wouldn't it destroy the entire great desolate continent? Keep it. Xiao Hua looked around and saw that there were still many whirlpools appearing from time to time. He understood that the great desolate continent was still raining cats and dogs. He instructed Body, the longer it stays, the more lives will be harmed. Body smiled bitterly and said, this little monk's water bottle is already full of innate heavy water. I can't keep it anymore. This innate heavy water should be kept in the Shenhua continent by Tan Yu. No. The green-robed Xiao Hua hurriedly shouted, so much innate primordial water, the entire Shenhua continent can't contain it. Could it be that Master wants to flood the Shenhua continent? This. Body was also in a difficult position. He looked at Xiao Hua and said, Tan Yu can seal it in a place, right? Haha, there's no need for you to think too much. Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. He thought of the space where Dragon Vein Xiao Hua was at now. That place was merely barren. There was no sea or ocean. Wasn't this innate heavy water exactly what that space needed? As for the harm this innate heavy water would do to the dragon race, Dragon Vein Xiao Hua would definitely not sit by and do nothing. He would definitely refine this innate heavy water into ordinary water. As he spoke, Xiao Hua released his consciousness and began to collect the innate heavy water. The green-robed Xiao Hua was still worried. He entered the space to check. When he didn't see any water droplets entering the Shenhua continent, he raised his head to look at the sky. He seemed to have thought of something. Daoist. Seeing Xiao Hua use his divine ability to collect the innate heavy water, Sky Devouring, who was watching from afar, couldn't help but fly closer. It knelt in midair and kowtowed. This little one represents the strange beasts of the great desolate continent to thank Daoist Zhenhun. If this little one has offended you in any way, please forgive me. Hee, get up. Xiao Hua flicked his sleeves and helped Sky Devouring up. He smiled and said, previously, you and I didn't understand each other. The so-called offending has already become a thing of the past. Yes, Daoist Zhenhun. Sky Devouring stood up with Xiao Hua's help and respectfully stood at the side. Its attitude was completely different from before. Xiao Hua was busy for less than an hour. The amount of innate heavy water in the osmanthus flower didn't seem to have decreased by much. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and raised his head to ask, Scholarly cultivator, you can already control the heaven and earth pagoda. Can you directly send this innate heavy water to the Shenhua continent? This little one has yet to completely control the heaven and earth pagoda. Scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua replied. Moreover, this little one has already tried. There is simply too much innate heavy water. This little one is unable to activate the heaven and earth pagoda. All of you come. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. If I only rely on myself, I don't know when I'll be able to collect it. Hee hee. The green-robed Xiao Hua laughed. He waved his hand and took out the Kunlun mirror. He said, we also don't have enough. Why don't we let the Fortune Gate's disciples come out and help? Great. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and laughed. I am used to fighting alone and have always neglected the strength of the Fortune Gate's disciples. Then, the green-robed Xiao Hua handed the Kunlun mirror to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua casually glanced at Sky Devouring, who was standing respectfully not far away. He took the Kunlun mirror and activated it, releasing the Fortune Gate's disciples one by one. The strength of the Fortune Gate's disciples couldn't be underestimated. They might not be able to escape the calamity of the desolate continent, but it wasn't a problem to get them to help collect the innate heavy water. Especially the Liu family's disciples. When they saw that they could do something for Xiao Hua, they all activated the divine ability of the Dragon Clan's descendants and collected the innate heavy water as if they were showing off. After Fujiwen and the others saw Xiao Hua, they directed their disciples to various parts of the Heaven and Earth Pagoda to collect the innate heavy water. When they finished distributing, they simply returned to Xiao Hua's side. Xiao Hua was quite happy to see that his disciples had become useful. However, when he glanced at Fujiwen, he seemed to have thought of something and frowned. He sent a voice transmission to Xiao Hua, but Xiao Hua merely shrugged and shook his head. Although there were many Fortune Gate's disciples, there was too much innate heavy water in the Heaven and Earth Pagoda. With so many disciples, it took more than a month to collect all the innate heavy water in the Heaven and Earth Pagoda's second floor. Seeing that the innate heavy water was gradually drying up, a magic formation set up in the void appeared at the point where the second and first levels of the Heaven and Earth Pagoda came into contact. This magic formation exuded a kind of dragon's might, and the faint dragon patterns were mixed with some Buddhist light. Xiao Hua's divine thoughts revealed a wave that he was familiar with. Wasn't this the firmament formation that Xiao Hua had seen on the heaven-connecting peak that day? Phew! Only now did Xiao Hua's heart completely calm down. He understood that this great formation was most likely the dragon formation that the dragon god knew about. He might not be able to break it with his strength. However, he had already taken away the innate heavy water. Even if this great formation was not broken, the apocalyptic disaster of the untainted land would become a thing of the past. After the innate heavy water dried up, the Heaven and Earth Pagoda's final floor was revealed. After Xiao Hua sent the Fortune Gate's disciples back to the Shenhua continent, he stroked his chin and looked at the Heaven and Earth Pagoda's body. Fellow immortal. Xiao Hua reminded, the desolate continent's calamity has been eliminated. Now, the Heaven and Earth Pagoda's final floor can be opened or not. What is fellow immortal's choice? What if I open it? Xiao Hua asked with interest. It's very simple. The Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua laughed. There is no such thing as perfection in this world. We have already done everything we could. We have also obtained the treasures we should have obtained. It is actually best for us to stop now. If I am not wrong, the Heaven and Earth Pagoda's final floor should be sealing the Heaven and Earth Pagoda's guardian. This thing could be a heavenly demon or some other demonic creature. If there is another heavenly demon on the desolate continent besides the heavenly demon, then this heavenly demon must be in the Heaven and Earth Pagoda's final floor. If we open this floor, it might be released. If we can't subdue it, then I don't need to say more about the outcome. Hee hee. Xiao Hua laughed and replied, in that case, why should we open it? Fellow immortal, you can put away this Heaven and Earth Pagoda, and we will leave the Imperial Heaven Court. What a pity. Xiao Hua's face was full of regret as he replied, I have already said that there is nothing perfect in this world. There is a guardian in this Heaven and Earth Pagoda, so I cannot take it away. Therefore, if we want to leave, we will have to abandon this Heaven and Earth Pagoda. Moreover, this Heaven and Earth Pagoda is the eye of the Heavenly Dome formation. If we don't take it away, this Heavenly Dome formation will always be there. Even. The green-robed Xiao Hua's face changed. We can't even leave, right? That's right. There is such a possibility. Xiao Hua nodded solemnly. After all, This great formation covers the entire desolate continent. Our teleportation array is also within this great formation. Chapter 4266. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and suddenly turned to ask Sky-Swallowing Beast, Sky-Swallowing Beast, do you think I should open it or not? No. Sky-Swallowing Beast replied without hesitation. Xiao Hua asked with a smile, why? Sky-Swallowing Beast stared blankly and hurriedly explained, Disciple feels that there are so many powerful things in the pagoda. Those that can be used to guard the pagoda must be even more powerful than these things. Now that the disaster of the primitive continent has been resolved, why should we look for trouble? It's just like when this lowly one found a mud-curved beast to eat. I ate its body, but I had to discard the poisonous beast's head in the end. Otherwise, not only would I have to vomit out the body, even my own life would be in danger. You foodie, you only know how to eat. Xiao Hua laughed and scolded him. He turned to the green-robed Xiao Hua and Buddha body and said, Fellow Taoists, be on guard. If there is anything strange, feel free to attack. Fellow Daoist Confucian cultivator, prepare to open the last floor.
Oh.
Okay. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't listen to his advice and wanted to open the last floor, Xiao Hua was also helpless and prepared to open the last floor. Wait a moment. At this moment, Xiao Hua suddenly spoke again. He looked left and right and flew up, forming a triangle with the green-robed Xiao Hua and Buddha body. Finally, he didn't forget to tell Sky-Swallowing Beast behind him, Sky-Swallowing Beast, be careful. If there really is another heavenly demon, I won't be able to protect you. Sky-Swallowing Beast vigorously nodded and asked in a low voice, Daoist, can I not open the last floor? Of course not. Xiao Hua replied and raised his hands, holding the seal of turning the sea in his hands. He was very alert. When the green-robed Xiao Hua held the Tongjiao shears in his hand, Buddha body struggled to lift the tree of 7 wonders. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua glanced at Xiao Hua and activated the heaven and earth pagoda, opening the last layer of the pagoda. The purple datura flower bloomed strangely, and a gust of ghostly aura mixed with the aura of the netherworld rushed out of the datura flower. Within the ghostly aura, countless ghosts roared and wanted to rush out. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua laughs and proudly says to Buddha body, did you see that? This is I's wise decision. Back then, I had seen the souls of strange beasts from the primitive continent flashing in the innate heavy water before disappearing. You all said that you had never seen it before. Look, it's not that you didn't see it before. It's just that it was absorbed into the heavenly demon's heavenly dome formation. Now, these ghosts belong to the Master. As long as the Master purifies these ghosts, who would dare to not give the Buddha fruit to the Master? Buddha body smiled and floated down from the sky. His face flickered from time to time, either Jiang Liua or Xiao Hua. He said mercifully, Namo Metria Buddha, Tanyu is right. As long as I obtain so much merit, not to mention the reincarnation of Namo Metria Buddha, even the reincarnation of Mahavirokana will not be able to snatch the Buddha fruit from me. Congratulations, Great Master, congratulations, Great Master. Today, you have finally achieved your goal. The green-robed Xiao Hua also cupped his hands and congratulated him. Ha ha ha, congratulations to you, congratulations to you. Buddha body laughed heartily. This is the Buddha fruit of my Namo Metria Buddha. As long as I'm still alive, I will never let anyone snatch this Buddha fruit. Suddenly, a somewhat timid but abnormally resolute voice rang out from behind Xiao Hua. Immediately after, a heaven and earth pagoda that was several feet tall appeared behind Xiao Hua. As soon as the heaven and earth pagoda appeared, the second layer of the pagoda was immediately controlled by it. Xiao Hua was shocked and hurriedly urged his Dharma power. However, the whole pagoda was imprisoned and his Dharma power could not be urged at all. Not to mention Xiao Hua, even the green-robed Xiao Hua and Buddha body were sealed in mid-air and could not move at all. Sky-Swallowing? Are you crazy? Xiao Hua was on top of the heaven and earth pagoda. Seeing the pagoda that he had mentioned before appear and that it was actually in Sky-Swallowing's hands, he immediately cried out in surprise and tried his best to urge the heaven and earth pagoda. Unfortunately, although the heaven and earth pagoda made a rumbling sound, the second layer of the pagoda did not change at all. Spiritual Master Xiao. Sky Swallowing saw that he had the situation under control and did not dare to be negligent. He cried out, "I didn't do it on purpose. This is you who forced me." As he spoke, Sky Swallowing opened his mouth.
Woo!
A golden dragon flew out from his stomach and fell into the heaven and earth pagoda. Dragon crystal? You actually have the dragon crystal of the dragon god? Xiao Hua was shocked. At this point, how could he not know what Sky Swallowing was going to do? Buzz! The moment the dragon crystal fell into the heaven and earth pagoda, the whole pagoda immediately made a rumbling sound. Then, the pagoda turned into a huge dragon. This dragon was exactly the same as Ao Sheng, but this Ao Sheng's face was ferocious. The dragon horn on his head flashed a cold light. That overwhelming dragon power filled the second layer of the heaven and earth pagoda, firmly covering Xiao Hua, the green-robed Xiao Hua, and body. Then, the dragon-shaped Ao Sheng gave a strange smile. On his face, there was a smile that was similar to the smile of the heavenly demon. He crazily pounced on Xiao Hua's back. Boom! Xiao Hua's back shone with a myriad of light like the rising sun. He wanted to resist the attack of the dragon-shaped pagoda, but this light was instantly annihilated by the dragon horn. Even Xiao Hua's body was crushed like paper under the power of the dragon crystal and the heaven and earth pagoda, turning into thousands of fragments that scattered in the air. With the fall of Xiao Hua, the green-robed Xiao Hua and body's faces changed greatly. Their bodies shook a few times and turned into flowing light, rushing into the blooming purple Dachra flower in the heaven and earth pagoda. Damn it! Xiao Hua cursed. He was about to escape, but after flying for a moment, he also turned into a ray of light and fell into the Dachra flower. Alas! Seeing that Xiao Hua had fallen and all his doppelgangers were killed by him, Sky Swallowing's face turned pale. He raised his head to look at the empty second layer of the heaven and earth pagoda, then he looked at the heaven and earth pagoda that had turned into a dragon. He sighed and knelt down at the place where Xiao Hua had fallen. He kowtowed to the flesh and blood and said, "Spiritual Master, this little one knows that you have done a lot to save the billions of creatures in the Eldritch continent. You are the savior of all the creatures in the Eldritch continent. Moreover, you have been really good to this little one. This little one really likes the weapon you have given to this little one. If you had not uncovered the last layer of the pagoda, this little one would definitely not have made a move. However, since you've decided to unveil the pagoda and fight for merits with Namo Metriya Buddha, destroying his path of survival, today, for the sake of Namo Metriya Buddha, I have no choice but to launch a sneak attack on Enlightened Master. This little one will pay for Spiritual Master's life. I will use the weapon Spiritual Master gave to this little one to end my life. I hope that after this little one reincarnates, I can be Spiritual Master's mount to repay Spiritual Master's kindness." As he spoke, Sky Swallowing raised his hand and picked up the nine-toothed rake. He closed his eyes and clenched his teeth, as if he was extremely afraid of pain, and hit himself on the top of his head. However, what was extremely strange was that the nine-toothed rake seemed to be illusory. When it hit Sky Swallowing's head, it simply flashed past. Ah! What is going on? Sky Swallowing opened his eyes and looked at the nine-toothed rake in his hand in bewilderment. He then touched his head and asked curiously, "Am I already dead? Didn't I hear that death is very painful?" As he said that, he hugged her a few more times with the back of his hand. "Ien, it seems that you are really dead. If that is the case, then I have not let Spiritual Master Xiao down." Sky Swallowing's pale face showed a trace of relaxation and a smile. "Ha ha ha." Suddenly, a kind of laughter rang out in the previously silent heaven and earth pagoda. Sky Swallowing turned pale with fright. He raised his head and saw that not only was Xiao Hua's figure facing him in perfect condition, but there was also a trace of a smile on his face. Even the green-robed Xiao Hua, Buddha body, and Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua were standing in their original places without any injuries at all. You. Sky Swallowing was puzzled. He then realized and said with a smile, "So you have also arrived here a step earlier." Then, he knelt in front of Xiao Hua and kowtowed, "Spiritual Master, don't blame this little one for being ruthless. It is only because this little one has been under Buddha Metriya since young. He often taught this little one, and this little one is willing to do anything for Buddha Maitreya. The last floor of this heaven and earth pagoda is the last guarantee for Buddha Maitreya's enlightenment. If spiritual master took them away, Buddha Maitreya would really have no way to live, so this little one could only take action. Hearing this, Xiao Hua looked at Sky Swallowing with a smile that was not a smile and said, "In that case, this old man has slightly forgiven you. This little one does not care. I beg for spiritual master's forgiveness." Sky Swallowing did not dare to get up and said sincerely, "This little one only hopes to be spiritual master's mount after reincarnation to atone for the sins of my previous life." Xiao Hua looked at Sky Swallowing thoughtfully and asked, "Who gave you the dragon crystal that you used to attack this old man? Let this old man see." "This little one found that in Chao Tian Imperial Court." Sky Swallowing raised his head and answered honestly, "And that small pagoda? That thing has already been left in Chao Tian Imperial Court. How can this little one take it out?" "You can try. It is said that the dragon crystal of the dragon god can be reincarnated with the soul." Xiao Hua said. "Okay." Sky Swallowing opened his mouth. Wang wang. The dragon crystal was spat out from his mouth again. As soon as the dragon crystal entered the air, it immediately emitted a golden brilliance. This brilliance was once again in the shape of Ao Sheng's dragon. This. Seeing the dragon crystal like this, Sky Swallowing's face suddenly revealed a kind of surprise. He was actually not stupid, nor was he stupid. It was just that because he attacked Xiao Hua earlier, his conscience was quite guilty. Moreover, when Xiao Hua suddenly appeared, he felt a kind of shame that he did not have the face-to-face, so he lost his mind. At this moment, seeing the dragon crystal as dazzling as before, he immediately came to his senses. However, just as he came to his senses, he heard a dragon roar. Roar! Then he saw an even more dazzling golden light flash by, and then a soaring dragon breath flashed in front of his eyes. The entire world returned to its calm state, and the dragon crystal in front of him had long disappeared. Chapter 4267. That's not right. Seeing this, heaven-devouring beast immediately jumped up from the ground and exclaimed, This isn't the netherworld. Heh. At this time, a voice sounded behind heaven-devouring beast, "Of course this isn't the netherworld, this is just an illusion to test you." Heaven-devouring beast turned around in shock. Soul cultivator Xiao Hua was standing there in the distance with an indifferent expression. On his shoulder was a colorful mirage butterfly. Illusion. Heaven-devouring beast's face turned ashen. He opened his mouth again as if wanting to spit out the son of heaven and earth pagoda, but thinking that the dragon crystal was no longer there, how could the pagoda harm Xiao Hua? In fact, even if he still had the dragon crystal now, how could he hurt Xiao Hua? How did you know? Heaven-devouring beast's gaze fell on the first layer of the datra flower and looked at the ghost inside. His heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. He was really unwilling to accept this, so he asked absent-mindedly. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at heaven-devouring beast. He was secretly happy in his heart. He didn't want to lie to heaven-devouring beast at all. If he really wanted to trick heaven-devouring beast, couldn't he just create an illusion? But he didn't expect that as soon as he appeared, heaven-devouring beast would confess without being pressed. So Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and pushed the boat with the current, and made heaven-devouring beast's dragon crystal go away. Of course, Xiao Hua didn't care whether this was heaven-devouring beast's cunning trick or not. Because when heaven-devouring beast used the nine-toothed rake to hit his head, Xiao Hua had already made a decision in his heart. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "It's actually very simple. Heaven-devouring beast doesn't have any magical powers, he only relies on bewitching others. Who hung the Pangu axe on heaven-connecting peak? Who placed the Chao Tiang's weapon and crystal? Who placed the Buddha and dragon statues worshipped by the stone giants and other prehistoric beasts on the primitive continent? All signs point to the fact that heaven-devouring beast is only the mastermind behind the scenes. He has a spokesperson in front of the stage. Who is this person? The heaven-devouring beast and Di Ting were not suitable because they were much stronger. Moreover, they were extremely loyal to Lord Dragon God and Maitreya Buddha. Hua la heavenly demon could not make use of them. Of course, It wasn't that the heavenly fiend didn't have the ability to do so. However, from what the heaven-devouring beast and truth listener said and did, they didn't know of the heavenly fiend's existence. In fact, they were key to the heavenly fiend's other plans. Previously, I also suspected that it was the primordial 5 little ones. After all, they are stronger than you. Furthermore, they are more arrogant and easily controlled. However, when I get the Imperial Heaven Tower and you're the only one here, do I still need to suspect anyone else? Moreover, fellow immortal Confucian cultivator said clearly that this heaven and earth pagoda is a mother-child pagoda. Now that we've reached the bottom, we still haven't seen the child pagoda. How could I not know that the magic tool you used to attack me was the child pagoda? However, I never expected you to have the dragon crystal of the dragon god. Damn it, why didn't I find out earlier that you had a dragon crystal? Otherwise, why would there be so many changes? At this point, Xiao Hua asked curiously, "That's right, sky-devouring beast, how did you end up hanging the Pangu axe on the Tongtian Peak? At that time, didn't you know what the Tongtian Peak was for? When the Tongtian Peak collapsed, the flood fell from the sky. What were you thinking?" Sky-devouring beast hesitated for a moment before answering. The Pangu axe was placed on the Heaven and Earth Child Pagoda. However, at that time, I didn't know that it was placed on the Tongtian Peak, but inside the Heaven and Earth Pagoda. Therefore, I never knew that there was a Tongtian Peak on the primordial continent. At that time, when I saw the Pangu axe on the Tongtian Peak, I was also dumbfounded. When the Tongtian Peak collapsed and the flood fell, I didn't think too much about it. I didn't know if the flood would be able to kill all the living things in the primordial continent. Only when Daoist Master mentioned it did I understand. How did the treasure inside the Heaven and Earth Pagoda get placed? Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua asked. This is not something that I can know. Sky-devouring beast said in a low voice, when I came here, I only knew that there were 2 identical pagodas. Afterwards, the sky-devouring heavenly demon told them everything it knew. Xiao Hua and the others roughly understood that besides the sky-devouring heavenly demon, there were many other exotic beasts in the Elysium continent. Of course, before the sky-devouring heavenly demon, the sky-devouring heavenly demon had done the same. However, this time, it was unknown whether it was Paradise Devil's luck or misfortune, but he finally realized all his plans. Unfortunately, he met Xiao Hua again. After Sky-devouring beast finished speaking, Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and said, "Give me the Son of Heaven and Earth Pagoda." Yes. Sky-devouring beast didn't dare to be negligent. It opened its mouth and spat out the Son of Heaven and Earth Pagoda. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua raised his hand and immediately took the Son of Heaven and Earth Pagoda in his hand. Next, 9 Province Cauldron spat out air and chi into the Son of Heaven and Earth Pagoda, cleansing it. He looked up at Xiao Hua and said, "Good, fellow immortal, this Son of Heaven and Earth Pagoda doesn't have an avatar of Paradise Devil." Then, Xiao Hua said coldly, "What is Paradise Devil's plan? How could he give himself away in such a small matter? If there is no accident." Then, Xiao Hua pointed at Sky-devouring beast and said, "This foodie also doesn't have an avatar of Paradise Devil." Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua didn't feel reassured. He also used air and chi on Sky-devouring beast. Soul cultivator Xiao Hua behind Sky-devouring beast smiled and said, "The best way to control a person is to subtly influence their faith and make them believe that everything they do is true. Using an avatar to control their mind is a bad idea. Paradise Devil wouldn't do such a thing." Sure enough, Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua didn't find anything strange about Sky-devouring beast. "Sky-devouring beast, you haven't answered what this old man asked you earlier." Xiao Hua stared at Sky-devouring beast and asked, "When you knew that what you did could destroy the Great Desolation continent and kill billions of creatures, did you regret it?" "Speaking of regret, it's not like this little one didn't." Sky-devouring beast replied, "However, this little one only regretted it for a moment. After all, it was for the survival of Metria Buddha. This little one doesn't regret anything. This little one is willing to do anything for Metria Buddha." Another extremely ignorant idiot. The scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua scolded without pity. "Actually," Xiao Hua said word by word, Long before you made your move, this old man had already warned you. However, you turned a deaf ear and actually still wanted to make your move. If this old man didn't see the opportunity early, I'm afraid that this old man would really be like these billions of ghosts, struggling bitterly here without being able to escape. Yes, this little one thinks about it now. At that time, Daoist Master did indeed warn me. Sky-devouring beast smiled bitterly and said, however, at that time, this little one was wholeheartedly thinking about Maitreya Buddha and didn't care. Fellow Taoists, what do you think? Xiao Hua looked up at his clones with a smile that wasn't a smile. However, Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua and the others all smiled but didn't say anything. Only bone-tempering Xiao Hua said at the top of his voice, since fellow Daoist has already made a decision, why do you still need us to say anything? Alas! Xiao Hua sighed, looked at Sky-devouring beast and said, this old man has already given you many chances, but in the end, you still chose to attack this old man. Logically speaking, this old man should also take your life. Yes, this little one knows. At this time, Sky-devouring beast's life was already in Xiao Hua's hands. How could he dare to say anything? However, after you sneak attacked this old man, you immediately chose to kill yourself. This really surprised this old man. Therefore, this old man is a little embarrassed to deal with you. Xiao Hua changed the topic and said again, after all, you didn't hurt this old man at all. If I killed you, it would seem that this old man is narrow-minded. Moreover, you attacked for the sake of Maitreya Buddha's survival. This old man admires this belief. However, if I didn't attack you, I would punish you, right? This old man is somewhat unwilling in his heart. Tell me, how should this old man deal with you? This little one attacked Enlightened Master and deserves 10,000 deaths. Everything is up to Enlightened Master to deal with. Sky-devouring beast had long heard that Xiao Hua would not take his life. At this time, how could he not know how to take advantage of the situation to get off the donkey? He hurriedly answered respectfully. How about this? Xiao Hua said, you already said previously that you're willing to do anything for Maitreya Buddha. Is this true? Of course. Sky-devouring beast nodded vigorously. This little one would rather offend all the living beings in the Primeval continent than be willing to let Maitreya Buddha's Buddhist light suffer any harm. Good then. Do you still remember what this old man said to the heaven-devouring beast previously? Namo Maitreya Buddha has actually already reincarnated. Xiao Hua had just opened his mouth to speak when he was immediately interrupted by Sky-devouring beast. He said in surprise, this. How is this possible? Maitreya Buddha is already a Buddha Lord. How can he possibly reincarnate? This little one thought that you were deceiving the heaven-devouring beast previously. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes at Sky-devouring beast, saying, do you think this old man is someone who deceives people? No, no. Sky-devouring beast hurriedly changed his words. Then what does Daoist Master mean? You're helping the Avildor, helping the Hua la heavenly devil destroy the world. You've already been tainted with boundless karma. Now, you no longer have the face to stay in the Primeval continent. Rather than being beaten to death by the Primeval continent's 5 little ones in the future, why don't you leave with this old man? Xiao Hua said his plan. This old man will bring you to see your family's Maitreya Buddha Lord. You can stay by his side to protect him. Firstly, it's to atone for your sins. Secondly, it's also this old man's punishment for you. How is this possible? Sky-devouring beast said anxiously, even if Maitreya Buddha Lord reincarnated, his magic power is still boundless. How is this possible? Buddha body smiled and interrupted Sky-devouring beast, saying, if that Maitreya Buddha had the power to protect himself, why would this poor monk snatch his Buddha fruit? Now that you have the opportunity to protect him and help him obtain Buddha fruit again, you might be able to mix in with the Buddha fruit like an envoy or arhat in the future. Wouldn't that be better than being cursed by the people of this Primeval continent? Daoist Master. Sky-devouring beast knelt on the ground again and kowtowed with tears streaming down his face, saying, how is this punishing this little one? This is simply helping this little one. This little one has a great ambition since young and is willing to protect Maitreya Buddha. What you want this little one to do is precisely this little one's lifelong wish. Chapter 4268. Heaven-devouring beast, get up. Xiao Hua smiled. How could this old man not know about your narrow-mindedness? However, since you also have a great wish in your heart, this old man can't not fulfill your wish. Yes, Daoist. Heaven-devouring beast hurriedly got up and obediently stood at the side. This old man will keep you in the Kunlun mirror. When we return to this old man's world, I will release you. Xiao Hua took out the Kunlun mirror and said, however, your origin, when we return to this old man's world, don't mention it again. Otherwise, this old man won't even need to find trouble with you. Other greedy cultivators will also make an example out of you. I believe you understand the trick of this better than this old man. If heaven-devouring beast was stupid, how could happiness-melting heavenly demon choose him? On the contrary, heaven-devouring beast looked simple and honest, but its heart was very cunning. How could it not know the importance of the matter Xiao Hua was talking about? It hurriedly replied, yes, this little one understands. Good. Don't resist, this old man will keep you first. While speaking, Xiao Hua shook the Kunlun mirror and kept heaven-devouring beast into its space. Seeing this, Buddha body praised, Namo Mettria Buddha, Tanyu's action is really killing two birds with one stone. Ari, don't praise I anymore. Xiao Hua kept the Kunlun mirror and said, if not for heaven-devouring beast's sincerity towards Namo Mettria Buddha, I would have already killed it. After speaking, Xiao Hua rubbed his hands and looked at the purple datura flower with fervent eyes. He asked Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua, fellow Daoist, how many ghosts are there in here? Countless. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua's tone was somewhat gloomy. Other than the living beings that were killed in this calamity, there are many that were killed in the past. Namo Mettria Buddha. Buddha body couldn't help but chant Buddha's name. He put his palms together and his face was filled with boundless benevolence. Heavenly demon. In the end, he is still a heavenly demon. Xiao Hua's heart suddenly sank and a bitter taste appeared in his mouth. He turned to Buddha body and said, Master, do you think you want to transcend them? Or do you want I to lead them into the netherworld? Is there a difference? Buddha body smiled bitterly. Furthermore, with so many ghosts, how long will this poor monk transcend them? All right. Xiao Hua nodded and no longer held back. He released his consciousness, and the netherworld origin force also rushed into the bottom level of the heaven and earth pagoda. Countless ghosts were sucked into Xiao Hua's dimension along with the netherworld origin force. Because the space had already changed, Xiao Hua's mind also fell into the space along with these ghosts. Thus, another strange scene puzzled Xiao Hua. However, these ghosts did not fall into the dark side of the Shenhua continent. Instead, they rushed into the golden light high up in the sky. It was as if there was a dark side of the space in the shadow of the golden light. Xiao Hua was shocked as he followed the ghost into the shadow of the golden light. However, something even more inexplicable happened. The ghost landed on the yin side of Shenhua continent, but the position was slightly different. When he landed near the nether lotus and flew out of the yin side of the space, he found himself in the space of Shenhua continent. Could it be that the yin side of every space is the netherworld? And every netherworld is a part of the real netherworld? Xiao Hua pinched his chin and pondered as he looked at the various spaces in the endless void. Although Xiao Hua's mind and netherworld origin force were strong, it still took Xiao Hua more than 10 days to collect all the ghosts that the happiness-melting heavenly devil had been collecting for so many years. When the ghosts at the bottom level were all gone, the purple datura flower trembled and closed again. Then, the osmanthus, azaleas, peonies, chrysanthemums, orchids, camellias, lotus, and plum flowers closed one after another. The complete heaven and earth pagoda appeared in front of everyone again. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua first put away the mountain and river seal, then he raised his hand and patted the 9 provinces' cauldrons. The 9 provinces' cauldrons let out a rumbling sound and turned into a giant 9-colored hand that fell on top of the heaven and earth pagoda. As Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua urged his true energy, the heaven and earth pagoda let out a loud rumbling sound and was pulled out from the ground by Xiao Hua. As the heaven and earth pagoda flew out, the entire inverted space trembled violently. Collect. Finally, Xiao Hua patted his own head, and his 5-colored true chi turned into a huge cloud that covered the 9 continents' cauldrons and the heaven and earth pagoda. With a roar, he absorbed them into his body. Catcher! As soon as the heaven and earth pagoda disappeared from the inverted space, the second level of the heaven and earth pagoda cracked like glass. Then, cracks appeared in the void. As soon as these cracks appeared, they immediately spread in all directions, and a large area of the void collapsed in these cracks. Boom boom! Looking at the countless cracks in the void, Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He understood that the heaven and earth pagoda was the eye of the great world-destroying formation. Now that Xiao Hua had absorbed the heaven and earth pagoda, the great world-destroying formation was also completely destroyed. These cracks in the void were the signs of the formation's collapse. But right at this moment, a fist-sized black hole suddenly appeared above the heads of Xiao Hua and the others, where the previous spatial barrier was. Whether it was the normal space from before or the inverted space now, everything within it surged towards the black hole. Everything, whether it was boulders, mountains, trees, etc., turned into light and shadow and fell into the black hole. Moreover, when the light and shadow of the two spaces collided, it emitted an indescribable fluctuation, and a violent aura was emitted from the black hole. Not good. Xiao Hua scanned with his divine sense and immediately understood that this black hole was the starting point of the two spaces. Previously, when the heavenly demon was setting up the formation, everything was born from it. But now, the formation was going against the flow, and everything was going to be destroyed. Xiao Hua and his doppelgangers were also inside, so they would inevitably be annihilated in this black hole. Damn it, the heavenly demon actually left a trick here. Xiao Hua was shocked and hurriedly recalled his doppelgangers. Then, he activated the Kunlun mirror. The Kunlun mirror's light beam entered the void, and an abnormal distorted void passage appeared. Xiao Hua did not hesitate to escape into it. When Xiao Hua came out of the distorted space, he stepped into the sky above the imperial palace. At this moment, the rain that filled the sky had stopped. The space above the dome of heaven shattered, and in a moment, it was restored. The blazing sun was also hanging in the sky. Ha ha! Xiao Hua laughed. Then, he scanned with his divine sense and said, "Everything is done. As long as this innate heavy water disappears, the great desolate continent will return to the great desolate continent of the past." Just as Xiao Hua finished speaking, boom! A huge explosion came from below him. Then, a towering water pillar appeared again. Xiao Hua hurriedly teleported away. When the water pillar fell, a huge whirlpool appeared at the location of Chao Tian Q. Xiao Hua scanned with his divine sense and immediately understood that after the black hole destroyed the two spaces, it produced a huge explosion, and a huge abyss was born under the ground. What a pity! Xiao Hua recalled his divine sense and said regretfully, "This abyss is still not big enough to absorb the innate heavy water of the great desolate continent." However, before Xiao Hua's regret disappeared, Xiao Hua suddenly patted his forehead and said with a smile, "What is this? Since there is such an abyss, who cares about its size?" After saying that, Xiao Hua activated the water escape technique and went to the bottom of the abyss. He sat down cross-legged and released his divine sense again, absorbing the innate heavy water near him into the space. As the saying goes, water flows to the lower places. There was such a bottomless abyss in the great desolate continent. How could the innate heavy water not flow here? After an unknown amount of time, when all the innate heavy water of the great desolate continent fell into the abyss, the whirlpool above the abyss that never stopped rotating began to slow down. Finally, the innate heavy water in the abyss disappeared, revealing Xiao Hua, who was sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the abyss. Perfect! Xiao Hua collected the last of the innate heavy water and stood up with a smile. He clapped his hands and seemed to be talking to himself. Just when he was about to fly away, he smiled again and looked at the sky above the abyss. "Master!" At this time, 5 huge shadows appeared under the sun. One of the shadows in front cried out in surprise. "Aren't they the great desolate 5 little ones? What did I say? How could the apocalypse of the great desolate continent be so easily eliminated?" So it was Master who did it. The black jade Chelene was somewhat incoherent with excitement. He shouted in the air, "If we didn't chase in the direction where the flood disappeared, we wouldn't know the truth. Xiao Hua flew out of the abyss and looked at the excited black jade Cheline and the other great desolate four little ones. Although most of the scales of these 5 great desolate beasts were damaged, the brilliance on their bodies was also dim, and they looked very miserable. The joy between their brows was obvious. Xiao Hua didn't say much. He first asked about the situation of the great desolate continent. When the great desolate 5 little ones roughly explained the situation, Xiao Hua unconsciously frowned. The situation was far beyond his imagination. He still underestimated the power of the great demonic world annihilation formation. Although he almost didn't stop to find the flaws of the great formation and then broke it without much delay, many strange beasts still died in the great desolate continent. Even the great desolate 5 little ones would have turned into white bones if they didn't use that mysterious formation to resist the flood together. Xiao Hua released his divine sense and looked at the great desolate continent within tens of thousands of li. At this time, the great desolate continent was completely different from before. Those huge mountains and huge rocks were mostly corroded by the innate heavy water. Those towering peaks were no longer there. Everything looked similar to the scenery of the hidden immortal continent. However, the heaven and earth origin chi in his divine sense was still abundant. The water origin chi of heaven and earth origin chi was even denser than the other 4. Presumably, it wouldn't be long before this great desolate continent was restored to the great desolate continent full of vitality. Chapter 4269. After carefully sizing up the 5 little ones, Xiao Hua's gaze fell on the ink jade Cheline. He said with a smile, "Ink jade Cheline, I might leave this place very soon. You promised me before that wherever I go, you'll follow me. Do you still keep your word?" This. The ink jade Cheline didn't expect Xiao Hua to ask this as soon as they met. He unconsciously hesitated, but a moment later, he resolutely replied, "Master, after this apocalyptic flood, I know what is called sincere unity and helping each other in the same boat. Therefore, I'm unwilling to leave them. If old master insists on this lowly one following, this lowly one will definitely follow without any complaints. However, if old master can show mercy and bring all of them along, that would be for the best." "Hehe, why would I bring you along?" Xiao Hua smiled. "Now that the great disaster of the wilderness has just passed, there are many things waiting to be done. You're the 5 little ones, how can you leave the wilderness? Forget it, forget it. Let the agreement between you and this old man go up in smoke. I only hope that you can restrain your unruly character in the future and treat the weak creatures of the wilderness well. Thank you, master." The ink jade Cheline was overjoyed. He knelt down in front of Xiao Hua and thanked him endlessly. The gold toad, multicolored peacock, black tortoise and black sky white tiger were also happy and knelt down. Seeing the 5 little ones thanking him, Xiao Hua said with a smile, "It's rare for you all to be enlightened. As the saying goes, a prodigal son is better than gold. Today, I'll also give you some benefits." With that, Xiao Hua raised his hand, and a crystal light appeared on his fingers. Then, as if he had grown 5 arms, 5 similar fingers fell on the foreheads of the 5 little beasts of the great desolation. Boom! The ink jade Cheline and the others felt their vision go dark. Countless wilderness catalogue poured into their minds like a tide. They were shocked and hurriedly closed their eyes to comprehend. Xiao Hua waved his sleeve and moved the 5 little ones to the ground. Then, he turned into the wind and floated away. After several tens of days, when the 5 little ones woke up, where was Xiao Hua? What the 5 young ones of the primordial world did not expect was that Xiao Hua had once again arrived at the heaven-reaching peak. Looking at the collapsed Tongtian Peak, the mountain looked like the backbone of a defeated hero. Its unyielding and indestructible aura was still emanating from it under the scorching sun. The strange beasts of the eldritch continent did not dare to get too close to it. Xiao Hua could not help but sigh and say, Tongtian Peak was originally innocent, but it fell into the hands of the heavenly demon of the eldritch continent. It was a grave sin. The entire eldritch continent was almost destroyed because of Tongtian Peak. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua nodded. Heaven-connecting peak is the crystallization of the heart's blood of billions of stone giants. They also used their lives to build it. If he were to be placed in the Yorwild's continent, he would most likely be treated as a pillar of shame. No one knows what will happen in the future. The material of the heavens connecting peak seems to be very strange, and the refining method is also very mysterious. It's not something that I can see through. Green-robed Xiao Hua's eyes were also shining. Moreover, under the innate heavy water, everything in the Eldritch continent was corroded. Only Tongtian Peak was not damaged in the slightest. This thing should be of great use. Actually, Phoenix Body Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment and suggested, the material needed to refine the 5 elements wishful heaven connecting staff doesn't seem to be something like Tongtian Peak. However, since it's a divine object made by heaven, we shouldn't waste it. We might as well collect it first and see if it's useful in the future. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. He wrapped his mind around Tongtian Peak and tried to collect it. He shook his head and said, this thing was refined by the heavenly demon divine ability. Its weight has long exceeded I's ability. It's impossible to collect it in a short time. What a pity. The doppelgangers all felt that it was a pity. Just as Xiao Hua turned and was about to fly away, Dragon Vein Xiao Hua and Buddha Body suddenly spoke at the same time. Fellow Daoist, don't worry, oh? Xiao Hua stared blankly, then said with a smile on his face, could it be that you two fellow Taoists have a way? Dragon Vein Xiao Hua and Buddha Body flew to Tongtian Peak. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua first released his origin sense, sweeping from the top to the bottom of Tongtian Peak, while Buddha Body released his Buddhist sense from the bottom to the top. After the two doppelgangers finished their inspection, they looked at each other and smiled. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua flew in front of Xiao Hua and said with a smile, congratulations, fellow Daoist. Although this Tongtian Peak is incomparably large, every inch of it is refined by the secret techniques of my Dragon Clan and Buddhist sect. If I and Master Body work together, and with the cooperation of all fellow Taoists, we have a 60% chance of collecting it. Excellent. Xiao Hua clapped his hands, bowed and said, thank you for your trouble, fellow Taoists. Dragon Bloodline Xiao Hua and Buddha Subhuti had a careful discussion for several days. Xiao Hua and his doppelgangers listened attentively at the side. When the discussion was over, Dragon Bloodline Xiao Hua revealed his 5-clawed true dragon form. The dragon crystal that had not yet been refined transformed into a scale armor and appeared outside his dragon body. Dragon Bloodline Xiao Hua roared loudly. Dragon Bloodline Xiao Hua's dragon armor emitted a dragon breath that made tens of thousands of people prostrate themselves before falling onto one end of Tongtian Peak. Dragon Bloodline Xiao Hua's dragon breath seeped out from the depths of Tongtian Peak, transforming into an inch-long dragon form that swam towards the other end of Tongtian Peak. At the other end of the broken Tongtian Peak, Buddha Subhuti held the Tree of 7 Wonders in his hand and chanted scriptures. 7 rays of light fell onto Tongtian Peak. Golden runes similarly seeped out from the light. These golden runes were like body trees that were more than an inch long, spreading towards the other end of Tongtian Peak. It took no less than 10 days for the dragon marks and body trees to completely cover the broken section of Tongtian Peak. Sure enough, it was as Dragon Vein Xiao Hua said. Within every inch of space of Tongtian Peak, the dragon marks and body trees were very abstrusely intertwined. A kind of heaven and earth truth faintly emerged from within. Alas! Xiao Hua saw this scene and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The heavenly Tao is boundless, but I was born with a cliff rise. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua let out a dragon roar from one side of Tongtian Peak, and hundreds of millions of dragon marks rushed up along with the dragon roar. Rise. Buddha Body opened his mouth almost at the same time, chanting Buddha's name. The wonderful Tree of 7 Treasures was also lifted up as heavy as 10,000 katis, and hundreds of millions of body trees also soared into the sky along with the dragon mark. Boom! The entire earth trembled, and that huge broken Tongtian Peak actually showed signs of being lifted up. Seeing this, Xiao Hua couldn't help but be overjoyed. At the same time he released his consciousness, he shouted, fellow Taoists, please make your move. Rise. Green-robed Xiao Hua shouted loudly, and took out the sword gourd. Tens of thousands of spirit execution vital light flew out, and wrapped around a part of Tongtian Peak. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua also didn't show any weakness. 9 cauldrons flew out, and the 5-colored true qi also turned into a huge cauldron shape, wrapping around a part of Tongtian Peak. Phoenix body Xiao Hua let out a long cry, and flew to the bottom of Tongtian Peak. His whole body flickered with the power of the moon and stars, and countless invisible light pillars descended from the sky, also lifting up a part of Tongtian Peak. Devil spirit Xiao Hua landed in another place. Devil light surged around his body, and he turned into a 10,000 zhong tall devil body. That big hand firmly grasped the mountain rocks of Tongtian Peak, and countless devils roared as they lifted up Tongtian Peak. Bone-tempering Xiao Hua took out the celestial white bone. The three-headed, six-armed celestial white bone spewed out a light pillar that covered Tongtian Peak. The six arms, along with the expansion of the avatar, directly lifted up the last part of Tongtian Peak with their hands. Withdraw. Seeing that the huge broken Tongtian Peak was being moved by the concerted efforts of the many clones, Xiao Hua hurriedly urged his secret technique, and his consciousness mixed with divine sense fell on Tongtian Peak. Withdraw. Sensing Xiao Hua's secret technique, the many clones urged their divine abilities at the same time. Wang. A strange howl sounded, and it seemed like the nearby space was collapsing and bursting. Along with this howl, the broken Tongtian Peak was lifted up a few inches, and that incomparably huge broken Tongtian Peak immediately and strangely disappear. Hong hong hong. Along with the disappearance of the broken Tongtian Peak, countless explosions and uncontrollable fluctuations crazily rushed out everywhere. Whether it was Dragon Vein Xiao Hua, Buddha body, or even Phoenix body Xiao Hua, their bodies flashed with indescribable brilliance as they hurriedly urged their secret techniques to suppress the divine abilities that were about to go out of control. Needless to say, Xiao Hua's face was already pale gold, and his entire body showed signs of collapsing. There were faint traces of blood between his eyebrows, and the surface of his Niwn palace was bursting with various innate divine seals. Xiao Hua's divine sense and mind were already exhausted. Xiao Hua didn't dare to say anything, and he hurriedly took some medicinal pellets to adjust his breathing. The other clones also sat cross-legged in various places and quietly cultivated. After a few months, the recovered Xiao Hua and his clones once again put the other half of the broken Tongtian Peak into the space, and then rather weakly left Tongtian Peak and flew towards the teleportation array. The teleportation array was the key for Xiao Hua to leave the great desolate continent, so outside the teleportation array, there was a capital heavenly star array personally set up by green-robed Xiao Hua. Seeing that the capital heavenly star array hadn't suffered any damage, Xiao Hua only checked it for a moment, and then left Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua in the array, letting him use the Confucian secret technique to continue modifying the teleportation array. He took the other clones to the magma where they first encountered the stone giant. The surface of the magma was completely covered by innate heavy water, and the thick magma stones were several hundred li deep. However, it was also because of the innate heavy water's cover that an extremely fierce power was constantly brewing and roaring under the magma. Previously, when the flood was overflowing, the innate heavy water constantly seeped in, extinguishing this power bit by bit. Now, the innate heavy water no longer existed, and after the heat of the magma solidified the innate heavy water, it penetrated to the surface again. Great! Xiao Hua looked at all this, and couldn't help but clap his hands and praise. The heavenly Tao is just, and all things have their Tao. But when it's destroyed, the germination of rebirth has already been deeply implanted. This Xiao thought that although this apocalypse had disappeared, after all, the great desolate continent had been ravaged by the innate heavy water for many days, and this injury was extremely difficult to recover from. But now, it seems that things are far from what this Xiao can speculate. Perhaps in a few days, when the magma breaks through the surface, a new world will arrive. Chapter 4270. More than that. Soul cultivator Xiao Hua also smiled. He raised his hand and pointed to the distance. That was not where the magma was, but after the innate heavy water corroded the hill, it seeped into the ground. But from the surface, it was mottled with rocks, completely devoid of life. However, the place Xiao Hua pointed to was the place where the innate heavy water did not seep in. There were many seeds emitting green shadows, and clusters of vigorous life force were already brewing there. Life and death, death and life. Death is the beginning of life, and at the same time, life is also the beginning of death. There is a glimmer of life in any apocalypse. The evolution of the heavenly Tao is just like this. Witnessing death and 10,000 layers of life force, Phoenix body Xiao Hua was extremely emotional, and shouted happily, even, we can also treat this apocalypse as the arrival of another golden age. Not bad, not bad. Bone-honed Xiao Hua also clapped and said, in the past, the stone giants were as simple and honest as I, and were always bullied by others. In the future, they will be the powerhouses of this great desolate continent. Hearing this, Xiao Hua unconsciously muttered to himself. Green-robed Xiao Hua understood Xiao Hua's narrow-mindedness the most. He looked at Xiao Hua with a smile that was not a smile and said, "What? Is fellow Daoist still unwilling?" Xiao Hua pinched his chin and said with a rather sinister smile, "Hehe, in I's space, even birds have to pluck a feather. The stone giants, the wood giants, and the others are hiding from a disaster here. How can I let them go so easily?" Xiao Hua was naturally not as narrow-minded as others thought. Previously, when there was only one Shenhua continent, Xiao Hua would definitely not hesitate to release these strange beasts. But now, there were many continents in his space, and that golden light was clearly corresponding to the high-level space of the upper realm. If Xiao Hua left the great desolate continent, where would he find strange beasts corresponding to the high-level space? Today, when he released these strange beasts, the space would become barren, and he was somewhat unwilling. "Fellow Daoist, why are you in a daze?" Green-robed Xiao Hua disdainfully said. His attitude was really a bit like you have white hair all over your body, and you call others a demon. He said, "You collected so many souls in the imperial palace, which one of them after reincarnation didn't become strange beast? These beasts are just a drop in the ocean compared to them." Xiao Hua's heart was moved after hearing the green-robed Xiao Hua's words. However, when he thought about it carefully, he snorted disdainfully. If the beasts that died in the Great Desolation Continent could only be reincarnated into the Great Desolation Continent, then Lord Dragon God and Maitreya Buddha couldn't be reincarnated into the hidden Immortal Continent and Dawn Rain Continent. "What do you know?" Xiao Hua said with a smile. "Even Namo Maitreya Buddha doesn't dare to speak about the mysteries of reincarnation. How much can you possibly know?" "How about this?" The soul cultivator Xiao Hua suggested, "Fellow Daoist, you don't have to leave all the primitive beasts here. You can leave some of them in pairs and send the rest back to the primitive continent." "Good." Xiao Hua laughed heartily, but after clapping his hands, he blinked his eyes and asked, "The stone giants don't seem to differentiate between male and female. Isn't this giving I a difficult problem?" Xiao Hua's words were naturally a joke. However, just as he was about to enter the space, boom boom. A loud sound came from afar. Xiao Hua hurriedly raised his head and saw a pillar of flame mixed with black smoke in the distant sky. Xiao Hua was shocked and hurriedly released his divine sense. However, when he saw everything clearly, his face was not shocked but happy instead. He said with a smile, "There seems to be magma gushing out from the ground in front of us. Not to mention other things, the destruction of the innate heavy water is about to be eliminated in a few dozen li of magma." "Yes, yes." The doppelgangers also said with a smile, "Let's go take a look." Xiao Hua and the others were not in a hurry. They slowly flew over and also released their divine sense to check other places along the way. Just as they saw, the area where the stone giants lived was where the magma was more active. The innate heavy water could only cover it for a while. Now, the magma everywhere had begun to erupt eagerly. Now, the magma had already erupted in places where the surface was more solid and less innate heavy water had penetrated. When Xiao Hua and the others arrived, the gushing magma had already gradually decreased. However, there was still a lot of powder that drifted to many places. When the powder landed, it covered the surface corroded by the innate heavy water. Xiao Hua's figure landed and picked up some grayish-black powder from the ground. He twirled it between his index finger and thumb a few times, then put it in front of his nose and sniffed. Although there was a pungent smell, Xiao Hua's face still revealed a smile and said, "Not bad, this thing is very useful. It won't be long before the place where it lands will become fertile soil." "Ah, this. You can even know this." The green-robed Xiao Hua was shocked and hurriedly landed. He imitated Xiao Hua and twirled some powder and sniffed it. Other than the pungent smell, he really couldn't smell anything else. This is farming that I learned since I was young. Xiao Hua said with a smile. How can you know? Since you were young? Is it here? The green-robed Xiao Hua asked curiously. The smile on Xiao Hua's face faded a little. He raised his head and looked at the dusk sky, then looked at the still unfamiliar land. He shook his head slightly and said, This. I don't know at this time. Hihi, if there's a chance, I want to see what kind of place you live. The green-robed Xiao Hua said with a mischievous smile, I also want to learn how to smell this powder. Cultivate seriously. Xiao Hua nodded. When we succeed in our divine ability, there will definitely be a chance. I believe. There will definitely be a chance. The green-robed Xiao Hua nodded firmly. His gaze seemed to pass through the sky, through the turbulence of the world, and even more so through Xiao Hua's memories. Xiao Hua originally wanted to send out the strange beasts from the space, but seeing the great changes on the surface of the great desolate continent, he wasn't in a hurry. He simply brought his clones and flew into the depths of the great desolate continent. Along the way, pillars of fire filled the sky, black smoke filled the sky, and even many places collapsed. Some mountain ranges stretched out from the ground along with the eruption of magma. Seeing that the air was so unbearable, Xiao Hua and the soul cultivator Xiao Hua activated the lightning and thunder technique again. The sky was densely covered with dark clouds, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. The rainstorm was born again. However, this time the rainstorm wasn't the Xiantian heavy water, but the real rain. Xiao Hua didn't use this technique of clouds and rain, but once he used it, it was beyond his control. After all, the entire great desolate continent hadn't had any rain for many years. After the Xiantian heavy water, the water-type origin energy of heaven and earth that was imprisoned by the heaven and earth pagoda's formation began to recover. The dark rain in the sky not only had a tendency to continue, but also spread towards the great desolate continent. No way. Looking at the whole world, the rain poured down, the magma roared, the mountains rose up, and the rivers formed into rivers. Xiao Hua cried out like a frightened bird, I won't also create a world-ending disaster, right? Haha, don't worry, fellow Daoist. Phoenix body Xiao Hua laughed. Although the water-type origin energy of heaven and earth in this world is raging, it's all under the suppression of the other origin energies of heaven and earth. The power of the stars and moon in the distance has also begun to descend. Dozens of days passed like this, and the sky began to clear up. A ray of sunlight pierced through the thick dark clouds in the sky like a giant sword. Then, all the dark clouds began to dissipate. Fierce winds suddenly rose, and a 7-colored rainbow bridge ran through the world. The whole great desolate continent seemed to have just been cleansed, and was exceptionally clean. It really was a sign of another kind of golden age coming. Fellow Daoist bone tempering, how about you go take a look at the situation underground? Xiao Hua's divine sense had already seen it, but he still didn't feel at ease, and ordered bone tempering Xiao Hua to go. Before long, bone tempering Xiao Hua returned and reported, fellow Daoist, there's still some magma surging under the ground, but most of it has already stabilized. Good. Xiao Hua was overjoyed, and said with a smile, fellow Daoists, now we can release the strange beasts we've taken in. Then, Xiao Hua's divine sense entered the space, and according to soul cultivator Xiao Hua's suggestion, he left some of the weaker strange beasts in pairs, and released the rest. When collecting the strange beasts, all the Fortune Gate's disciples were dispatched, and it took a long time to complete. When releasing the strange beasts, there was no need to mobilize the Fortune Gate's disciples. Xiao Hua and his avatars only needed to go to various places and find a suitable place to throw these strange beasts into, and let them settle down on their own. After being educated, these strange beasts were no longer comparable to their former selves. Not to mention anything else, just the stone giants. These stone giants looked at the place that was completely different from before and the unfamiliar environment, but they didn't panic at all. Those with spiritual power used some of their magical powers to break the hard surface of the magma. Those without spiritual power started to work in the deep hole that they broke open. With the stone giants' cooperation, they soon opened a passage to the magma. With the magma, the stone giants had a home, and each of them looked for their own nest. Several months passed in this manner. When Xiao Hua sent the last batch of strange beasts into a mountain range, he finally let out a long sigh of relief and soared into the sky. When he came to a stop, as far as his eyes could see, a scene of lush greenery fell into his eyes. A continuous rain had sent enough water to the earth, and the seeds of life under the dry earth had the opportunity to grow. They couldn't bear the loneliness and poked their heads out from the earth. Not to mention, Xiao Hua had already prepared food seeds and spiritual seeds in the space. When his avatars sent out the strange beasts, they also threw these food seeds and spiritual seeds on the desolate mainland's land. Several months' time was enough for these food seeds and spiritual seeds to germinate, and also enough time for vegetation to cover the land and mountains. With green, would a colorful life be far away? Chapter 4271. Ha ha ha, it's a success. Green-robed Xiao Hua proudly roared at the ground without using a trace of magic power. Xiao Hua listened to the sound disappear in the sky and smiled without saying anything. In the next few days, Phoenix Body Xiao Hua, Green-robed Xiao Hua, and the others returned to the space early or late. Each of them stood beside Xiao Hua with eyes full of hope. Looking at the land of hope, their hearts were brimming with pride. Describing them as the birth of a new world in their hands was too much of a merit, but the fact that a new world was preserved in their hands was well deserved. Such merit and fortune were not things that ordinary cultivators could come across, and similarly, they were not things that ordinary cultivators could obtain. It's just a matter of time. It's not a success. Green-robed Xiao Hua said after his excitement died down. Green-robed Xiao Hua was stunned. He scratched his head and asked curiously, "There are no more strange beasts in the space? Could it be that fellow Daoist has hidden some? Damn it." Xiao Hua was sweating in his heart. He first brought the strange beasts out of the star halo in the sky and sent them to the space where Shenhua continent was located. Then, he had these clones send them to various places. Whether there were any strange beasts in the star halo or not, the clones didn't know. However, Green-robed Xiao Hua exposed it with a single sentence. Obviously, he had the same small plan as Xiao Hua. The strange beasts have been properly arranged, but the disciples of Fragrance cult have not been arranged yet. Xiao Hua said unhappily. "Oh, these little things." Green-robed Xiao Hua said indifferently, "Isn't it just looking for a place with them? Isn't that easy?" Green-robed Xiao Hua said with a smile, "Green-robed fellow Daoist is right. The previous desolate continent was not suitable for the human race, but after the apocalypse, although the environment is still different from the hidden immortal continent, it is enough for the disciples of Fragrance cult to survive. I passed by a place that is very suitable for these disciples." Xiao Hua's face lit up. Just as he was about to ask, a figure flashed beside him. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua appeared in the air. "How was it?" Xiao Hua's eyes lit up again and asked hurriedly. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua said with a smile that was neither arrogant nor humble, "Fellow Taoists, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you." "Good." Xiao Hua clapped and said, "Fellow Daoist has made a great contribution. You flatter me." Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "It's all thanks to fellow immortal green-robed and fellow immortal soul cultivator. The teleportation formation you constructed was very good. With this foundation, this little one's Confucian cultivation secret technique will be very easy to succeed. Therefore, this little one doesn't dare to claim credit." "Haha, you're welcome, you're welcome." The green-robed Xiao Hua proudly looked at Xiao Hua and said with a smile, "I can also be of great use now. It's a pity that no one even knows his name now." Xiao Hua was first stunned, and then he understood that this green-robed Xiao Hua's wisdom and character were the most mature. "Now, he wants to ask for a status from me. Many thanks to the Thunderbolt Venerable." Xiao Hua thanked the green-robed Xiao Hua. "In the future, there will no longer be a green-robed Xiao Hua in this world, only the Thunderbolt Immortal." "Ha ha ha, fellow Daoist Xiao, you're welcome, you're welcome." The Thunderbolt Immortal happily helped Xiao Hua up. "Many thanks to Daoist Wu." Xiao Hua then saluted the soul cultivator Xiao Hua and said, "In the future, there will be no soul cultivator Xiao Hua in this family, only shaman." Shamans didn't feel much about this status, nodded and said, "Fellow Daoist, do as you please." Soon after, Xiao Hua thanked all his clones, one by one, and declared that there will no longer be a clone Xiao Hua in this world. Now, we should be able to pass through the time turbulence, right? Xiao Hua then asked Wen Chu somewhat worriedly. How would Wen Chu know? He could only shake his head and said with a bitter smile, there should be no problem with this sage information, but before we use it, who knows what kind of accident will happen? Ari, we must not have any more accidents. Xiao Hua sighed. We have been wandering in the outside world for too long. We have been here for several tens of thousands of years. We don't care about this anymore. The Thunderbolt Immortal bluntly attacked. If Xin Xin wants to get married, even an immortal emperor would not be able to stop her. You really have a crow's mouth. Shamans scolded in both anger and amusement. Let's go, fellow Daoist Feng Wu, let us take a look at that place. Xiao Hua waved his hand, as if he wanted to get rid of these worries, and said, Okay. Feng Wu let out a long cry, spread her wings and flew to a place. In just a few days, Xiao Hua and the others arrived at a huge mountain range. This mountain range was thousands of feet high, surrounded by rivers, and above the mountain range were ancient trees and vegetation. Previously, Feng Wu had sowed some seeds of grain, and some spiritual herbs, and gradually took shape. Great! This is a blessed land. Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over, and immediately said with a smile, the disciples of the fragrance cult will be able to pass down the incense of the fragrance cult. The Thunderbolt Immortal pondered for a moment, and said, there seems to be some long spike beasts nearby. These long spike beasts like to eat small animals. I am afraid that the disciples of the fragrance cult will not be safe here. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes, and said with a smile that was not a smile, What, fellow Daoist Feng Wu wants to do something? Of course. The Thunderbolt Immortal said proudly, although they are disciples of the fragrance cult, they have nothing to do with I. But after all, they are of the human race, how can I just stand by and watch? Then I will have to trouble you, fellow Daoist. Xiao Hua was very gratified, and he cupped his hands and smiled. We will also help. Wu, Wen Chu, Feng Wu, and even Tian Ren and Shi came to join in the fun. Thus, everyone joined hands and laid down a great formation within a radius of 10,000 li. It took them several months to complete their task. However, in the end, all the cultivators were dumbfounded. This great formation had a Dharma formation, an Origin formation, a Devil formation, and even a Soul formation. Although the power of the great formation was there, no one could activate it. Thus, everyone looked at Xiao Hua, who knew that Xiao Hua turned a deaf ear to everyone's expectations, and he flew up, looked at the ground, and then waved his hand and said, Everyone, we will hide ourselves first. I will release the disciples of the fragrance cult from the Shunhua continent. Although the sect leader of the fragrance cult did not say anything, when he handed the disciples over to I, he did not let the disciples see I's face, because he did not want us to leave any impression on the disciples of the fragrance cult. TSK. Is there a need for that? The Thunderbolt Immortal flew up with some disdain, and like everyone else, he hid himself, but he still had some complaints. When Xiao Hua placed the disciples of the aroma religion in the mountain range, he placed all the cultivation methods, pills, spirit herbs, and magic tools aside. His heart was moved again, and he also placed some of the Tao sect's cultivation methods and secret techniques he had obtained in the aroma religion. He only promised not to embezzle the things of the fragrance cult, but he did not promise not to give them more things. The disciples of the fragrance cult had inherited the method of cultivating the primordial spirit, and also the method of cultivating the nascent soul. It was not too much, was it? After doing all this, Xiao Hua's figure once again teleported to a high altitude, and his hands began to form hand seals. Daoist magic, Confucian cultivation methods, soul cultivation methods, and demonic cultivation methods. When the same magic power, demonic qi, and so on turned into crystals and fell into the void, the entire sky was filled with 9 brilliant colors, and all kinds of fluctuations were like dragons dancing in the air. Rumbling sounds were more deafening than thunder. Xiao Hua's figure turned into a golden body, and when he raised his hands, dozens of rainbow-colored halos were born from his hands, and they were scattered everywhere like chains. Ah! All the disciples of the fragrance cult opened their mouths in surprise, and were somewhat at a loss. Buzz! A strange rumbling sound began to be born from the thunder, like the roar of a god. Then, Xiao Hua's golden body suddenly withdrew, and the chains fell into his hands, followed by tens of thousands of restrictions of various colors. When these restrictions fell into Xiao Hua's hands, he slowly waved his hands and shouted, "Go!" The entire brilliance condensed into the shape of a halo. Xiao Hua then waved his hand, and a jade eye appeared. When Xiao Hua channeled his magic power, the halo hit the jade eye. Clang! The jade eye condensed into the shape of a tiger talisman. Xiao Hua picked up the tiger talisman and casually threw it to a disciple of the fragrance cult. Then he said, "This place is no longer a ruin. This mountain range is where you all will live in the future. In order for you all to survive here, this old man has already built a formation in the nearby mountains. This is the proof to enter and exit the formation. You all should take care of it. You don't need to ask who this old man is. You just need to remember to live well here and cultivate. As long as the orthodoxy of the incense religion can be carried down safely, it will be your contribution." With that, Xiao Hua didn't care about what the tens of thousands of disciples of the fragrance cult were thinking. He waved his hands again, and tens of thousands of thunderbolts fell on the formation. The entire formation slowly lit up, and Xiao Hua's figure turned into a rainbow and flew towards the location of the sun in the sky. "We thank Senior." The disciples of the fragrance cult were shocked by Xiao Hua's big move, and they all prostrated on the ground and kowtowed. After Xiao Hua left the mountain range, the thunderbolt immortal almost held his stomach and laughed. He pointed at Xiao Hua and said, "Dao friend, I really admire you." Although the fragrance cult's ancestor didn't want his disciples to see Dao friend's appearance, but Dao friend's actions will leave an impression in their hearts. Won't it be even more unforgettable than seeing Dao friend's appearance? Xiao Hua didn't feel embarrassed seeing that his petty actions were seen through by the thunderbolt immortal. He stiffened his neck and retorted, "What? Do you not want to leave your name? Otherwise, you'll be inside the formation." When he saw that Xiao Hua was about to expose his past, the lightning Daoist's face flushed red, and he was about to interrupt Xiao Hua. However, at this moment, the sound of bamboo flutes suddenly resounded throughout the heavens and the earth. After that, hundreds of millions of flowers appeared out of thin air. At the same time, over 10 dragons and phoenixes appeared in midair while waves of golden threads descended like rain from above Xiao Hua and the others. "Ayo, this. What's going on?" The thunderbolt immortal turned pale with fright. Because of the birth of these flowers, the entire world was imprisoned. Not to mention sound, even thoughts were difficult to move.
Chapter 454. She's back? That's good. Elder Ning heaved a sigh of relief, his face no longer as ugly as before. With Yun Girl's strength, as long as she returns, Xian'er will be fine. Hearing Elder Ning's relieved voice, the young man replied timidly, but, just before Miss Yun returned, the fourth elder of the Ning family brought people to Long Yuan country. Not only did he take Miss Ning Xian away, he also injured Miss Fang Ya and Yun Qingya of the Yun family. Boom! Elder Ning, who had calmed down, immediately became furious again. He smashed his fist on the ground, creating a fist-sized hole in the ground. This idiot! Is he trying to kill Xian'er? As long as Yun Luofeng returned, Ning Xian's injuries would not be a problem, but this idiot had forcefully taken Ning Xian away and injured Yun Qingya. This was clearly a deliberate attempt to harm Ning Xian. The young man shrunk his neck in fear. The usually calm Elder Ning actually had such a violent side to him. One could imagine the anger in his heart. This won't do, I have to go back immediately. Xian'er must be waiting for me to return home. Furthermore, I will strangle that idiot to death. At the end of his words, Elder Ning's aura became sorrowful. That sorrow was mixed with monstrous anger. If Xian'er died, whether it was the medical city or the fourth elder, he would not let a single one of them off. He would make these people accompany Xian'er in death. This. The young man glanced at Elder Ning, then quickly retracted his gaze. There's one more thing I haven't said. After Yun Luofeng found out that the Ning family had taken Lady Ning Xian away, he had already rushed to the Ning family with Yun Qingya. Furthermore, The forces near the Ning family also said that they saw Yun Luofeng enter the Ning family. On this day, Elder Ning experienced many ups and downs. First, he was furious when he found out about the medical city's actions, and then he was sad for his granddaughter's injuries. But when he heard that Yun Luofeng had returned to Long Yuan country, he couldn't help but relax. But then, when he heard that the Ning family had forcefully taken Ning Xian away before Yun Luofeng returned, his originally relieved heart immediately turned into despair. Finally, this kid told him that Yun Luofeng had already arrived at the Ning family. If it was anyone else, after experiencing so much despair and hope, they would probably collapse. Elder Ning, on the other hand, was in a daze as he looked at the young man in front of him. Elder Ning. The young man waved his hand in front of Elder Ning and asked guiltily, "Are you all right?" If he accidentally caused the old man to die from a heart attack, Elder Rong would never let him off. "I'm fine," Elder Ning snapped back to his senses and shook his head. He turned to look at the young man in front of him. "Why didn't you tell me directly that my granddaughter is safe and sound?" He only needed to tell him that his granddaughter had been injured by the beasts of the medical city and that Yun Luofeng had already rushed over to treat her. Why did he have to say so much nonsense? The young man rubbed his head. "Elder Rong asked me to give you a complete report of everything. That's why I'm so detailed." "Then why don't you say everything in one go?" Elder Ning. The young man felt wronged. "You're the one who didn't let me say everything in one go. Every time I was halfway through, you would interrupt me or use your aura to scare me." "I understand." Elder Ning took a deep breath and suppressed the raging anger in his heart. He then said in a cold voice, "When I had acknowledged Yun Luofeng as my granddaughter, I had given her the jade pendant that represented the Ning family's power. With this jade pendant in hand, the Ning family would not dare to hurt her. Now, I want to make a trip to the medical city to avenge my granddaughter." Since Yun Luofeng had rushed over to the Ning family, that meant that his granddaughter would not be in too much of a problem. He could then rest assured and settle the score. Chapter 455. The medical city was in a mess at this moment. The city governor of the medical city, Lin Gu, was so anxious that he paced back and forth in the great hall. Suddenly, a servant hurriedly walked in and clasped his fist respectfully, reporting to the city governor, "Elder Ning of the Ning family has come to pay a visit." Hearing the servant's report, Lin Gu laughed bitterly. His handsome face carried a sense of helplessness. He still came in the end. Ever since he found out that Lu Yin had injured Ning Xian, he knew that the old man from the Ning family would come to settle the score with him sooner or later. And this old man was even more reasonable. Even if he brought out the Doctors' Association, it would be useless. Hee hee. Suddenly, a cold laugh rang out from the front of the courtyard. Soon after, an old man in green robes stepped into the courtyard. His indifferent and otherworldly features were curled into a mocking smile. "You, the city governor of the medical city, are really a breeze. Even I have to concede defeat." However, the medical city did not keep its promise of 3 years and attacked the Yun family. I wonder if this news will cause the reputation of the medical city to be ruined? Lin Ji's expression changed. "Elder Ning, this is a matter between me and the Yun family." "Humph." Elder Ning scoffed coldly and said expressionlessly, "I don't care who it is between you and, I only know that the Yun family's Yun Luofeng is my goddaughter and my own granddaughter was injured by your medical city. We should settle this debt no matter what." Hearing Elder Ning's cold voice, Lin Ji's face carried a bitter smile. "Elder Ning, this matter is indeed the fault of our medical city's Lu Yin. However, I don't think there's anything wrong with me attacking the Yun family. It was the Yun family who did not keep their promise in the first place. Yun Qingya is actually still alive. Since the Yun family did not keep their promise, why does our medical city need to keep our promise for 3 years?" At this point, a vicious glint flashed across Lin Ji's eyes. His precious son was the most outstanding in his heart. No one could compare to him. However, that damned brat Yun Qingya had dared to make a fool of his precious son in public. How could he tolerate this? Elder Ning's expression darkened bit by bit. On the dueling platform, there is a battle for victory and defeat. Your son's strength is inferior to others, so who can you blame for his defeat? Do you want Yunqingya to stand still and let him hit you? With such behavior, what's the point of setting up an arena? Hee hee, Lin Ge laughed mockingly. Elder Ning, you won't understand how I feel. Yunqingya's actions back then not only hurt my son's pride, they also made me extremely angry. He is the devil in my son's heart. If he doesn't die, my son won't be able to live happily. But you've already sent people to kill Yunqingya, causing him to be unable to see the light of day for 10 years. Isn't that enough? Elder Ning's eyes darkened as he asked coldly. No, not enough. I want him dead. Only when he's dead can I let go of the hatred in my heart. Lin Ge's eyes were filled with viciousness and his face was ferocious. Elder Ning shook his head. You're crazy. Completely insane. Didn't Yunqingya just defeat him in the arena? She didn't kill him or cripple him. I really don't know where your hatred comes from. I can't talk to a lunatic like you at all. I came here today to make you give me an explanation. Explanation? Lin Ge curled his lips. He no longer had the initial panic, his heart had also calmed down, and he calmly said, I don't know what you're talking about, but Ning Xian's injury wasn't the fault of our medical city in the first place. Who told her to rush out and block that move for Yunqingya? If you want to find someone, go settle the score with the Yun family. If it wasn't for Yunqingya, your granddaughter wouldn't have been injured. Chapter 456. Lin Ge did not understand why Ning Xian would fall for Yunqingya. For him, she was willing to give up her life. If she did not love him to the extreme, she would not have done such a crazy thing. Elder Ning paused and said, I don't think there's anything wrong with Yunqingya. In my opinion, that young man is very hard-working and does not bow to power. I admire his unyielding character. Besides, the people of the Yun family are not as bad as you say. That's right, they are indeed not strong. They are only a general of Long Yuan country. But after more than half a year of investigation, I have discovered that this family is worthy of admiration. In the beginning, Elder Ning investigated everything about the Yun family to understand Yun Luofeng better. Who knew that during this investigation, he would be deeply impressed by these people's unyielding character. Hearing Elder Ning's words of praise, Lin Ge sneered, unyielding character? Without strength, what's the use of having a body of unyielding character? No matter how much unyielding character Yunqingya has, didn't he still not see the light of day for 10 years under the threat of my medical city? If I were him, I would rather commit suicide than live a life worse than death. I think he is clearly timid, otherwise he would not have dragged out an ignoble existence. You are wrong. Elder Ning stared at Lin Ge calmly. Yunqingya did not commit suicide because he could not bear to let Yun Luofeng lose his eldest son. If he really did commit suicide because of this, perhaps I would not admire him so much. It is because he endured for 10 years for the sake of his family that I admire this young man so much. As if seeing Lin Ge's increasingly ugly expression, Elder Ning continued, as for the rest of the Yun family. That old man Yun Luofeng is foolishly loyal to the emperor, but he is a hot-blooded man. That year, the enemy country's king took a liking to his daughter-in-law, Bai Ling, and even used a battle to force him to hand over his daughter-in-law. In this country where men are supreme, he ordered his son to fight without hesitation, and did not need his daughter-in-law to ensure his safety. I do not know much about that young man Yun Yang, but to be able to command millions of soldiers in Long Yuan country, and to go through fire and water with so many soldiers, he must be a heroic hero. Elder Ning's tone was filled with admiration towards these people from the Yun family. A smile appeared on his aged face. However, within the Yun family, the person that I admire the most is none other than Yun Luofeng. That girl is a legendary existence. She has too many secrets that cannot be divulged. It was as if as long as she was there, any difficulty would be solved. You wouldn't understand this sort of feeling. It's like, when I heard that she had gone to the Ning family, I knew that my granddaughter would be safe and sound. When Yun Luofeng was mentioned, Elder Ning's expression softened. However, her gaze towards Lin Gu was still filled with a sharp light. He. Lin Gu raised the corner of his lips mockingly, his eyes filled with disdain. You actually hold the general's mansion in such high regard. On this mainland, the fist is king. If the Yun family isn't strong enough, they're destined to be trampled under my feet. Elder Ning did not expect this fellow to be so stubborn. His expression could not help but turn cold. Lin Gu, believe me, that girl Yun Luofeng is not someone who will stay in a small pond. One day, she will transform into a dragon. In the future, you might have to rely on her to live. This girl was not only gifted, but her medical skills were also superb. Perhaps it would not be long before she would transform into a golden dragon and soar into the sky. Chapter 457. No, Elder Ning seemed to have thought of something and shook his head. I forgot, you probably won't be able to wait until then. What a pity, not everyone had the qualifications to witness her growth. In particular, what Lin Gu had done had exceeded the limits of what she could tolerate. Even if he didn't come to settle the score with him now, the girl wouldn't let him go. Elder Ning, you've really been brainwashed. Lin Ji's face carried the same ridicule as ever, as if he didn't take the old man's words to heart. What can a general's granddaughter accomplish? Don't exaggerate. As long as Yun Qingya is still alive, the Yun family must be destroyed. A sinister look flashed across Lin Ji's eyes. He gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "Fine." Elder Ning's eyes darkened and he said coldly, "Then I won't discuss the Yun family with you today. Now, get that old fellow Lu Yin out here, I want to settle the score with him." It wasn't that Elder Ning didn't want to destroy the medical city, but that the medical city should be left for the Yun family to deal with. After all, the Yun family and the medical city had a deep hatred. Only by killing one's enemy with one's own hands could one feel this kind of hatred. If it was him, he wouldn't want to use other people's hands to deal with his enemies. Instead, he wanted to rely on his own efforts to fight against his enemies. Therefore, he didn't come here to cause trouble for the medical city. He just wanted to vent his anger on that old fellow Lu Yin. Elder Ning. Lin Ji's expression changed. Don't go too far. Lu Yin is indeed at fault in this matter, but he accidentally injured your granddaughter. If your granddaughter hadn't rushed out to protect Yun Qingya, how could she have been injured? Humph. I don't care who my granddaughter was injured to protect, I only know that the person who injured her was Lu Yin. Get him to come out and see me immediately. Elder Ning was no longer as indifferent as he was at the beginning. His old face was filled with coldness. Lin Gu. Don't forget, my daughter is the disciple of an elder of the Doctors' Association. Aren't you afraid of being condemned by the Doctors' Association for doing this? Lin Ji's eyes grew colder and colder. Even though he knew that it was useless to bring up the Doctors' Association now, if he really handed Lu Yin over, he was afraid that from now on, his medical city would lose all face. This was something he did not want to happen. Your daughter? Is she your adopted daughter? Elder Ning's lips curled into a mocking smile. Whether it's my biological daughter or my adopted daughter, I raised her. She is also wholeheartedly loyal to my medical city. If you do this, it will be equivalent to becoming enemies with the Doctors' Association. Lin Gu threatened in a low voice, but his gaze towards Elder Ning was full of solemnity. If Elder Ning suddenly flipped out, he didn't know if he would be able to withstand his strength. But no matter what, he wouldn't compromise. Don't count on the Doctors' Association. It was your medical city's fault in the first place. I'll avenge my granddaughter. I'd like to see who dares to say no. Elder Ning's green robe fluttered in the wind. His entire body was overflowing with a domineering aura. His eyes were filled with confidence and arrogance. He was only seeking revenge for his granddaughter. Even the Doctors' Association had no right to stop him. City Lord. Just as Lin Ge's expression darkened, Lu Yin's cold voice rang out from outside the hall. After the voice fell, an old man in a gray robe slowly walked into the hall from outside. His cold eyes turned to look at Elder Ning, who was standing quietly in the hall. Chapter 458. Since Elder Ning has come here to find me, then let me settle this matter. Even though he was looking at Elder Ning, his words were directed at Lin Gu. Lin Gu frowned. All right. Elder Lu Yin, I'll leave this old man to you. Yes, master. Lu Yin cupped his fists and turned his arrogant gaze towards Elder Ning. The corners of his lips curled into a mocking smile. Elder Ning, I know that you're stronger than me. That's why you dared to come to my medical city. However, I don't think I've done anything wrong. If there's anything wrong, it's your Ning family's fault for not being strict with your daughter. You've run off to a man's house at such a young age. Impudent. Boom. The aura from Elder Ning's body gushed out violently. His white hair danced in the wind and his eyes were filled with the flames of anger. It was as if he had the power to destroy everything. You're courting death. He stretched out his hand and picked Lu Yin up. The veins on his forehead bulged and he no longer had his previous indifferent and elegant demeanor. His granddaughter was his bottom line. He would not allow anyone to insult her. What? Are you angry from embarrassment? Am I not speaking the truth? Your granddaughter, a virgin, ran off to the Yun family to have an affair with a wild man. If they hadn't been innocent, Ning Xian wouldn't have been injured in order to protect Yun Qingya. The smile on Lu Yin's lips grew even wider. He was not afraid of the old man in front of him at all. Bang! Elder Ning smashed Lu Yin's body fiercely onto the ground. His fist was wrapped in a layer of sharp aura as it landed with a loud bang. In an instant, the surrounding tables and chairs were lifted by his aura and sent flying in the air. Lu Yin, who was lying on the ground, vomited a mouthful of blood. The mocking smile on his pale face did not diminish. Instead, it increased. Elder Ning, even if you kill me, I will still say the same thing. Everything that happened today was because your Ning family was not strict enough. The medical city is not in the wrong. In other words, Ning Xian had been injured by the medical city but she was the one in the wrong. On the contrary, what the medical city had done was right. Who told Ning Xian to seek death by rushing forward to block that palm for Yun Qingya? Bang! Old man Ning's fist descended once again, slamming into Lu Chen's face. In that instant, Lu Yin's face swelled up like a pig's head as blood continuously flowed out from his mouth. Let me tell you, Yun Qingya is my Ning family's son-in-law. What's wrong with my granddaughter living in her fiancé's house? Yun Qingya had a good character and a proud character. He believed that his granddaughter would not suffer any grievances if she followed him. Moreover, the Yun family still had a monstrous existence like Yun Luofeng. He believed that in time, it would be too late for others to curry favor with the Yun family. Hee. Lu Yin chuckled softly. His smile had a hint of success to it. His treacherous eyes flashed as he fearlessly faced the crazy old man in front of him. So the Ning family has fallen to such an extent. They actually dare to let the young miss of the Ning family marry Yun Qingya. After hearing Lu Yin's words, Elder Ning, who was already filled with killing intent, gradually restrained the killing intent in his body. The fist that was flying towards Lu Yin also stopped in midair. I regret it. Elder Ning's expression gradually returned to normal. His indifferent eyes quietly stared at the old man lying on the ground. Originally, I wanted to come here to kill you. But now, I regret it. Chapter 459. Lu Yin laughed icily and turned his head away, not even sparing Elder Ning a glance. Because. Elder Ning raised his eyelids and slowly shifted his gaze away from Lu Yin. He then spoke in an indifferent tone, letting you die now would be letting you off too lightly. Since you look down on the Yun family so much, I'll let you see with your dog eyes how they'll climb over the heads of the Medicine City. In the beginning, Elder Ning had indeed come with the intention of killing Lu Yin. But now, he had shown mercy. His aim was to let those who look down on the Yun family sink into the abyss of despair. Ha ha ha. Lu Yin laughed maniacally. His elderly face was covered in blood and he looked exceptionally ferocious. Climb over the heads of the Medicine City? Elder Ning, don't you think too highly of those people? Let me tell you, even if the Yun family exhausted their entire lives, they would never be able to surpass the Medicine City. So what if the Yun family has a genius like Yun Luofeng? A genius is just a genius. After all, there are countless geniuses on this mainland who die prematurely. Elder Ning narrowed his eyes and a cold light flashed across his elderly eyes. Lu Yin, I hope that you won't regret your words today in the future. He then turned towards Lin Gu and spoke coldly, even though I don't intend to kill Lu Yin now, the Medicine City still needs to pay the price for your actions. I've heard that there are countless precious medicinal herbs in the Medicine City, especially a blood ginseng which has already lived for 1,000 years. Lin Ji's eyes darkened. What do you mean by that? Hehe, what I mean is very simple. I want the blood ginseng from the Medicine City. Elder Ning regained his calm and tranquil expression as he spoke indifferently. No way, this blood ginseng is an exhibit that I intend to display at the doctor's conference in 3 years' time. I can't give it to you. If you don't hand over the blood ginseng, I won't be leaving this place today. Elder Ning sat down by himself and poured himself a cup of tea. The corners of his lips curled into a faint smile. Little Yun had run all over the place for the sake of his granddaughter. She had even rushed all the way from Long Yuan country to the Ning family. As her god-grandfather, it would be inexcusable if he did not prepare a gift for her. Since this little girl was a doctor, she should be more interested in medicinal herbs. How could he not take advantage of this opportunity to reap some benefits? Elder Ning, you're not a doctor. Why do you need medicinal herbs? Lin Gu fiercely gritted his teeth. He knew that this old man was not kind, but he did not expect that he would have designs on the blood ginseng. What was the blood ginseng? It was said that as long as she still had a breath in her body, a piece of blood ginseng in her mouth could prolong her life by a few days. Not only doctors can have things like blood ginseng. Lin Gu, it's up to you. Do you want me to stay here or hand over the blood ginseng? My temper hasn't been very good these days. When I'm bored, I like to kill a few people for fun. Elder Ning said calmly. He gently tasted the tea in his hand and said expressionlessly. His meaning was very clear. If Lin Gu did not hand over the 1,000-year blood ginseng, he would definitely stay in the Ning family for the night. Every day, he would kill a few people from the Ning family for fun. Even if the Ning family had a lot of people, they couldn't withstand the old man's brutal behavior when he was itching for a fight. Elder Ning, you are angry at Lu Yin, and he was beaten up by you. What else do you want? Lin Gu gritted his teeth and asked angrily. Elder Ning glanced at him. I want the blood ginseng. If you don't give it to me, I won't leave. This old man was very strong-willed. He did not want anything else but that stalk of 1,000-year blood ginseng. Chapter 460. Good, very good. Lin Gu was so angry that he laughed. He gritted his teeth and said, Elder Ning, don't regret what you've done today. Someone, bring me the blood ginseng. Regret? Elder Ning smiled faintly. The medical city would be the one to regret in the future. Not long after, a servant girl dragged the blood ginseng onto a tray and walked into the hall. When the red cloth covering the tray was lifted, a blood-red ginseng appeared before everyone's eyes. The ginseng was bright red and the smell of blood rushed towards them. However, it did not make them feel nauseous. Instead, it made the blood in their bodies churn. That's right, this is the blood ginseng. Elder Ning's eyes were full of smiles. At least you didn't use anything else to brush me off. I'll accept this blood ginseng without hesitation. Huh. After saying this, Elder Ning raised his hand and kept the blood ginseng. Send the guest off. Lin Ji's face was ashen as he coldly ordered. He did not want to look at this old man anymore. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would not be able to control his temper and fall out with this old man on the spot. Of course, they could be considered to have fallen out now. Oh, right. Elder Ning had just taken a few steps when he seemed to remember something and paused. Your medical city is rich in resources and should have a lot of medicinal herbs. I'm interested in going to the medical city's medicine storehouse. Old thing, don't go too far. Lin Gu clenched his fists tightly. He had tolerated this old man over and over again, but he did not expect him to be this shameless. Facing the gloomy Lin Gu, Elder Ning smiled faintly. If you had taken the initiative to bring me to the medicine storehouse, I might have stopped. However, you actually treated me with such an attitude. This won't do. I must go to the medicine storehouse this time. Lin Gu was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He could not even say a word. If looks could kill, Elder Ning would have been killed by him a few hundred times. Master, let's not get angry with this kind of person. Lu Yin walked to Lin Ji's side with his body covered in wounds. There was a hint of gloom in his eyes. This old man has already fallen into my trap. Because Elder Ning had already gone far away in search of the medicinal storehouse, Lu Yin dared to say such words. If Elder Ning was here, he would not say another word no matter what. Lin Gu frowned. What do you mean? Hee, Lu Yin laughed sinisterly. Elder Ning flew into a rage out of humiliation and said that Yun Qingya was his grandson-in-law. This way, even if he calmed down later on, he would still marry Ning Xian to Yun Qingya for the sake of face. This way, the power of the Ning family would end in Ning Xian's hands. Ning Xian was the only daughter of the Ning family. Even though her talent was outstanding, she still found a powerless man like Yun Qingya. Otherwise, if Ning Xian were to marry an outstanding man, it would be too late for the medical city to take revenge. But the Ning family has Elder Ning, this old thing. We still can't do anything about it. Lin Ji's brows knitted tighter and tighter, his face clearly carrying a hint of helplessness. Patriarch, do you think Elder Ning's illness can be cured? Lu Yin glanced at Lin Gu. Back then, countless famous doctors treated Elder Ning and said that it was impossible for him to recover. But now, he actually claims that his illness has been cured by Yun Luofeng. Do you believe this? I think that Elder Ning thinks that his time is coming to an end. In order to prevent others from having any ideas about the Ning family, he deliberately said such words. Chapter 461. The Ning family was only stronger than Elder Ning. Without Elder Ning, the Ning family would not be able to stir up any waves. Lin Gu sighed. Back then, although Yun Qingya did not die, he could only be a piece of trash. However, now that he has appeared in front of the eyes of the world, perhaps, that Yun Luofeng really does have some ability, Lu Yin scoffed. At the beginning, his thoughts were completely the same as Lin Ji's, but after he left Long Yuan, he secretly investigated Yun Luofeng's deeds. This girl obviously didn't have anyone as her master, so how could she have such brilliant medical skills? Could it be that she could teach herself? Was this possible? As for Yun Luofeng restoring the male characteristics of a eunuch in the palace, perhaps, she had some precious medicinal herbs in her hands. He had heard of a medicinal herb that could regenerate broken bones, but it did not prove her ability. City Lord, more than 10 years ago, we heavily injured Yun Qingya, but who knows if he really became a cripple. Perhaps his injuries have long since recovered, and he has only been hiding his strength for the past 10 years. Hearing Lu Yin's analysis, Lin Gu nodded in agreement. What you said makes sense. We have never seen Yun Luofeng's true abilities, so how do we know that she has extremely high medical skills? Perhaps, she is just fooling the world. The corner of Lu Yin's lips curled up into a mocking smile. City Lord, Elder Ning definitely won't be able to live for long, and before that, let's not make a move against the Yun family. Otherwise, that old man will definitely come out to stop us. As long as he dies, whether it's the Yun family or the Ning family, we can destroy them with a flip of our hands. Elder Lu Yin, you're right. Thinking of the humiliation he had suffered today, Lin Ji's eyes were filled with killing intent. Oh right, how is the young city lord? Lu Chen was slightly startled and fell silent. After a long while, he replied, the young city lord heard that Yun Qingya is still alive and is currently in a rage. He won't listen to us no matter how hard we try to persuade him. Sigh. Lin Gu sighed helplessly, his expression softening. Go and tell him that father will definitely avenge him. That brat Yun Qingya. He won't be able to live for long. In the Ning family's boudoir, a young girl was lying on the bed with her eyes closed. Her pale face was dazzling under the sun. Yun Luofeng slowly stood up and turned his head to look at the people behind him. Today is the last day. I've already helped her recover. Now, I'll let my second uncle stay here to accompany her. All of you, come with me. I still have some matters to settle with you. No. The fourth elder's expression changed. Yun Qingya, this brat, has ulterior motives towards the eldest miss. How can we let him stay behind alone? I disagree. As soon as he finished speaking, a chilly gaze shot towards him, causing his throat to instantly tighten. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. What I want to settle is the debt with you. The corners of the young girl's lips curled up slightly. Her black eyes were filled with a dangerous light as she gradually approached the fourth elder. So, leave this place with me immediately. The fourth elder's eyes darkened. Just as he was about to say something, he was interrupted by the young girl beside him. Yun Luofeng turned his gaze towards the middle-aged man and smiled lazily. If you don't mind me disturbing Ning Xian's rest here, then I'm willing to settle the score in my room. But you have to think carefully, the consequences of disturbing her rest. It's very serious. Chapter 462. The middle-aged man turned and looked at Ning Xian, who was lying on the bed. After a moment of silence, he looked at Yun Luofeng again. All right, let's talk outside. Master. Fourth elder's expression became even uglier. He stared at Yun Luofeng with a gloomy gaze. Girl, don't go too far. You are only an earth spirit, you are no match for me. Since you know who I am, don't tell me, you don't know that what I like to do the most is to bully others? Yun Luofeng's lips curled into a smile. His pitch-black eyes were filled with an evil smile. Her smile was like that of a demon, forcing people step by step into the abyss of despair. Ha! Fourth elder seemed to have heard a funny joke and couldn't help but laugh. Bully others? Yun Luofeng, even if you have the old master's jade pendant, at the end of the day, you are still an outsider. You dare to bully others in the Ning family? Didn't your grandfather teach you any rules? His eyes were full of disdain, as if he didn't care about the young girl in front of him at all. At this moment, an old hand suddenly reached out from the side and grabbed his clothes tightly. Then, the old man walked out of the door with large strides. Fourth elder was stunned. He swept an angry gaze at the elder next to him and said darkly, First elder, what are you doing? Hearing this, the first elder swept an indifferent gaze at fourth elder and said lightly, Ning Xian needs to rest. If there's anything, let's talk outside. You, as soon as he said that one word, his body was thrown to the ground by the head elder. With a bang, a muffled sound rang out. Then, an endless amount of anger spewed out from his chest, as if he wanted to burn the head elder into ashes. Lady Yun, the middle-aged man furrowed his brows slightly as his gaze shifted from fourth elder to the peerless beauty next to him. His tone no longer held the sense of superiority he had at the beginning. I wonder what mistake fourth elder has committed? Why are you treating him like this? These words, he was still considered polite. But Yun Luofeng still heard the man's questioning tone. After all, the fourth elder was an elder of the Ning family. No matter what he did wrong, it was not up to an outsider to criticize him. Thinking up to here, the evil smile on Yun Luofeng's face became extremely sinister. The second reason I came here is to avenge my second uncle. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment and frowned in confusion. Just now at the door, the fourth elder's tone towards Yun Qingya was indeed a little unfriendly. I can ask him to apologize to Yun Qingya, but it's just a verbal dispute. There's no need to be so ruthless, right? With regards to the actions of the fourth elder in Long Yuan country, the man did not know about it. He thought that it was just a verbal dispute. Hence, he said such words. Yun Luofeng glanced at the middle-aged man beside her. Her gaze was as cold as a knife, as if it could cut into the hearts of others, making them tremble incomparably. In order to snatch Ning Xian away, he beat up my second uncle. Shouldn't I settle this debt? Are you telling the truth? The middle-aged man's expression instantly darkened. He had never expected that such a thing would happen when he had asked the fourth elder to bring Ning Xian home. This time, the fourth elder was really too muddle-headed. Whether it's true or not, you just need to ask him. Furthermore, this matter happened in the medical pavilion, and there are people from the medical pavilion who can testify. Chapter 463. Hearing the two words, medical pavilion, the middle-aged man chose to believe Yun Luofeng's words. His sharp eyes swept coldly towards the fourth elder and said in a deep voice, "Fourth elder, you really have guts. I've already warned you to be more polite to the people of the Yun family, but you actually injured the Yun family's Yun Qingya. When the old man returns, I want to see how you will explain this to him." The fourth elder coldly snorted that Yun Qingya harbored ill intentions and wanted to seduce Ning Xian. Furthermore, if it wasn't for him, Ning Xian wouldn't have been injured. I'm just angry. Pa. Without waiting for the fourth elder to finish speaking, the middle-aged man slapped him hard, causing him to feel dizzy and see stars. You still dare to shirk? The Yun family is someone that the old man admires. If you do this, where will the old man be? As for Xianer's marriage, I will make the decision. It's not your turn to worry about it. Furthermore, Xianer only protected Yun Qingya because the old man admired the Yun family. It's not some kind of seduction that you mentioned. The man's words caused Yun Luofeng to frown. He glanced at him coldly before retracting his gaze. Although the Ning family's patriarch was trying to absolve Yun Qingya, he had already explained one thing. Ning Xian would not marry Yun Qingya. Even though Yun Luofeng had displayed extraordinary medical skills, she did not have the ability to compare to the Yun family. Thus, it was no wonder that the Ning family's patriarch was unwilling to hand Ning Xian over to the Yun family. Unless she joined the Doctors' Association, with the Doctors' Association as her backing, the world could only curry favor with her. But was that possible? It was impossible for her to join any power. She would only rely on her own strength to support the Yun family. But, Patriarch, I am still an elder of the Ning family. This girl is so bold as to come to the Ning family to settle scores with me. Isn't that the same as slapping the Ning family's face? The fourth elder glared fiercely at Yun Luofeng. No matter how big a mistake he had made, as long as he did not threaten the Ning family would not punish him. That was why he had the courage to say such words to the middle-aged man. Yun Luofeng glanced at fourth elder evilly. The corners of her lips gradually curled up into a smile. Her smile was cold, like a gust of cold wind blowing across her face. In my opinion, what your Ning family has done is a real slap in the face. She leaned against a big tree and said with a faint smile, "Now that I have Elder Ning's jade pendant in my hand, no one in the Ning family dares to disobey my orders." Ha ha ha. The fourth elder laughed crazily a few times. Yun Luofeng, you're dreaming too much. You want to deal with me with just that jade pendant? Unless Elder Ning returns personally, the clan head doesn't have the right to send me away. Really? Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows. She smiled evilly at the other elders of the Ning family and said, "Now, as Elder Ning, I order all of you to beat him to death." Yun Luofeng, I've said it before, you, the fourth elder wanted to continue mocking her, but at this moment, he suddenly realized that the great elder and the others were walking towards him. "What do you want?" His eyes showed a trace of terror and his body subconsciously moved back a few steps. "Fourth elder, we have no other choice. This girl is holding the old master's jade pendant, which is equivalent to representing the old master himself. We have no choice but to obey her orders. Otherwise, we would be disloyal to the old master." Chapter 464. The great elder shook his head helplessly. Although he said so, he was trying hard to suppress his laughter in his heart. All these years, fourth brother had been using the fact that his son was second only to Ning Xian among the younger generation of the Ning family, and that he might even become Ning Xian's fiancé. Thus, he began to act like a tyrant. Even if he was ranked fourth among the elders, his prestige was even greater than his, the boss. He had tolerated him for a long time. Now that there was such an opportunity, how could he let it go? The other elders also did the same. They had already had enough. If it wasn't for the fact that they were worried that fourth brother's son would become the future head of the Ning family, they wouldn't have tolerated him so much. After all, Ning Xian was the only daughter in the third generation of the Ning family. Whoever married her would be the future head of the Ning family. Yun Luofeng. The fourth elder roared angrily at Yun Luofeng. "How dare you use my Ning family's people to deal with me? Fight me one-on-one if you have the guts." Yun Luofeng curled the corners of her lips and leaned lazily against the tree. She had a smile on her face as if she was watching a good show. "I've said it before. What I love the most is to bully others. What can you do to me?" Everyone in the Long Yuan nation knew that Yun Luofeng, the eldest daughter of the general's mansion, was a hedonistic young master who loved to bully others. Now, she was merely displaying her hedonistic side, so why couldn't she? "Yun Luofeng, you actually don't dare to compete with me fairly, you trash." Under this intense anger, the fourth elder could no longer choose his words. He even blurted out the word, trash. This time, before Yun Luofeng could retort, Lin Ruobai's cute voice came from the side. "Tisk, tsk. You're really shameless. You still dare to say that you want to have a fair duel with my master? Why don't you take a look at how old you are? You've only reached the heavenly spirit realm with half your body in the grave, yet you dare to say that my master, who broke through to the earth spirit realm at the age of 15, is trash? What was so great about the Ning family that they dared to humiliate her master like this? One day, she would ask her father to avenge her master. No one had the right to speak ill of master. Little White, here. Master, what are your orders?" Lin Ruobai was startled when he heard Yun Luofeng's words. He respectfully waited for Yun Luofeng's instructions. Her eyes shone with boundless light, as resplendent as the stars. Could it be that master had been provoked by this old man and planned to personally teach him a lesson? This was simply fantastic. She believed that even if her master was only an earth spiritualist, he would still be able to defeat the fourth elder, who was a heavenly spiritualist. "I'm tired." Who knew that after Lin Ruobai waited for a long time, all he got was this indifferent reply from Yun Luofeng. Lin Ruobai's little face immediately fell. She pursed her lips and obediently ran into the hall. She brought a chair over and placed it behind Yun Luofeng. After Yun Luofeng sat down, Lin Ruobai arrogantly walked behind her and giggled, "Master, do you need disciple to massage your shoulders and legs?" "All right." Yun Luofeng sat lazily on a wooden chair. The corners of his lips curled into a smile as he stared at the fourth elder, who was surrounded and attacked by the crowd. "Fourth elder, I'm sorry. Who asked you to disobey the master's orders and commit such a grave mistake? This time, no one can protect you." The great elder had already walked in front of the fourth elder. He then gave a look to the elders beside him. In an instant, the aura of the elders spread out and surrounded the fourth elder. Chapter 465. Eldest brother, second brother, third brother, don't, bang. Elder Da's fist came crashing down and landed squarely on Elder Four's chest. He endured the pain in his chest and instantly leapt up from the ground, desperately trying to fight back. Unfortunately, he was outnumbered and after a few blows, he was beaten to the ground, unable to move. His eyes were filled with hatred as he glared angrily at Yun Luofeng. If looks could kill, Yun Luofeng would have been hacked into 1,000 pieces and died without a complete corpse. Yun Luofeng. Your heart is evil and you will never have a good death. His voice was like a curse, circling around everyone's hearts. However, in the face of his malicious words, Yun Luofeng only raised the corners of her lips and replied in a languid voice, "It seems that everyone who has lost to me will say this before they die. But, I won't let you die too early." At this moment, the young girl was leaning lazily against the back of her chair, her peerlessly beautiful face carrying her usual evil smile. She was like a high and mighty queen, arrogant and domineering. Her pitch-black eyes were filled with disdain for the world. Just one look from her made him feel as if needles were stabbing his back and his entire body trembled. Pfft! Elder Da spat out a mouthful of blood and his entire body collapsed. He tried to open his swollen eyes but no matter how hard he tried, his vision was still a blur. In this blurry vision, he could only see the young girl's fluttering white robes. Thud. Elder Four's body finally collapsed with a muffled thud. His robes were tattered beyond recognition and bright red blood slowly flowed from the corner of his mouth. Lock him up first. When Ning Xian wakes up, I'll ask second uncle to punish him. Now that Ning Xian has yet to awaken, second uncle probably has no other intentions but to accompany Ning Xian. The person that Elder Four had injured was second uncle. Second uncle must personally deal with this matter. Master, please have some tea. Lin Ruobai poured a cup of tea out of nowhere and presented it to Yun Luofeng as if she was offering a gift. Her adorable little face lit up with a brilliant smile. Where did you get this tea from? Yun Luofeng picked up the cup of tea and took a sip. After tasting the tea, she couldn't help but frown. Lin Ruobai blinked. I found it in one of the compartments, but I have to say that these tea leaves were really well hidden. They were actually hidden in the wall compartment. If it wasn't for my keen sense of smell, I wouldn't have been able to find these tea leaves. After this little girl had massaged Yun Luofeng's legs for a while, she had noticed that her master hadn't drunk water for a long time and was probably thirsty. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, she had turned the Ning family's house upside down. Then, she accidentally discovered the lattice on the wall. The tea leaves were hidden so tightly that they must be of the highest quality. Thus, she hurriedly took the tea leaves and offered them to her master. In Little White's eyes, all good things should be given to her master. The Ning family actually dared to hide something. Where did you say you found the tea leaves? The middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed, and there was a hint of panic in his eyes. Master, is there something wrong with his ears? I already said that I found it in the lattice in the wall of the study, and he actually asked me where the tea leaves came from. Lin Ruobai pursed his lips and said. Thump. The middle-aged man staggered and almost fell to the ground. It's over. His private stash had been found by this little girl just like that. One must know that he and his father both loved tea. No matter what quality tea he had obtained, it had all been taken away by that old man. So this time, he had chosen to hide the tea leaves. Chapter 466. But he never thought that it would still be dug out. The middle-aged man felt the urge to cry. If this little girl was not Yun Luofeng's disciple, he would have rushed forward and strangled her to death. The quality of this tea is not good enough. Yun Luofeng handed the teacup to Lin Ruobai. Take it away. The middle-aged man's lips twitched violently. This woman dared to say that the quality of his precious private collection was not good enough? Does she even know how to taste tea? Yes, master. Lin Ruobai stuck out her tongue cutely. This is the best tea I've found in the Ning family. The others are even worse. It looks like the Ning family is really poor to only have tea of this quality. I'll give Elder Ning some good tea some other day. Yun Luofeng said carelessly. On this mainland, Elder Ning was one of the few people who treated her sincerely. Hence, she would not be stingy with this old man. So, the next time she sees Elder Ning, she will give him some spiritual tea. The middle-aged man snorted disdainfully at Yun Luofeng's words. He did not think that Yun Luofeng would be able to produce better tea than him. Not to mention satisfying that picky father of hers. However, for the sake of his pride, her father would certainly accept her tea. Great Elder, the middle-aged man turned to look at Great Elder and said, "Take fourth Elder away and wait for my father's return to deal with him." Yun Luofeng curled the corners of her lips. She had said that she would continue to punish fourth Elder when Ning Xian wakes up. But in the middle-aged man's mouth, it had become Elder Ning's return. Unfortunately, whether Elder Ning returned or not would not be able to decide her thoughts. Fourth Elder must die. Yes, master. Great Elder joined his fists and waved his hand, ordering coldly, "Guards, lock him up and watch him closely. Do not allow him to escape." "Yes, your majesty." In the great hall, the middle-aged man was in the middle of a discussion with Great Elder when an angry voice sounded from outside the door. "Get out of the way, all of you, get out of the way. I want to see the master. What has my father done wrong for the Ning family to treat him like this?" "It's Ning Yuan." Great Elder heard the familiar voice from outside the door and frowned as he spoke in a low voice. "Let him in." The middle-aged man sighed and said helplessly. Not long after, a handsome young man quickly walked into the lobby. His words were filled with questions as he stared at the two people in front of him. "Patriarch, you must give me an explanation. You took advantage of the fact that the old patriarch was not home to treat my father like this. My father has been loyal to the Ning family for so many years in vain." Family head Ning frowned slightly. "Ning Yuan, this is your father's fault. I can't do anything about it. I asked him to bring Ning Xian back, but he hurt her. Now that they are here, what can I do? Patriarch, this is the Ning family. Who dares to disobey your orders?" Ning Yuan trembled with anger and gnashed his teeth. "Ning Yuan," Master Ning's expression was a little displeased. "That girl is Xian's savior. Furthermore, she has the old master's jade pendant in her hands. She has absolute authority in the Ning family." Regarding Ning Yuan, family head Ning had admired him before this. Even though Ning Yuan was arrogant and despotic, his talent was outstanding and his feelings for Ning Xian were sincere. Most importantly, he had never been a womanizer in all these years. At most, he had gotten into a fight with someone. Chapter 467. He believed that if Ning Xian followed him, he would never let her suffer any grievances. However, it wasn't until he saw Yun Luofeng that he realized what a true genius was. It was a pity that the Yun family was too weak. Otherwise, he would really want to marry Ning Xian to Yun Qingya. It was precisely because the Yun family did not have absolute power that he gave up on this idea. Her daughter must have a strong backing. Ning Yuan's father was an elder of the Ning family and was also a heavenly spirit realm expert. Therefore, Ning Yuan had the qualifications to marry Ning Xian. But that was only in the past. Now that Ning Yuan's father had done such a thing, the old man would definitely not allow Ning Xian to marry him again. Therefore, he could only choose a good son-in-law for Ning Xian. "Patriarch, what is that Yun family? How could they have the old patriarch's jade pendant? She must have used some method to steal it from the old man's hands. As for that Yun Qingya, she has ill intentions towards Ning Xian. I beg the patriarch to expel these people from the Ning family." "Steal?" The Ning family head's face darkened. "Ning Yuan, what do you think the old man is? Even though that girl Yun Luofeng is a genius, she doesn't have the ability to steal from the old man's hands. If he really let her have her way, wouldn't the old man lose all his face? Alright, you don't need to say anything more. Leave immediately, or else I will deal with you and your father together. Ning Yuan's body trembled. He glared fiercely at the Ning family head, turned around, and walked out. The moment he turned around, a stream of tears flowed down from his eyes. He couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. Ning Xian, now, whenever he thought of this name, his heart would ache. It was so painful that he couldn't extricate himself. He really didn't understand why he had done so much for Ning Xian and protected her for so many years, but she had never put him in her eyes. Instead, his heart had been hooked by that bastard Yun Qingya. No. He would never let anyone take Ning Xian away. Never. Ning Yuan's eyes gradually became firm. In order to get Ning Xian, he could do anything. Bang! Ning Yuan, who was thinking about something, did not see the cute figure in front of him at all. The two of them collided and he took 2 steps back. Who is so blind that he dares to bump into me? Ning Yuan was furious. His eyes were filled with a cold light as he looked at the person in front of him. It was a cute young girl with fair and tender skin that exuded a luster. One couldn't help but want to go up and give her a kiss. Her eyes were like stars, pure and bright. A glint of surprise flashed across Ning Yuan's eyes. It was rare to see such an adorable young girl. Unfortunately, he already had Ning Xian in his heart. Other than Ning Xian, he would not want any other woman. Who are you? Lin Ruobai rubbed his aching forehead, a hint of anger clearly visible on his face. Humph. I should be the one asking you that. Who let this yellow-haired little girl into my Ning family? Hurry up and throw her out. If it was in the past, Ning Yuan wouldn't bother with a woman. But today, he was in a bad mood and didn't like anyone, but this stupid woman just had to bump into him. Wasn't she looking for death? Bang! Lin Ruobai kicked Ning Yuan's crotch. Immediately, a shrill voice spread throughout the entire Ning family's courtyard. As Ning Yuan wasn't at the Ning family's residence and had just rushed back, he didn't know Lin Ruobai, nor did he know that this little girl was in cahoots with Yun Luofeng. Damned girl, you actually dared to kick me. Ning Yuan's face twisted as he said sinisterly, if I die without descendants, I will definitely cripple you. Chapter 468. Ever since he was young, no one had dared to treat him like this. He would remember this debt. I'm going to kick you. Lin Ruobai placed her hands on her hips and raised her head high. Also, remember, I didn't sneak in. I fought my way in with my master. Master? Ning Yuan was startled. Your master is, Lin Ruobai snorted. My master is Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng, these 3 words were like a heavy blow to Ning Yuan's heart, causing his face to contort even further. He roared furiously, so you're Yun Luofeng's disciple. I'm going to kill you and avenge my father's death. After saying this, Ning Yuan's body was like a bolt of lightning as he quickly pounced towards Lin Ruobai. Lin Ruobai was obviously startled and hurriedly dodged to the side. Was this fellow crazy? He actually wanted to fight with his life? And he just said that he wanted to avenge his father? Suddenly, Lin Ruobai reacted and his little face turned cold. You're the son of the Ning family's 4th elder. Great, I was just looking for you, and you've delivered yourself to my doorstep. Milk Tea, bite him. Squeak squeak. Milk Tea came out of nowhere and bit Ning Yuan's shoulder. Its teeth were still sharp and pierced deeply into his skin. Ah! Ning Yuan screamed and grabbed the little hamster on his shoulder. He wanted to crush the little hamster into a meat patty. However, the moment he swung his hand down, he clearly saw the little hamster's disdain. Damn it! Even a gold-seeking mouse dared to look down on him now. Since that was the case, he would let this gold-seeking mouse see his strength. Bang! Ning Yuan's palm slammed down and his shoulder instantly turned ashen. When he removed his palm, he suddenly realized that the little hamster had disappeared. Squeak squeak. A cry suddenly came from the front as if it was mocking him. Ning Yuan's expression became even more furious as he turned his gaze forward hatefully. At that moment, Milk Tea was lying comfortably on a fallen leaf on the ground. Her little paw pointed towards Ning Yuan and she called out to Lin Ruobai who was beside her. Understood. Lin Ruobai understood what Milk Tea was trying to say. He immediately shouted and kicked Ning Yuan. Brat, I'll let you have a taste of my little white flying kick. Ning Yuan was stunned and quickly retreated. However, Little White's speed was too fast. Before Ning Yuan could escape, her foot fiercely kicked the youth's face. With a thump, Ning Yuan's body was sent flying. The footprint on his face was so clear that it confirmed the painful scene the young man had just suffered. Who asked you to snatch my master's second uncle's woman? Lin Ruobai's body flew up and landed on Ning Yuan's body. He arrogantly raised his little head. Let's see if you still dare to dream about master's aunt in the future. Pressed by her, Ning Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood, clenched his teeth tightly, and forced out a few words. You are so fucking heavy. It would have been fine if Ning Yuan hadn't said this, but the moment he said this, Lin Ruobai was completely enraged. She punched Ning Yuan's face fiercely with her pink fist, and her cute little face looked hideous. How dare you insult me? I'm only 40 kilograms. When she said the last sentence, Lin Ruobai felt a little guilty. In order to cover up her guilty conscience, she punched Ning Yuan again. Chapter 469. Ning Yuan grabbed the soil under his body tightly. Even his nails were covered in mud. At this moment, he only felt that his body was about to be flattened, and his red and swollen cheeks were hurting. Damned girl, stop it right now. He shouted angrily. I am a member of the Ning family and my grandfather is an elder of the Ning family. The Ning family will not let you off for treating me like this. TSK, even your grandfather was defeated by my master. Who do you think you are? Lin Ruobai's face blossomed into a bright smile. Her smile was like that of a demon, causing Ning Yuan's heart to tremble. Damned girl, just you wait. One day, I will hang you and your master up and beat you up. Ning Yuan's face was already beyond recognition from Lin Ruobai's slap. His body trembled non-stop and even his speech became unclear. Kid, don't you think you are very powerful? You can't even beat me, how powerful can you be? Let me tell you, my master is much more powerful than me. Do you think you are worthy of beating my master up? Dong! Lin Ruobai's small fist once again greeted Ning Yuan's face. After this punch landed, Ning Yuan became dizzy and saw stars. Then, a small hand grabbed his clothes tightly and lifted him up from the ground. Come with me to see my master. In the room. Yun Luofeng sat upright on the bed with her eyes closed. After a long time, she opened her eyes and let out a breath of impure air. Back then, when I saved Whitey, the spiritual force I absorbed increased my strength to the peak of intermediate Earth Spiritualist, and I was only a step away from advanced Earth Spiritualist. I didn't think that I would come into contact with the opportunity to break through after coming to the Ning clan. I've finally advanced. Master, you can take the holy water now. With it, you will be able to advance to a celestial spirit immediately. Little Mo's childish voice came from within her soul. The holy water she was talking about was the one she had extorted from Xiao Bai's father in the spirit region. Not only could the holy water help an earth spirit breakthrough, but the quality of one's body would also be strengthened after taking it. The reason why Yun Luofeng did not consume the holy water before was because he was waiting for her to break through to the high-level earth spirit. With the help of the holy water, he became a celestial spirit warrior in one go. All right. Yun Luofeng nodded slightly. Just as he was about to take out the holy water, the door was kicked open with a bang. In an instant, Lin Ruobai entered the room with a youth in tow and threw him in front of Yun Luofeng. "Master, this fellow is the fourth elder's son." Lin Ruobai walked towards Yun Luofeng as if he was asking for credit. His arrogant eyes glanced at the badly battered youth on the ground, and he snorted coldly. "However, this brat's luck is bad. He actually ran into me. Let's see if he still dares to be so arrogant in the future." Lin Ruobai's little face was a little angry at the thought of what the young man had just said. When she walked past Ning Yuan, she didn't forget to kick him twice. Ahem. Ning Yuan coughed dryly and raised his head to stare angrily at Yun Luofeng. "If it wasn't for Yun Qingya's appearance, Ning Xian would have already married me. It was your Yun family who stole my wife. I will definitely be irreconcilable with you." Hearing the youth's words, Yun Luofeng stood up from the bed and looked down at him with his pitch-black eyes. Chapter 470. Are you sure? Without my second uncle's appearance, Ning Xian would have chosen to marry you? The young girl's words were like a wooden thorn that ruthlessly pierced into his heart. In an instant, a large hole appeared in his heart. Blood flowed out, and he was in so much pain that he could not extricate himself. She was right. Even if Yun Qingya did not appear, Ning Xian would not like him. Otherwise, why would they be snatched away by a Yun Qingya who had just appeared after so many years of being childhood sweethearts? However, even if Ning Yuan knew this, he still did not want this wound to be torn open by someone in such a manner. Ha ha. He sneered, and the corners of his lips curled up into a mocking smile. So what if Xianer doesn't like me? As long as the patriarch gives the order, she must marry even if she doesn't want to. Do you think the patriarch will choose to marry your Yun family? No. You're wrong. Even if you save Xianer's life, the patriarch will not marry her to you. The difference between the patriarch and the old patriarch was that the old patriarch paid too much attention to personal relationships, while the patriarch focused on the overall situation. If the Ning family had other children, perhaps he wouldn't care who Ning Xian chose as her husband. However, the Ning family only had this one sole child. For the sake of the entire Ning family, he would never allow Ning Xian to marry Yun Qingya. The Yun family was simply too weak. They didn't even have a heavenly spirit realm cultivator. Not to mention a marriage alliance with the Ning family, they didn't even have the qualifications to gain a foothold on the continent. Yun Luofeng, you can't blame our Ning family for this. It's just that your strength is too weak. Ha ha ha. Ning Yuan burst into laughter at the sight of the young girl narrowing her eyes. I admit that you're very talented. Unfortunately, you're not at the level of a celestial spirit practitioner. There are too many powerful cultivators on this mainland. If you're not at the level of a celestial spirit practitioner, any organization can kill you. Your Yun family doesn't even have a heavenly spirit realm cultivator. Do you think the patriarch will hand Ning Xian over to you? Ning Yuan's face gradually turned sinister, his voice filled with hatred. Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes and swept them over Ning Yuan. As long as Ning Xian is willing to leave with me, no one can stop her. In other words, if Ning Xian was willing to leave with her, then she would definitely take her away. No one would be able to stop her. Arrogant. Ning Yuan scoffed coldly, and a mocking look appeared in his eyes. Yun Luofeng, I know that the old master is protecting you, but he also has someone he admires. The person he worships is godly Dr. Tianya. Speaking of this name, the sarcasm in Ning Yuan's eyes gradually dissipated and was replaced by reverence. Then, under Yun Luofeng's half-smiling gaze, he continued, this time, when I was traveling, I met a young man. He is from the Tian clan, and his name is Tian Lin. We hit it off the moment we met and became sworn brothers. I even told him about Ning Xian and I. He admires Ning Xian. This time, we heard that Ning Xian was injured, so I rushed back to the Ning family first. However, he will be here soon. He even promised me that he would let Dr. Tianya treat Ning Xian. If I managed to invite the divine Dr. Tianya over, the Ning clan would look up to me even more. Furthermore, if I managed to cure Ning Xian's illness, Ning Xian might even fall in love with me. I never thought that you damned girl, would beat me to it. Ning Yuan said hatefully, but that doesn't matter. Wait for my brother to arrive, he will definitely help me and Ning Xian. Moreover, the old master admires Dr. Tianya so much. If the godly doctor is willing to speak up for me, do you think that the old master will still protect you? Chapter 471. Yun Luofeng glanced at Ning Yuan and his lips curled into a smile. The Tian family? It seems that no matter where I go, I will meet people from the Tian family. Milk Tea, look after him. Don't let him escape before Ning Xian wakes up. Squeak squeak. Milk Tea nodded with all her might. Milk Tea would always complete the task given to her by her master meticulously. Xiao Bai, come with me. I want to meet the Ning family head and discuss Ning Xian's matter. Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes slightly. At this time, Ning Xian was about to wake up. It was time for her to settle the matter with the Ning family. Patriarch, Patriarch. In the study filled with the fragrance of books, Patriarch Ning was flipping through the books in his hands. Suddenly, a hurried voice came from outside the door. Without waiting for him to respond, the person broke through the door and entered. What happened? Why are you so flustered? Did something happen to the family again? Patriarch Ning frowned and asked sternly. Patriarch, it's like this. People from the Tian family have come to visit and say that they want to see you. The servant wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and reported with a trembling voice. Tian family? You mean the Tian family where Tianya is? Patriarch Ning was stunned for a moment, and a hint of joy flashed through his eyes. Did they say why they are here? The servant carefully glanced at Patriarch Ning. It's young master Tian Lin from the Tian family. He has come to propose marriage. Propose marriage? Patriarch Ning was stunned for a moment and frowned. The object of the proposal is Miss Ning Xian. What? As the servant's words fell, Patriarch Ning was completely shocked. He really could not think of a time when Ning Xian had a conflict with the Tian family. If it was in the past, Patriarch Ning would probably accept it happily. But now, because Yun Luofeng was here, he had no choice but to think. To be honest, Patriarch Ning had never thought of marrying Ning Xian to Yun Qingya. However, Ning Xian's illness was cured by Yun Luofeng after all. If he married Ning Xian at this time, he was afraid that he would never be able to face Yun Luofeng again. This is not going to be easy. Patriarch Ning rubbed his temples with a headache. If Yun Luofeng wasn't here, it would be fine, but she is still in the Ning family. I don't know how to ask. Patriarch. The servant timidly looked towards Patriarch Ning. This subordinate doesn't know if he should say something. Feel free to speak your mind. It's like this. Patriarch, you don't need to feel embarrassed about marrying off the young miss, and you don't need to feel ashamed in front of the Yun family. In this matter, the Ning family has never done anything wrong. Even if Yun Luofeng cured the young miss, so what? Without the Yun family, first miss would not have been injured. This servant's words made Master Ning feel a little better. He nodded in agreement. Not bad, your analysis is very good. What is your name? Go to the butler later to receive your reward. Thank you, Patriarch. The servant was overjoyed and hurriedly knelt down to express his gratitude. His expression became even more respectful. Let's go. I will go and meet the Tian family. The corner of Ning family head's lips curled up into a smile. He was right. Ning Xian was injured in order to save Yun Qingya. Shouldn't it be natural for Yun Luofeng to save her now? There was no need for him to feel any guilt towards the Yun family. Who told the Yun family to not even have a heavenly spirit realm cultivator? At this time, in the hall, a few guards were carrying the betrothal box and standing respectfully. On the seats beside them, there were two young men and women quietly sipping tea. Chapter 472. If Yun Luofeng was here, he would recognize the woman sitting next to him. She was Tian Ku, the woman who had gone to the Long Yuan country's royal family in an attempt to take Mu Wushuang away. The man beside her was no longer the calm and steady Tian Yu, but someone else. But this person's eyebrows were somewhat similar to hers. At this moment, they saw a middle-aged man walking in from outside the hall. He slowly stood up from his chair. Master Ning. Tian Ku's lips curled into a smile. This time, I'm here for my brother, Tian Lin. I heard that the eldest young lady of the Ning family, Ning Xian, is extremely talented, beautiful and dignified. She has a gentle temperament, making it difficult for the other ladies. So, ever since my brother heard of Ning Xian's reputation, he has set his heart on her. This time, I'm here to form a marriage alliance with the Ning family. From now on, our Tian and Ning family will be one family. Ha! Master Ning laughed heartily and turned his kind eyes to Tian Lin. I've also heard of young Master Tian Lin, the second strongest in the younger generation of the Tian family. It's Xian heir's honor to have found such a husband. I approve of this marriage. I don't agree. Just as Master Ning finished speaking, an angry voice came from outside the door. After hearing this voice, Master Ning's expression changed and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. His eyes turned to the door. Suddenly, a young girl holding the door frame appeared in front of him. At the same time, Tian Lin's gaze fell on the young girl standing at the door. His eyes were filled with infatuation. Even though the young girl's face was pale, it couldn't hide her beautiful face. Even when she frowned, it was like a finger was tugging at the string in his heart. Ever since Ning Yuan had first mentioned Ning Xian, he couldn't help but fall in love with her. In order to show off, Ning Yuan had even taken out Ning Xian's portrait. From then on, his heart had been tied to this young girl. So, when he heard that Ning Yuan was going back to the Ning family, he let him go first while he returned to the Tian family to prepare the betrothal gifts, Xian heir. Master Ning strode forward and hurriedly supported the young girl. His eyes were filled with joy. You're awake? That's great, you're finally all right. You've scared me to death. Let me go. Ning Xian pushed the man in front of her away from her. Her clear eyes were filled with disappointment. Father, does grandfather know that you're treating me like this? Originally, when she woke up, she found that there was no one beside her. Then, she called for a servant girl and found out that Yun Luofeng had saved her life. Yun Qingya had accompanied her for many days without rest. However, Yun Qingya had just gone out to pee, so she woke up and did not see the man. However, just as she was about to wait for Yun Qingya to return, she heard the discussion of a maid outside the door, claiming that someone from the Tian family had come to escort the bride. Because of this, she had hurriedly come alone to reject this marriage. Xian heir, I'm doing this for your own good. Clan head Ning frowned. The Tian family has Tianya. If you were to marry someone from the Tian family, it would be the same as having blood relations with Tianya. If your grandfather were to know about this, he wouldn't stop this marriage. What do you mean for my own good? You're doing this for the Ning family. Ning Xian clenched her fists tightly. Her pale face was filled with stubbornness. If it was grandfather, she would let me choose my own happiness. She would never force me to marry someone I don't love. If it weren't for your indecisiveness back then, how could mother have been killed? Chapter 473. Slap. A crisp sound rang out in the hall. The entire hall fell into an eerie silence because of the sound of the slap. It was so quiet that a suffocating atmosphere filled the hall. Xian, Master Ning looked at his hand and then at the blushing Ning Xian. His eyes were filled with vexation and heartache. Father, just now, am I wrong? The corners of Ning Xian's lips curl up into a mocking smile. her disheveled hair falls to the side of her face, covering the bright red handprint. It was because of your indecisiveness that caused Mother to be killed by another woman. So what if you disband your own family in the end? My mother's life can no longer be saved. You keep saying that you're doing this for my own good, but unfortunately, you've never understood what I really want. Could it be that after so many years, you still haven't come to your senses? Patriarch Ning opened his mouth and wanted to explain, but his throat seemed to be squeezed by a hand, and he couldn't make a sound. Then, he clutched his head tightly and said in agony, "That's right, I was indeed too indecisive that year and caused your mother's death. But I've been sad for so many years. Isn't that enough? All these years, I haven't married because of you and your mother. I've done so much and you're still not willing to forgive me for what I've done." He felt a heart-wrenching pain at the thought of what had happened all those years ago. But no matter how heartbroken he was, the woman he loved could never return to his side. "You've always been thinking about the family, but you've never thought about my mother and me. What we want has never been absolute power or supreme status. I just want to live like an ordinary person." Ning Xian closed her eyes in disappointment and smiled bitterly. "Unfortunately, you only know how to do things that I can't tolerate in the name of doing what's best for me. All these years, grandfather and I have been running all over the place because we didn't want to see you. Even living in seclusion in the mountains is better than facing people like you." When she said the last sentence, she suddenly opened her eyes. Her bright eyes were filled with determination, causing family head Ning's heart to suddenly tremble. "That's right. I'm indeed thinking for the sake of the clan. Is that wrong?" Clan head Ning smiled bitterly. "Who asked me to be the clan head? I will fight for the Ning family. Plus, your grandfather has always worshipped godly Dr. Tianya. If he knew that you wanted to marry into the Tian family, he wouldn't reject." Ning Xian sneered and shot a cold glare at Tian Lin, who was staring at her in a daze. "I told you, I won't marry anyone else. Even if I die, I will never let the Tian family get my corpse." "You." Master Ning pointed a finger at Ning Xian angrily. "Xian, you're really too immature. Let me tell you, today you must marry someone from the Tian family. As the head of the Ning family, even if he was reluctant to part with his daughter, he had to fight for more benefits for the family. This was the sorrow of being a family head. Just like how he had caused the death of his beloved woman, Ning Xian's lips curled into a smile and her eyes filled with disdain. She took one last look at Master Ning before she turned around and walked towards the door. At this moment, her heart was filled with disappointment. "Don't go." Seeing that Ning Xian was about to leave, Tian Lin's expression changed and he hurriedly said, "Hurry and stop her." Chapter 474. "Yes, young master." The members of the Tian clan answered one after another and quickly rushed towards Ning Xian, wanting to stop her from leaving. "Scram!" Ning Xian shouted loudly. Suddenly, a burst of spiritual energy erupted from her body, forcing the guards who had extended their hands towards her to take a few steps back. Ning Xian. Seeing Ning Xian attack the members of the Tian clan, the Ning family head turned pale with fright. Just as he was about to reprimand her, he saw the young girl's body fall towards the ground. Xian heir. Master Ning no longer cared about reprimanding Ning Xian and hurriedly stepped forward to pull Ning Xian back. However, just as he was about to step forward, a hand reached out to catch the young girl's body and pulled her into a tight embrace. The man's black hair fluttered in the wind, and his crescent robe fluttered slightly. His handsome face was cold as he stared coldly at the Ning family head in front of him. "Big brother Yun." Ning Xian was startled. Her eyes quietly stared at the elegant man beside her, and her voice unconsciously choked with sobs. Facing her father's aggressiveness, she did not feel wronged, but now that she saw Yun Qingya, all of her grievances surged into her heart. She could not help but tightly grab onto the corner of his clothes. Yun Qingya's gaze fell on the young girl's flushed cheeks. His slender fingers gently brushed past her hair as he said in a slightly helpless tone, "Why didn't you wait for me and ran out of the room by yourself?" Although his words were filled with reproach, it still could not hide the doting tone of the man's words. Suddenly, Ning Xian could no longer hold back her tears, and they flowed down her cheeks. "I'm sorry, Big Brother Yun, you have nothing to do with me. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid the one who would be heavily injured in bed would be me." Yun Qingya smiled faintly. His smile was like a blooming green lotus, making people feel happy. Bang! After Tian Ke looked at the person who came with Yun Qingya, she suddenly stood up. Even the chair behind her was accidentally overturned by her. Her eyes were filled with anger. "It's you." Tian Ke gritted her teeth hatefully. "Yun Luofeng, it really is a narrow road for enemies. I didn't expect to meet you here. Previously, you were pregnant with my good deed, yet you still dared to deliver it to me." Hearing Tian Ke's words, clan head Ning was a little surprised. Could it be that Yun Luofeng had some grudges with the Tian family? In that case, it would be even more difficult to deal with. Yun Luofeng glanced at Tian Ke evilly. "I was the one who came to the Ning family first. According to what you said, you were the one who delivered yourself to my doorstep to be beaten up by me." Yun Luofeng. "Last time, if it wasn't for the fact that Tianyu had an urgent matter to attend to and had to leave, do you think you could have escaped from us?" In reality, the last time, Tianyu had pulled Tian Ke away in a hurry because she had felt threatened by Yun Shao. However, under such circumstances, Tian Ke would never say such a thing. Hence, she came up with such an excuse. "Since I can make you flee once, there will be a second time. Ning Xian is my future second aunt. I want to see who can take her away." As she spoke, the girl's domineering aura was fully displayed, and her eyes were filled with arrogance. Ning Xian's originally nervous heart miraculously calmed down when she saw Yun Luofeng and Yun Qingya appear. Of these two people, one was her most trusted friend, and the other was the man she liked. She believed that as long as they were here, no matter what kind of difficulty it was, it would be easily solved. "Miss Yun," clan head Ning frowned. A hint of worry could be seen in his eyes. The Tian family has Tianya behind them. It's better if you don't get into a dispute with them. Apologize, and I will plead for you to let the Tian family let you off. Chapter 475. Even though Patriarch Ning would not let Ning Xian marry Yun Qingya, Yun Luofeng had saved Ning Xian's life. He did not want anything to happen to the Yun family. The Tian family was different from the medical city. Tianya was too powerful. If she offended that old man, no one could protect her. Why should my master apologize? Xiao Bai, who had just arrived, heard Patriarch Ning's words. She angrily put her hands on her hips and her cute little face flushed red. "You ignorant people, even if Tianya comes, you have to call my master master. You actually dare to ask my master to apologize?" Pfft! Tian Ke could not hold it in and laughed out loud. Her eyes were full of mockery. "Little girl, didn't your parents tell you that if you boast, your tongue will be cut off? If you said that Yun Luofeng acknowledged Tianya as his master, I might have believed it. But you dare to say that Tianya also has to call her master? Do you think we're stupid? Would we believe such nonsense?" Hearing this, the crowd began to ridicule Lin Ruobai, their eyes filled with disdain as they looked at him. Yun Luofeng also looked at Lin Ruobai in surprise. A hint of contemplation appeared in his dark eyes. Xiao Bai was not someone who would boast. Since she said such words, there must be a reason. But she did not know Tianya, so how could she take him in as a disciple? Speaking of taking in a disciple, there was once an old man who claimed that he wanted to take her as his master. Could it be, I'm telling the truth? Right now, Tianya is on his way. He will reach the Ning family soon. Lin Ruobai stomped her foot and said angrily. Her master was afraid that it would be too late to call for reinforcements, and she was worried that her master would be bullied by the Ning family, so she secretly sent a message to Tianya. Now that so much time had passed, with Tianya's speed, he should be able to reach the Ning family soon. Little brat, in order to study medicine, Tianya had long found a secluded place to hide, not allowing anyone to disturb him. Even my Tian family doesn't know his exact location, yet you're able to find him? Tian Ku sneered, such a lie, do you think we'll believe it? Lin Ruabai curled her lips, you can't find Tianya because he doesn't want you to find him. It doesn't mean that I can't find him either. Her words made Tian Ku's expression change greatly, and her eyes burned with anger. Little girl, if you continue to spout nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart. Tianya is a member of our Tian family. How could he not wish for us to find him? Let me tell you, just 2 months ago, Tianya returned to the Tian family. 2 months ago? Lin Ruabai laughed lightly. I'm sorry, 2 months ago, Tianya was a guest at my house. You actually said that he went back to the Tian family? Seeing that her lie was seen through, Tian Ku flew into a rage out of humiliation. Of course, she would never admit that Tianya had been to this lass's house. She would only think that this little girl was deliberately going against her. Damned girl, you're too presumptuous. I'll never forgive you. Tian Ku's body stirred up a fierce gust of wind, and her body instantly rushed towards Lin Ruabai, her eyes filled with thick killing intent. Looking at this scene, family head Ning helplessly shook his head. If Yun Luofeng obediently apologized, he might be able to plead for leniency. Unfortunately, this pair of master and disciple were too arrogant, and he could not do anything. After all, if Tianya fancied Yun Luofeng's talent and wanted to take her as his disciple, it would be somewhat believable. But to say that divine Dr. Tianya wanted to take a little girl in her teens as his master, was that possible? Chapter 476. Thump. Just as Tian Ku was about to reach Lin Ruabai, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and pulled Lin Ruabai's body into an embrace. A slender, jade-like palm then landed on Tian Ku's chest. With just one move, Tian Ku's body was thrown out of the way and slammed fiercely onto the table. The table broke into 2 pieces and fell to the ground. The entire hall fell silent. Everyone's eyes stared unblinkingly at the peerlessly beautiful young girl in snow-white robes, dumbstruck. The young girl furrowed her brows and lowered her head to look at the little girl in her arms. She then asked, "Are you hurt?" Lin Ruabai stared at the domineering and peerlessly beautiful figure in front of her. Her heart unconsciously calmed down and her eyes became a little dazed. If her master was a man, no one in the world would not be moved by her. Unfortunately, she's a woman. However, Lin Ruabai made a decision in her heart. If she were to find a man in the future, she would use her master as her standard. This kind of domineering and gentle person, who could resist her charm? I'm fine. Lin Ruabai returned to her senses and shook her head. Her adorable little face lit up with a brilliant smile. Besides, I know that with you here, master, no one can hurt me. Wait for me at the side, I'll take care of things here. After Yun Luofeng had spoken, his jet-black eyes turned towards Tian Ku, who was crawling up from the ground. Yun Luofeng. Tian Ku gritted her teeth hatefully and spat out a mouthful of blood. She glared angrily at the young girl's peerlessly beautiful face. Ever since she had left Long Yuan country, she had returned to the Tian family and had been cultivating tirelessly. Now, she had broken through to the mid-stage of the earth martial artist. Initially, she had thought that based on her power, she would be able to crush Yun Luofeng. However, who would have thought that this young girl would only need to use one palm to push her back? Wouldn't this make her lose all her dignity? How could she tolerate such humiliation? Go to hell for me. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a powerful energy surged from her body. This energy continued to rise until it reached the peak of the mid-stage of the earth martial artist. Then, it broke through to the high level of the earth martial artist. Sister. Tian Lin's expression changed when he saw Tian Ku's actions. You used the Tian family's secret skill to increase your strength? Once the effect of the secret skill wears off, your rank will drop to a low-level earth spirit. This is the side effect of the Tian family's secret technique. If one used the secret skill, although one could instantly break through a level, after a period of time, not only would the user return to their original position, but they would also drop a level. Therefore, under normal circumstances, no one would use secret skills. Yun Luofeng, I didn't think that a general's granddaughter like you would be able to reach the earth spirit realm without any conditions. The threat you pose to me is too great. Today, I must kill you here. Even though both of them were high-level earth spiritualists, Tian Ku was very confident. There was no other reason. After using this secret skill, not only would he instantly break through a level, it would also allow one's physical fitness to reach the peak. Unless Yun Luofeng was a heavenly spirit cultivator, she was definitely not his opponent. One needs to note that the Tian family's secret technique doesn't increase the user's strength for a short period of time. It was a real breakthrough. A short-term increase in strength was illusory. There was no actual breakthrough to become stronger. However, the similarity between the two was that there would be a limit. After reaching a certain point in time, the user would return to their original position, accompanied by a strong side effect. Chapter 477. Boom! Tian Ku's body was like a tornado, sweeping towards Yun Luofeng with all her might. A sinister smile appeared on her face, and her eyes revealed a cold killing intent. Under the strong wind, the young girl's white clothes and black hair fluttered in the wind. Her eyes quietly stared at the incoming Tian Ku, and no emotion could be seen on her beautiful face. Fenger, be careful. Yun Qingya turned pale with fright. She hurriedly let go of Ning Xian in her arms and flew towards Yun Luofeng. His cold eyes contained a hint of anxiety, and he was just about to rush in front of Yun Luofeng to block this attack for her. But at this moment, the young girl's hand reached out from the side and pushed Yun Qingya away. She looked at the furious Tian Ku with a calm expression. The corners of her lips curled up slightly, forming a demonic smile. Her voice seemed to come from hell, causing one's heart to tremble. When did I say that I was a high-level earth spirit warrior? What? Tian Ku was stunned for a moment. Before she could understand the meaning of Yun Luofeng's words, the young girl's hand had already slapped her face from the air. Bang! This slap used all of her strength. The stunned Tian Ku was sent flying by this slap. Her body slammed into the wall, and blood continuously flowed out of her mouth. No! Impossible, how can you be a heavenly spirit warrior? This is impossible. She bit her lips tightly, her delicate body trembling uncontrollably. Her eyes clearly contained a hint of fear. Heavenly spirit warrior? Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Even the way they looked at Yun Luofeng changed. Xianer, your friend is a heavenly spirit warrior? The Ning family head turned to his heart in a daze and asked with a dry throat. To be honest, to the Ning family, the heavenly spirit realm was nothing. After all, the elders of the Ning family had already reached the heavenly spirit realm. And the family head was even above the heavenly spirit realm. However, how old was Yun Luofeng? A 15-year-old girl had already become a heavenly spirit realm? Who would believe it? Ning Xian nodded in a daze. Even she did not expect that Yun Luofeng had already reached the heavenly spirit realm. She remembered that half a year ago, she was still an ordinary girl who was bullied by the royal family. Now, less than a year had passed and she had become so powerful. As long as a faction had a heavenly spirit practitioner, they would be able to gain a firm foothold in the continent. Even his father would have to acknowledge the Yun family from then on. However, it was too late for him to admit it. His heart had been broken. How could he face her in peace? A bitter smile appeared on Ning Xian's face as she thought of this. Little Fenger. Yun Qingya gradually recovered from her shock and asked helplessly, when did you become a heavenly spirit realm cultivator without making a sound? Yun Luofeng shrugged his shoulders and said with a faint smile, on the way to the Ning family hall. She was here because of Ning Xian. If she did not have absolute power, why would the Ning family let Ning Xian go? Therefore, when she headed to the hall, she found a secluded place and drank the holy water. With the holy water, she successfully broke through to become a celestial spirit warrior. This was also the reason why she was late. Cough cough. Tian Ku coughed dryly twice and crawled up from the ground. Her ferocious gaze turned towards Yun Luofeng as she gritted her teeth and said, Yun Luofeng, you really aren't afraid of death. My Tian family has the backing of Tianya. If you hurt me, you won't be far from death. Chapter 478. Tianya. These two words made family head Ning come back to his senses. That's right, so what if Yun Luofeng had broken through to the heavenly spirit realm? The Tian family's backer was Tianya. No matter how talented Yun Luofeng was, he would not be able to face such a powerful opponent. Master Ning, get your Ning family members to capture this damned girl. I want her to have a taste of what it's like to wish for death. Tian Ku wiped the blood from the corner of her lips and spoke hatefully. This, Master Ning was stunned and frowned. Miss Tian Ku, that's not very appropriate. Miss Yun is my daughter's savior and she has a close relationship with my father. I'm afraid, I don't care what relationship she has with your Ning family. You must capture her. Otherwise, I will charge your Ning family with the crime of shielding her. Tian Ku smiled coldly at Yun Luofeng. So what if you're talented? You will still die under the attacks of the Ning family's experts. This is the consequence of making me your enemy time and time again. Master Ning fell silent. His expression was hesitant as if he was still thinking about Tian Ku's words. Just then, Ning Xian dragged her frail body in front of Yun Luofeng. She raised her arms and shielded the young girl behind her. She stared at Master Ning with stubborn determination. Father, if you want to touch the people of the Yun family, then, kill me as well. In your eyes, a daughter like me will never be as important as the Ning family. Master Ning's heart trembled. He opened his mouth to say something but was interrupted by Ning Xian's cold voice. You're a good master but you're not a good father. Her voice was like a heavy hammer that hammered into Master Ning's heart, making him feel suffocated. You're right, Master Ning laughed bitterly, I'm not a good father nor a good husband. I've sacrificed too much for the Ning family and I've lost too much. There was a bitter smile on his face as he stared in a daze at the young girl's determined little face. I had originally thought that my closest kin would understand me. However, I was wrong. You will never be able to understand my feelings. Tian Ku frowned in dissatisfaction when she heard the Ning father and daughter's words. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill them all. Sister. Tian Lin's expression changed and he grabbed Tian Ku's arm anxiously. I like Ning Xian, I want to marry her, so, shut up. Tian Ku glared at Tian Lin. Have you not woken up yet? That bitch Ning Xian would rather be with the Yun family than to be part of our Tian family. Since she has made such a choice, then let them go to hell together. Tian Lin had never dared to defy his sister since he was young. When he heard Tian Ku's words, he immediately shut his mouth and did not say another word. He only looked at Ning Xian with pity and reluctance. Hee, who do you want to send to hell? Suddenly, an indifferent voice tore through the sky and entered into the ears of everyone. Ning Xian's heart leaped with joy when she heard the familiar voice. She quickly turned around and looked at the green-robed old man who had stepped through the void. She felt a lump in her throat and tears flowed down uncontrollably. Grandfather, you're back. Elder Ning walked towards Ning Xian in a few steps. His calm eyes stared at the clear handprint on the young girl's face. He frowned and asked, who did this? Chapter 479. Even though the old man's words were indifferent, one could still hear the uncontrollable anger in his tone. Master Ning trembled and said timidly, "Father, it's me, slap." Just as he finished speaking, the old man's palm swung towards his face. Instantly, the crisp sound of a slap rang out in the quiet living room. How could Master Ning compare to Elder Ning's strength? The slap caused his face to swell and a trace of fresh blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. "These days, when I wasn't in the Ning family, is this how you treated Xian, Elder Ning's eyes were spitting fire and his face was livid. "Xian has suffered so much all these years, yet you still hit her. I couldn't even bear to touch her, yet you beat her up like this. If it wasn't for the fact that my body had problems back then and I couldn't manage the family, I would never have passed the position of master to you." Master Ning covered his face and felt wronged. "Father, aren't I doing this for the Ning family? For the Ning family?" Bang! Elder Ning was so angry that he directly kicked his son's body away. His old face was cold and solemn, and his gaze was as sharp as a sword. His expression was as if he wanted to kick his son a few more times. "How dare you say it's for the Ning family? I've only been away for half a year to seek medical treatment, and so many things have happened to the Ning family. Ning Xian's mother has also died because of your mistake. In the end, you're saying it's all for the Ning family?" Master Ning didn't dare to say another word in order to avoid being beaten again. After he got up from the ground, he timidly hid to the side and looked even more wronged. Until now, he still didn't think he was in the wrong. He just felt that his father and daughter didn't understand his actions. As family, shouldn't they support him? "Grandfather." Ning Xian walked forward and gently placed her palm on the old man's chest to calm his anger. "Don't be angry, we don't get angry with people like this." The girl's clear voice seemed to have magic, restoring the old man's calm. He turned to his precious granddaughter and said gently, "Xian, tell grandfather, what have you been wronged recently? Grandfather will get it back for you." Ning Xian paused and said, "Fourth elder injured big brother Yun." Her first sentence was not to complain for herself, but to put Yun Qingya's matter first. "I know about this. I'll settle the score with the fourth elder later." Elder Ning sneered. "He even dared to lay his hands on my grandson-in-law. This is clearly insubordination, unforgivable." Patriarch Ning was stunned. He widened his eyes in astonishment and asked in a trembling voice, "Father, what did you just say? You agree to let Ning Xian marry Yun Qingya?" This Yun Qingya was the young master of a general's mansion, yet Elder Ning actually approved of him. "I approve of him, but I don't know if he is willing to marry Xian, If he is willing, Ning Xian will be his wife." In other words, if Yun Qingya was unwilling to marry Ning Xian, he would not force her. If he was willing, then no one would be able to stop them. If it was any other man, as long as Ning Xian liked it, he would snatch it away and give it to her. But the Yun family was different. With his relationship with Yun Luofeng, he wouldn't do such a thing. Furthermore, with Ning Xian's personality, she wouldn't marry a man who didn't love her. Chapter 480. Therefore, whether or not the two of them could succeed would depend on themselves. The head of the Ning family was completely shocked. The old man actually claimed that if Yun Qingya wanted to marry Ning Xian, then he would immediately marry Ning Xian to him. If he didn't want to, he wouldn't force it. Was this still the old man of the Ning family who had always been protective? Don't look at this old man's calm appearance. In reality, he still doted on his granddaughter, Ning Xian. But he would rather wronged his own granddaughter than force Yun Qingya to marry her. The head of the Ning family really couldn't figure out what was so special about the Yun family that the old man would treat them like this. "Are you guys done arguing?" Tian Ke looked at Elder Ning coldly and said, "I don't care what grudges you two have. Today, I will definitely kill Yun Luofeng. You better help me achieve this goal. Otherwise, you will regret it in the future." He. Elder Ning chuckled indifferently. His eyes were calm as he said, "The Yun girl can be considered as my granddaughter. If you want to lay a finger on her, I will definitely not allow it. Father. Seeing his father's stiff tone, the head of the Ning family couldn't help but feel anxious. Miss Tian Ku is a member of the Tian family that Tianya is from. So what? Elder Ning glanced at the head of the Ning family. If you can't protect your daughter, then let this old man personally protect her. Patriarch Ning's expression became more and more anxious. He really didn't know what the old man had taken the wrong medicine. In the past, the person he revered the most was Tianya, but now, for Yun Luofeng, he had given up on the person he had revered for so long. Of course, the head of the Ning family did not know what Elder Ning was thinking. He worshipped Tianya because of his superb medical skills, but now, after getting to know Yun Luofeng, he believed that this young girl's level in the future would not be lower than Tianya's. For this, what was the pity in giving up on the Tian family? Ning Xian tightly grabbed Elder Ning's arm and stood beside him with peace of mind. There was no fear on her beautiful face, and her bright eyes were filled with stubbornness. Father, Ning family head's expression became more and more anxious. He was afraid that the old man's words would provoke the Tian family. Especially when he saw that Tian Ku's face was getting uglier and uglier. He hurriedly said, "The people from the Tian family are not to be trifled with. Don't drag the Ning family down with you. I think we should quickly apologize to the Tian family and marry Ning Xian to young Master Tian Lin. At that time, we will be in-laws with the Tian family." Shut up. Old man Ning shot a sharp look at family head Ning. I will never trade my granddaughter's happiness for power. Not to mention, others might not know, but he had heard that Tianya had a falling out with the Tian family. Although he wasn't sure if Tianya still had contact with the Tian family, it was impossible to restore their previous relationship. Even if Tianya would protect the Tian family, he wouldn't send out his granddaughter just because of this. Since you insist. Don't regret it. Tian Ku's eyes darkened. She knew that with Elder Ning here, it would be impossible for her to kill Yun Luofeng. Hence, after saying this, she pulled Tian Lin and walked out of the hall. When he walked past Yun Luofeng, his arrogant eyes gradually swept over her. He said expressionlessly, "Yun Luofeng, the enmity between us is too great. The next time we meet, I will make sure you die without a place to bury your body. Tian Lin, let's go." Tian Lin's eyes were still filled with reluctance. He glanced at Ning Xian. He wanted to stay, but after meeting his sister's gaze, he retracted his reluctant gaze. Chapter 481. Did I say you could leave? Before the two of them could step over the threshold, a voice that sounded as if it had come from hell suddenly rang out. It made their entire bodies turn cold and their feet seemed to be rooted to the ground, unable to move a single step. Tian Ku's face was as white as snow, but the arrogance in her eyes did not diminish. She turned towards Yun Luofeng. "What do you want? You want to kill me, right?" Yun Luofeng raised an eyebrow and smiled devilishly. "So what if I do?" Tian Ku snorted and replied proudly. "Nothing much." Hearing her answer, Yun Luofeng yawned lazily and leaned against the doorsill. His smiling black eyes landed on Tian Ku. "However, I have a rule. If you want to kill me, you must leave your own life behind." The young girl's words were arrogant and egotistical. She treated the members of the Tian family as fish on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Tian Ku's expression changed once again. "Yun Luofeng, don't push your luck." Whoosh. This time, Yun Luofeng did not say another word. His white robes flashed like a gentle breeze and he appeared in front of Tian Ku. "You." Tian Ku turned pale with fright and hurriedly stepped back. However, before she could evade, an ice-cold hand grabbed her neck. Instantly, a suffocating feeling entered her heart. Tian Ku's originally pale face turned red and her eyes widened. She could not even say a word. Seeing that his sister had fallen into Yun Luofeng's hands, Tian Lin's eyes flashed with terror. He could not help but shuffle backwards, trying to sneak away while Yun Luofeng was not paying attention. He regretted it. He regretted rudely coming to propose marriage and bumping into a crazy woman who did not even place the Tian family in her eyes. Now, he must hurry back to the Tian family and find someone to avenge his sister. Just as Tian Lin turned to leave, his body suddenly crashed into a body. That body seemed to have an extremely powerful force which caused him to stumble a few steps back. Sigh, youngsters these days really have no sense of civility. Didn't you see an old man appear? You actually bumped into this old bag of bones. If my old bones were to fall apart, you'll have to pay for it. An elderly voice rang out from above. The accusation in that voice made Tian Lin extremely angry. Just as he was about to lose his temper, he froze when he saw the old man. You are Uncle Tianya? With Tian Lin's age, he didn't recognize Tianya. However, there was a portrait of Tianya hanging in the Tian family. Therefore, he recognized the little old man in front of him at a glance. Young man, don't randomly claim relatives. I don't have any nephews. The little old man curled his lips and subconsciously distanced himself from Tian Lin. A blunder, truly a blunder. Why didn't that girl Xiao Bai tell him that these idiots from the Tian family are also here? It seemed like he would be entangled by these people again in the future. However, after seeing the scene in the hall, Tianya was stunned. He blinked his eyes in astonishment. What's going on? Someone from the Tian family provoked Yun Luofeng? How dare they? A raging flame surged from the little old man's body and a murderous glint gradually appeared in his eyes. He understood Yun Luofeng's character very well. If it wasn't for the Tian family provoking her, she wouldn't have hurt them. Moreover, he had ignored the Tian family for so many years and attracted these people to be lawless. Now, they even dared to bully Yun Luofeng? Uncle Tianya, I am Tian Lin from the Tian family. My sister is being bullied by a crazy woman. Please help us kill that woman. Tian Lin thought that Tianya didn't know that he was from the Tian family and hurriedly explained himself. Then, he shouted towards the hall. Sister, Uncle Tianya is here. We're saved. Chapter 482. Tianya. After hearing Tian Lin's words, Tian Ke's originally despaired heart was rekindled. The corners of her lips curled into a pleased smile. Bang! Yun Luofeng flung her hand and flung Tian Ke's body away. Then, her gaze gradually turned towards the little old man at the door. The little old man had wanted to greet Yun Luofeng first before settling the score with the people from the Tian family. However, he had just taken a step when a wretched figure quickly rushed out of the hall and knelt in front of him with a thud, hugging his thigh tightly. Uncle Tianya, you're finally here. This woman is extremely audacious and doesn't respect the Tian family at all. Please avenge us, Uncle Tianya. At that moment, Tian Ke was not in the mood to consider why Tianya had appeared in the Ning family. She only knew that this time, no one would be able to protect that bitch Yun Luofeng. She would definitely die without a burial. As if she could already predict Yun Luofeng's fate, Tian Ke's eyes flashed with cruelty and the smile on her face became sinister. The little old man lowered his head to look down at the kneeling Tian Ke and said condescendingly, I am all alone. Little girl, it's best if you don't try to claim kinship. Otherwise, it won't be good if you cause any misunderstandings. He did not conceal the rage on his body and a powerful aura crushed towards the woman in front of him. Tian Ke raised her head in horror and said in a trembling voice, Uncle Tianya, I am Tian Ke of the Tian family. We are family. How can you say that I'm trying to claim kinship? He he. At that moment, a mocking voice suddenly rang out from the side. Didn't you see the godly doctor say that he doesn't know you? You still dare to shamelessly pester him. I have never seen such a shameless woman like you. Lin Ruobai placed her hands on her hips and stood next to Tian Ke. A mocking smile hung on her little face as she stared unblinkingly at Tian Ku with her big, bright eyes. Damned girl, shut up. Tian Ku flew into a rage out of humiliation and glared at Lin Ruobai. Who do you think you are, a lowly commoner? How dare you humiliate me like this? No matter what, our Tian family is still more shameless than you two. After all, we aren't like you who spoke such arrogant words, actually claiming that Tianya also has to call Yun Luofeng master. Since this little girl had taken Yun Luofeng as her master, she probably wasn't someone with a high status. Furthermore, she had purposely used this opportunity to say what Lin Ruobai had just said. Her motive was to let Tianya know that someone dared to impersonate his master's name. Idiot. Lin Ruobai snorted and said these two words disdainfully. Tianka was so angry that her whole body was trembling. She turned around and wanted to ask Tianya to avenge her, but the moment she looked at Tianya, she could not help but be stunned. This was because the old man in front of her was staring at her with a gaze filled with killing intent. Uncle Tianya, you. Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by the surging power from the old man's body. A wave of panic surged into her heart, causing her throat to become a little dry. The lowly commoner you speak of. The little old man paused, then said, is the eldest miss of Spirit Divine Mountain. Spirit Divine Mountain? Tianka's eyes widened in shock, her voice trembling even more. You, the Spirit Divine Mountain you speak of, is it Spirit Realm's Spirit Divine Mountain? The crowd might not know of Spirit Realm's Four-Corner City, or the three great families of Spirit Realm, but everyone knew of Spirit Realm's Spirit Divine Mountain. Chapter 483. It was said that Spirit God Mountain was the territory left behind by the Spirit God. Because of this, people understood that those who could live on Spirit God Mountain were of extraordinary status. Even so, there were still people who wanted to go to Spirit God Mountain to investigate. But without a doubt, no one who entered Spirit God Mountain ever came back. As time passed, no one dared to have any ideas about Spirit God Mountain. And because of this, the people of Spirit God Mountain became gods in the eyes of the world. But now, Tianya actually told her that this lowly commoner was the eldest miss of Spirit God Mountain? Impossible. How could the eldest miss of Spirit God Mountain recognize Yun Luofeng as her master? Yun Luofeng is just a secular person. There is no way she could have any relationship with a force like Spirit God Mountain. Not to mention Tian Ku, even the others were looking at Tianya in astonishment. The head of the Ning family, in particular, suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. That feeling made his heart flustered. If this old man really was Tianya, then his words could not be false. In other words, Yun Luofeng and the Master of Spirit Realm had an unbreakable connection. If you really had the backing of the Master of Spirit Realm, then your status, Yun Luofeng, would definitely increase by hundreds of times. Excuse me, the little old man laughed coldly and said something shocking, that girl Xiao Bai is right. Even when I see the Yun girl, I have to call her master. The old man's words were like a bolt of lightning, crashing down and causing the originally noisy hall to become silent. Everyone's bodies stiffened, as if they were still in a state of shock from these words. Yun Luofeng was Tianya's master. What the little girl said just now was all true. It was laughable that they had treated her as an exaggeration. Uncle Tianya, how could she be your master? Tian Ku's expression turned crazy, and she pointed angrily at Yun Luofeng. Her status is low, and she can't be compared to people like us. Especially since her power is not as strong as yours, why is she your master? She did not believe that Tianya, who even the Tian family wanted to curry favor with, was Yun Luofeng's disciple. Her medical skills are better than mine. With one sentence, she pushed Yun Luofeng's status to the highest point. This was also the first time that Tianya admitted that his medical skills were inferior to others in front of everyone. Tian Ku crawled up from the ground, staggered, and fell to the ground again. At this moment, her heart was filled with cold despair, and even her teeth couldn't help but shiver. So, Yun Luofeng had long known Tianya, which was why he dared to not put the people of the Tian family in his eyes. It was laughable that she had used Tianya to threaten her. The more Tian Ku thought about it, the more afraid she became. Her body trembled even more violently. She could not help but hate Tian Lin. If it wasn't for him, she wouldn't have ended up in this state. At the same time, the Ning family head was gripped with regret. He never would have thought that the Tian family that he thought he had clung onto was just an empty shell, and that Yun Luofeng, whom he had given up on, had such a powerful backer. If he had known earlier, he would have let Ning Xian marry Yun Qingya. When did I acknowledge you as my disciple? Yun Luofeng's body leaned lazily against the wall, and his lips curled as he said, in spirit realm, I have already said it very clearly. You are too old, and not suitable to be my disciple. The people who had been scared silly by Tianya's words, after hearing Yun Luofeng's voice, were completely stunned. Godly Dr. Tianya wanted to take her as his master, and she refused? Chapter 484. The little old man looked at Yun Luofeng with hidden bitterness. There are so many people here, you should at least leave me some face. His expression was one of grievance. If someone who did not know the truth saw it, they would think that Yun Luofeng had done something unforgivable. I'm just speaking the truth. Yun Luofeng spread his hands. If you came here to reminisce, I'll talk to you after I'm done with this. Then you'd better hurry. The little old man pursed his lips. His attitude towards Yun Luofeng was completely different from Tian Ku's. As for these two people from the Tian family, you can do whatever you want with them. Because of what happened today, the little old man made up his mind. No matter what, he had to cut off all ties with the Tian family. He had to prevent the blind Tian family from using his life to act like a tyrant again. No. Tian Ku turned pale with fright. She could no longer care about anything else. She threw herself at Tianya and fell to her knees in front of him. We are of the same clan, you can't leave me in the lurch. Same clan? Tianya snorted. Ever since I left the Tian family, I have nothing to do with you. You still dare to use my name to swindle people? Do you really think I don't know anything? Back then, it was because we are of the same clan that I did not kill you all. Now, you are still doing evil, how can I tolerate it? Tian Ku finally understood what fear was. Her body went limp and she fell to the ground. Her lips curled into a bitter smile. Yun Luofeng, you win. This young girl's talent was stronger than hers, and her background was even stronger than hers. How could she compare to her? Tian Ku closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling. I just want to keep my last bit of dignity. Looking at Tian Ku's determined expression, Yun Luofeng nodded. All right, I will give you this last bit of dignity. Even though Tian Ku had wanted to kill her just now, she was not Mu Wuxuan, nor was she the Shao family. So, she was willing to leave her dignity. Tian Ku laughed bitterly. She looked at Tian Lin, who had collapsed on the ground, her eyes filled with sorrow. Tian Lin, if I die, you will have no place in the Tian family. So, let's go together on the road to the Yellow Springs, okay? Sister, Tian Lin shuddered in fear. He shook his head desperately and said, I don't want to die, sister, I really don't want to die. A hint of pain appeared in Tian Ku's eyes. At that moment, she hated Tian Lin. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have been implicated. But no matter what, Tian Lin was her younger brother and the only relative she had left in the Tian family. Now that he had to kill him with his own hands, how could he not be heartbroken? Who asked Tianlin's talent to be so poor? All these years, she had been protecting him. If she were to die, those people from the Tian family would definitely bully him. If that was the case, they might as well go to the Yellow Springs together. At least they could have a companion. No. Seeing Tian Ku shoot out a silver needle from her sleeve, Tian Lin's eyes widened and his face contorted in fear. His eyes were bloodshot. Poochie. The silver needle pierced into his throat, leaving a red dot on his throat. His body trembled slightly, and he fell backwards. Tian-ku couldn't bear it anymore. She turned her head and placed the sword on her neck. She closed her eyes and exerted force in her hand. Blood spurted out from her throat and stained the ground red. Chapter 485. In the beginning, when she found out about Yun Luofeng's powerful background, Tian-ku's heart was filled with fear. But at the moment before her death, she calmed down. She was very clear about Yun Luofeng's methods. If she falls into the girl's hands, she will certainly suffer a fate worse than death. She might as well end her own life. It would be better than enduring the pain. This, Miss Yun, Patriarch Ning glanced at Tian-ku, who had fallen to the ground and was unable to get up. Then, he turned his gaze towards Yun Luofeng. His expression was a little awkward. He wanted to say something, but before he could say anything, a foot kicked him from behind. With a thud, he stumbled and knelt in front of Yun Luofeng. At this moment, the middle-aged man's face was full of embarrassment, but he did not dare to move. He was so ashamed that he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Apologize. Master Ning coldly looked down at the middle-aged man who was kneeling on the ground and said coldly, "Miss Yun, I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I have offended you. Please forgive me." Yun Luofeng stared at him coldly. If Xiaobai was not the eldest daughter of Mount Spirit God and Tianya had nothing to do with me, would you have recognized the wrong person? The girl's words made Master Ning's expression even more ashamed. Indeed, if it were not for these two relationships, he would rather die than bow his head. "So, I will not accept your apology." Her words were very heartless and left no room for negotiation. Her domineering eyes were filled with coldness and her lazy posture was filled with an imposing aura. "Miss Yun, if you are not willing to forgive me, you can beat me to your heart's content until your anger subsides. However, the Ning family is innocent. I hope you will not drag the Ning family into this." He could die, but the Ning family could not be destroyed. That was his choice. Yun Luofeng shook his head. This man was indeed a good family leader, but he had never fulfilled his responsibilities as a father. "You still don't understand?" She raised her brows and lowered her eyes to look at the middle-aged man kneeling in front of her. "I don't accept your apology because I'm angry. I'm only doing this for Ning Xian. It's a pity that you still don't understand." Patriarch Ning's body trembled. He raised his head in surprise, not understanding what Yun Luofeng meant. "All these years, you've made Ning Xian suffer so much. Now, you've slapped her in the face to force her to marry someone from the Tian family. I'm starting to wonder if she's really your daughter." The young girl's words were like a sharp thorn that pierced into the heart of the Ning family's master, causing his heart to bleed. He turned his head to look at the beautiful girl beside him and raised his hand to touch her flushed right cheek. But just as his fingers were about to touch her cheek, she subconsciously took a step back and avoided his hand. Clan head Ning's heart tightened once again, causing him to gasp in pain. "Xian, it's all my fault. I've really wronged you all these years." This was the first time Master Ning lowered his head to Ning Xian. In the past, he had always walked the path he had chosen and had never looked back at her. But when she heard her father's words, Ning Xian felt nothing but sadness in her heart. She felt nothing else. Perhaps all these years, her heart had really been hurt. What's the use of apologizing now? Do you think that by apologizing, you can make up for all these years? Ning Xian calmed her emotions and smiled calmly. "If it wasn't for grandfather's protection all these years, perhaps you would have married me off to Ning Yuan long ago." Chapter 486. The head of the Ning family opened his mouth, wanting to defend himself, but he didn't know where to start. After all, what Ning Xian said was the truth. If it wasn't for the fact that the old man didn't agree to her marriage, perhaps Ning Xian would already be Ning Yuan's wife. Big Brother Yun. Ning Xian no longer looked at the head of the Ning family. She turned to look at Yun Qingya, and a smile that was even more beautiful than a flower blossomed on her beautiful face. I'll go back to the Yun family with you. Yun Qingya smiled faintly. All right. The head of the Ning family saw that Ning Xian was treating him coldly, but was smiling like a flower when facing Yun Qingya. His heart felt even more uncomfortable, and he was filled with regret. It was also at this moment that he completely understood that he had completely lost this daughter of his. Yun Luofeng's gaze turned towards the head of the Ning family and said coldly, "For Ning Xian, I won't do anything to you. However, I will bring Ning Xian back to the Yun family, and I will love her more than you do." No matter what, this Ning family head was Ning Xian's father. Furthermore, he was only interested in the family and did not do anything to harm the Yun family. Therefore, she would not harm him. If, just now, the Ning family head had listened to Tian Ke's words and summoned the elders to attack them, then she would never let him off so easily. Oh right. Ning Xian seemed to have thought of something, and anger surged in her clear eyes. Where is the fourth elder? I haven't even settled the score with him, yet he actually dared to attack Big Brother Yun. Elder Ning also suddenly came back to his senses. He had been hesitating before, as if he had missed something. Only now did he react after hearing Ning Xian's words. Fourth elder. Thinking of what this old fellow had done these past few days, his anger couldn't help but surge out, and killing intent appeared in his eyes. Men, drag the corpse on the ground out and bury it. Then, bring the fourth elder and Ning Yuan to see this old man. Elder Ning coldly ordered. This. Tianya scratched his head in confusion. Can you tell me what happened first? Also, Yun girl, what is your relationship with the Ning family? Right now, he was completely at a loss. He had no idea what was going on. At that time, Lil White had only sent him a message, telling him to hurry to the Ning family, and saying that someone was bullying Yun Luofeng. Therefore, he immediately rushed over in anger, but he still didn't know what had happened. Grandfather Tian, Lin Ruobai smiled as he walked to Tianya's side. It's like this, the people from the Medicine City want to attack Master's family. What? World Edge flew into a rage. He slammed his palm down and instantly smashed a huge hole in the wall. What did you just say? The people of the Medicine City were going to attack the Yun family? How dare they do such a thing? This won't do, I'm going to the medical city to get even with them. Seeing that Tianya was about to turn around and leave, Lin Ruobai hastily grabbed his sleeve. She pursed her lips and said, "Can you listen to me first? Tell me, what other atrocities have the medical city committed? Tell them all at once so I can settle the score with them." How preposterous. The people of the medical city were too audacious. They actually dared to attack Yun Luofeng. Were they tired of living? Lin Ruobai rolled his eyes. The people from the medical city almost hurt Yun Qingya. It was Ning Xian who risked her life to save her. Immediately after, she recounted everything that had happened in the general's mansion, including how the fourth elder had gone to the medical pavilion to snatch Ning Xian back and heavily injured Yun Qingya. As he listened, the little old man's face gradually darkened. The fourth elder of the Ning family is really stupid. Originally, this little girl Ning Xian could have suffered less, but he foolishly brought her back to the Ning family. You caused Yun Ruoyan to come all the way to the Ning family to save her life. Not only that, you even dared to block her at the door. I don't think the Ning family had any intention of saving Ning Xian at all. Instead, you are harming her. Chapter 487. Clan head Ning's expression became more and more ashamed. He would lower his head into the dust to avoid those mocking gazes. Oh right, what's the situation between the medical city and the Yun family? Tianya seemed to have thought of something and turned to Yun Luofeng. How did you guys get into a feud with the medical city? Even though this matter had caused a bloody storm back then, with Tianya's personality, he wouldn't care about these worldly affairs. As a result, he didn't know about the grudges between the two sides. Yun Luofeng looked at Yun Qingya and said, "Back then, my second uncle was at the peak of his fame. When the young city lord of the medical city passed by Long Yuan country, he heard the discussions of the commoners, claiming that my second uncle's talent was peerless, even though Yun Qingya's talent could not be compared to those people in those powers. In the eyes of the citizens of Long Yuan country, he was the most outstanding one. How could the young city lord of the medical city tolerate others being praised like this? As a result, this disaster was brought upon him." "And then?" Tianya asked curiously. Hearing this, Yun Luofeng paused for a moment before continuing, "The young city lord of the medical city is just an empty shell. Therefore, my second uncle won. Because of this, the medical city could not endure this humiliation and sent experts to kill my second uncle. Fortunately, my second uncle managed to escape their pursuit and return to the Yun family. Even so, he was still heavily injured and his strength was crippled. Furthermore, because he didn't manage to save him in time, his lower body was paralyzed." Thinking of the humiliation Yun Qingya had suffered all these years, she couldn't help but clench her fists tightly. Killing intent surged from her domineering eyes. The old man's expression darkened bit by bit. He didn't say anything to disturb Yun Luofeng. Instead, he waited for her to continue. "In order to prevent the medical city from attacking the Yun family, my second uncle did not hesitate to hide in a dark secret room for 10 years. 10 years without sunlight. Can you imagine how he managed to survive?" Hearing Yun Luofeng's words, Ning Xian's heart suddenly ached. She subconsciously grabbed Yun Qingya's arm, and anger gradually appeared in her clear eyes. How dare the medical city treat Yun Qingya like this? They absolutely could not be forgiven. "Girl, after 10 years, why did the medical city attack the Yun family again?" The old man frowned and asked. Yun Luofeng swept a glance at him. "That year, the medical city wanted to exterminate my Yun family. The people from the Doctors' Association came out to stop them, but the condition was that my second uncle couldn't be alive. If my second uncle is still alive, the agreement between the Doctors' Association and the medical city will be nullified." Immediately, the little old man's face darkened. The Doctors' Association has also intervened? How could the little old man not understand the young girl's words? If the Doctors' Association was truly fair, they wouldn't have acquiesced to the actions of the medical city towards Yun Qingya. Obviously, in the eyes of the Doctors' Association, Yun Qingya was the one at fault. Who asked him to defeat the young city governor of the medicine city? In the end, the reason why he stood out was because the medical city's actions were too big. Because of this, they actually wanted to slaughter the entire Yun clan. In order to prevent others from gossiping, he had no choice but to stand out. Of course, the condition for the truce in the medical city was Yun Qingya's death. Not bad. Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows. The Doctors' Association is nothing more than this. They are so unreasonably protective of their own. Since they are so protective of the medical city, then one day I will destroy both of these powers and make them taste the pain my second uncle has suffered. A strong storm surged around the old man's body as he coldly laughed and said, "What a good medical city, what a good Doctors' Association. How dare you do such a shameless thing? On the arena, it was a fair duel to begin with. Such a person is not worthy of being a doctor because of his defeat." Chapter 488. After Elder Ning heard the little old man's words, he added, "Some time ago, I had already organized the people of the medical city. I still remember what Lu Yin of the medical city said at that time. He said that with Yun Qingya's status, he was not worthy of a fair duel with their young city lord. He should just stand motionless on the stage and take a beating." The little old man had thought that he was shameless enough, but he never thought that there would be someone who could be shameless to such a level. Therefore, the aura on his body uncontrollably surged out. With a boom, the entire hall turned into a pile of ruins under his power. "Little girl, don't worry, I will definitely seek justice for you." "No need. Yun Luofeng shook his head. This is our Yun family's revenge. It's better to take revenge with our own hands. If you have time, I don't mind you going to the medical city to watch the show. The little old man was startled for a moment before he laughed out loud. All right, before you make a move on the medical city, don't forget to inform me. If I have time, I will definitely go and watch from the side. As he was speaking, a servant hurriedly came in, cupped his fists, and said, reporting to the head of the family, I have brought the fourth elder and Ning Yuan. Let them in. Elder Ning waved his hand and said indifferently. Yes. The servant accepted the order and retreated. Not long after, the fourth elder and Ning Yuan were pushed over by a few guards. The fourth elder looked at the hall that had turned into a pile of ruins in astonishment. He didn't know what had happened to cause the Ning family to be destroyed. Then, he suddenly saw the indifferent elder Ning and hurriedly retracted his thoughts. With tears streaming down his face, he said, Old master, you must uphold justice for me. This woman relied on the jade pendant you gave her to act like a tyrant in our Ning family. She even attacked and injured people. This is truly unforgivable. Elder Ning raised his chin slightly and smiled indifferently. Don't be in a hurry to complain. I heard that you brought people to the medical pavilion and injured Yunqingya. This. The fourth elder's heart trembled. Isn't this all because Yunqingya is occupying Miss Ning Xian? I had no choice no choice. Elder Ning said coldly, do you know that because you had no choice, Xian's illness was almost delayed? If Xian died, can you bear the responsibility? Fourth elder clenched his fists tightly and glared hatefully at Yun Luofeng. At that time, I was also worried about Ning Xian's condition. Besides, the Ning family knows so many doctors. That was why I wanted to bring her back to the Ning family to receive the best treatment. Elder Ning sneered, that's right, the Ning family does know a lot of doctors. Unfortunately, all of them were unable to cure my illness back then. If it wasn't for Yun Las, I might have already passed away. In the beginning, fourth elder might have doubted Elder Ning's words. However, ever since Yun Luofeng had saved Ning Xian's life, he could not help but believe that this old man had truly recovered. However, he was very unwilling. He was unwilling to fail here. Patriarch, I have something to say. Ning Yuan stood up from the ground. His handsome face had a confident smile on it, but he couldn't help but glance at Ning Xian. He snorted and said, even without this woman, nothing will happen to Xian. I guess you guys still don't know, but when I was out a few days ago, I met a disciple of the Tian family. That disciple's name is Tian Lin, and he promised me that he would plead with godly Dr. Tianya for me to save Xian. Could it be that Tianya's medical skills are inferior to this Yun Luofeng's? Therefore, regardless of whether she is here or not, nothing will happen to Ning Xian. When he said this, Ning Yuan didn't notice at all that everyone was looking at him with strange gazes. Chapter 489. The little old man's gaze slowly turned to Ning Yuan, a mocking smile on his aged face. Youngsters these days, not only do they like to bully others, they also like to spout nonsense. Old thing, who are you? Ning Yuan saw that the little old man dared to speak to him in such a manner. His handsome face was shrouded in anger. I'm sorry, the little old man squinted his eyes and said with a smile, I am the Tianya that the Tian family used to bully others. At this moment, Ning Yuan's expression was very interesting. It was as if his face had been painted with dye, instantly changing to a different color. He bit his lips tightly, his body trembling slightly. No, impossible, you are Tianya? This is impossible. Tian Lin had never told him that Tianya would come to the Ning family. This old man must be an impostor. Tsk tisk, Lin Ruobai glanced at Ning Yuan's expression of disbelief and smiled brightly. Ning Yuan, I really don't know if you are stupid or too trusting of others. That Tian Lin you speak of, he did not come to the Tian family to help you. He came here to ask for Ning Xian's hand in marriage. Boom. Like a thunderbolt from the clear sky, Ning Yuan, who had not yet recovered from the shock, was hit head-on, and his brain went blank. His good brother had not come to the Ning family to help him, but to marry Ning Xian? When did that guy have such thoughts about Ning Xian? Why did he not know about it? As for Tianya's identity, Lin Ruobai paused. It was acknowledged by the Tian family. Oh, right, the Tian family member's body has been dragged out. I don't think it's too far away. Should I get someone to drag it back for you to see? Ning Yuan staggered and took a few steps back, his eyes filled with despair. The trump card he thought was his last resort turned out to be so fragile. Not only because of Tian Lin's betrayal, but also because of the little old man in front of him. Since the Ning family knows Tianya, why didn't they let him out earlier? The old master wouldn't have suffered so much back then. Ning Yuan bit his lips tightly and asked the question in his heart. He really did not understand why Tianya had not stepped forward to help the Ning family despite being friends with them. Could there be some other reason? From start to end, he never connected World's Edge and Yun Luofeng together. In his opinion, a person like Yun Luofeng didn't have the qualifications to befriend divine Dr. Tianya. Unfortunately, things didn't go as he wished. Following that, the little old man's words immediately sent Ning Yuan straight into hell. His entire person stood rooted to the ground like a stone, without any movement or expression. I don't have much of a relationship with the Ning family. I've only come here because I heard that the Yun lass had been bullied. I'm still hoping that Yun lass will give me some pointers when she's in a good mood, so I can't ignore her matters. The implication was that his goal of coming here was Yun Luofeng, and it had nothing to do with anyone else. Didn't your Tian family look down on her identity? Since that was the case, he would make sure that these people who had looked down on her would never be able to reach up to her in the future. He had said those words on purpose. After all, he did not know what had happened before he came. He had only hurried over after hearing that it was related to Yun Luofeng. Chapter 490. It was obvious that the effect of his words was very obvious. When he heard the little old man's words, Elder Fourth's expression changed greatly and his breathing became uneven. Imagine this, a person whom you had thought to be inferior to you suddenly realized through other means that she is much more powerful than you in all aspects, to the point that you will never be able to surpass her. That feeling was as if a hand was squeezing his heart fiercely, making him feel so uncomfortable that he was about to suffocate. Luckily, this little girl was only an earth spirit. I'm a heavenly spirit after all. In terms of martial arts, this little girl is definitely no match for me. Elder Fourth's eyes darted back and forth at the thought of this. He then came up with a plan. Divine Dr. Tianya, I never thought that Yun Luofeng would be acquainted with you, but I don't think that I've done anything wrong. Ning Xian is a member of the Ning family and I had brought her back out of concern. What wrong have I done? In an instant, everyone's gazes were focused on the fourth elder. They all thought that this old man had gone mad. Did he not understand Tianya's words? Tianya is clearly on Yun Luofeng's side and the old master stands on Yun Luofeng's side unconditionally. Yet he dares to refuse to admit his mistake. Oh. Tianya raised the corners of his lips and smiled at Elder Fourth. What do you want then? Elder Fourth glanced sinisterly at Yun Luofeng. I want to challenge her. If I lose, I'll let her do whatever she wants to me. If I win, I want Ning Xian to marry my son and the Ning family will not punish us. Hee, Tianya laughed disdainfully. Elder Ning, this elder of the Ning family is rather thick-skinned. He actually wants to challenge a 15-year-old girl? Doesn't he think that his request is embarrassing? Elder Fourth did not seem to hear Tianya's mocking voice. His elderly eyes stared unblinkingly at Yun Luofeng. You don't dare to challenge me because you're afraid? Or could it be that my power is terrifying? So, General Yun's granddaughter is a coward who doesn't even have the courage to challenge me. This old man was obviously ready to throw caution to the wind. He knew that this was the only way for him to survive. Furthermore, he could help his son fulfill his long-cherished wish. However, when he said these words, he needed to face Elder Ning and Tianya's fierce gazes. Their gazes made him sweat uncontrollably and his aged face turned even paler. But he resisted the fear in his heart and said these shameless words. "You've disgraced our Ning family." Elder Ning snorted coldly and said with an expressionless face, "Yun lass, don't worry. I'll kill this old man right now. Don't let him cause trouble here." Seeing that Elder Ning's aura was getting stronger and stronger, the fourth elder became even more anxious. "Yun Luofeng, your parents are the heroes of Long Yuan country, yet you are so useless. If your parents in heaven were to see this, they would definitely regret giving birth to a coward like you." The fourth elder clearly knew what kind of person Yun Luofeng was. However, he had no choice but to say such angry words. Only by doing so would he be able to infuriate the girl and force her to accept the competition. Indeed, after fourth elder mentioned Yun Yang and his wife, the girl's sinister and cold gaze gradually fell upon him. "I don't accept not because I'm afraid of you. It's because, based on your abilities, you don't have the right to challenge me. But since you insist on doing this, why not fulfill your wish?" Chapter 491. The fourth elder was overjoyed, and a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. This girl was only an earth spirit, he only needed to slap her to death. After defeating her, he would still be the fourth elder of the Ning family, and Ning Yuan could marry Ning Xian. However, the fourth elder narrowed his eyes and turned to Tianya, who was watching the show from the side. "Godly Dr. Tianya, I believe that with your high prestige, you will not do anything to cover up. In the arena, a fair duel. The loser will have to fulfill his promise. I only hope that at that time, godly doctor, you will not do anything that does not match your status." After all, this kind of thing had been listed here. More than 10 years ago, Yun Qingya had defeated the young master of the medical city in the arena. In the end, it had attracted the crazy revenge of the medical city. As for him, in order to be safe, he had warned Tianya in advance, in case this old man was unreasonably protective. "Don't worry, I'm not like those bastards from the medical city. Other than the two sides of the competition, no one else is allowed to interfere in the challenge." Tianya looked at the fourth elder with a mocking smile. "However, I also hope that you won't go back on your word." Tianya had great confidence in Yun Luofeng. Since this girl had accepted the challenge, it meant that she had the confidence to win. "All right." The fourth elder's gaze turned to Yun Luofeng and he smiled coldly. "Yun Luofeng, let's begin." As soon as he finished speaking, a large blade appeared in front of the fourth elder. A sharp hurricane blew around his body, and his snow-white hair danced in the wind. He looked like a real madman. Under normal circumstances, he would never draw his blade in battle. However, this time, he could only win. He could not lose. As such, he took out his weapon and slashed down at Yun Luofeng's head with a loud bang. The entire courtyard was turned into ruins by his slash. Smoke and dust rose in all directions, covering the entire courtyard. "You honor, it's all over." The fourth elder wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and turned to look at Ning Yuan with a weak smile on his face. "Very soon, Ning Xian will become your wife." He believed that under his full-strength attack, Yun Luofeng had no chance of survival. Just when he thought that Yun Luofeng was dead for sure, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. "Who is it?" The fourth elder frowned slightly and suddenly turned around. At that moment, his eyes met with a pair of smiling eyes, and his expression froze instantly. How is this possible? He had used all his strength in that attack. Furthermore, he had clearly slashed his blade towards Yun Luofeng. Why was she unharmed? The fourth elder's tightly clenched fists trembled slightly. He took a deep breath and his expression was extremely ugly. "Yun Luofeng, I really underestimated you. Although I don't know how you dodged my attack. However, your luck won't be so good after this." Boom! The fourth elder's fist was mighty and fierce as it met Yun Luofeng's beautiful face with a loud bang. At such a short distance, his opponent was unable to dodge at all and could only face his fist head-on. Yun Luofeng indeed didn't dodge. She raised her hand and unhurriedly clenched it towards fourth elder's fist. Ha! The fourth elder laughed maliciously and spoke cruelly, Yun Luofeng, based on your earth spirit strength, you can't block my attack. And you can't possibly have such good luck every time. Chapter 492. What was the meaning of extreme joy turning to sorrow? The fourth elder quickly sensed this feeling. Just as his fist was about to reach his eyes, Yun Luofeng's hand easily and tightly gripped his fist. Then, boom! A wave of energy suddenly leapt into his mind and fiercely struck his soul. This attack caused his mind to go blank. When he came back to his senses, he suddenly felt a huge pain in his chest. Following that, his old body flew out fiercely and fell on the icy cold ground. Cough, cough. Elder Fourth coughed out 2 mouthfuls of blood. His gaze towards Yun Luofeng was no longer filled with contempt. Instead, it was filled with seriousness. Little girl, I've truly underestimated you. Not only did you manage to escape my attack, but you also possess a secret skill. If I'm not wrong, you should have learned a soul attack type of cultivation technique. Unfortunately, no matter how many trump cards you have, there's still an even greater difference between a heavenly spirit cultivator and an earthly spirit cultivator. Elder Fourth crawled up from the ground and laughed icily. His feet gradually left the ground and slowly rose into the sky. This difference is that after becoming a heavenly spirit cultivator, one can fly in the sky. Therefore, the difference between you and me is too great. As long as I rise into the sky, I can attack you. However, you can't attack me. A complacent smile hung on his face as his eerie gaze stared down at the people on the ground. Because his gaze was focused on Yun Luofeng, he did not notice the strange looks in the eyes of the people around him. Heavenly spirit cultivator? Yun Luofeng curled the corners of her lips. Her smile was demonic and stern. The insolence in her eyes was fully displayed at this moment. Do you think that you're the only one? What? Elder Fourth was stunned. He clearly did not understand what Yun Luofeng meant by this. However, before he could understand, he was shocked silly by the sudden turn of events. The young girl, who had been standing in the courtyard, suddenly rose into the sky and appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. Before Elder Fourth could return to his senses, Yun Luofeng's leg swept out with a sharp gust of wind. With a loud bang, the old man's body fell from the sky. At this moment, Elder Fourth's mind was in a daze. Even when his body fell to the ground, he still had not recovered from his shock. She was a celestial spirit practitioner? When did this happen? He could still remember that a few months ago, this young girl was only a beginner earth spirit. In just a few short months, she had become a heavenly spirit warrior? Bang! The fourth elder's body heavily smashed into the ground, creating a deep pit. He lay in the pit with a dull look in his eyes as he stared blankly at the azure sky. At this moment, he thought back to the words he had said before the battle and realized how ridiculous they were. So it turned out that she didn't accept the challenge out of disdain and not out of fear. Father. Ning Yuan turned pale with fright. His face was filled with anxiety, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. Yuaner, Ning Yuan's voice brought the fourth elder back to his senses and he clenched his teeth tightly. No. Ning Xian hadn't married Yuan yet, he couldn't just give up like this. If he couldn't escape today, he would drag Ning Xian down to hell with him. Only then could Ning Xian become Yuan-er's wife. Thinking of this, the fourth elder dragged his heavily injured body out of the deep pit and quickly rushed towards Ning Xian. Chapter 493. Ning Xian, if Yuaner and I die, I also want you to go to hell to be Yuaner's wife. Just as he finished speaking, the figure that was like a whirlwind had already arrived in front of Ning Xian. His eyes revealed a cruel light. He understood that it was impossible for him to defeat Yun Luofeng. If that was the case, then he could only let Ning Xian be buried with him. It was better than Yuan being alone. Be careful. Yun Qingya held Ning Xian's hand tightly and pulled her into her embrace. She used her back to face the fourth elder and raised her robe, enveloping the young girl's body. At the same time, another figure shot over like a sword. When Yun Qingya finished her action, she was already in front of Ning Xian. Puchi. The fourth elder's fist contained a strong killing intent as it heavily struck the youth's chest. The youth's extremely weak body was directly thrown out by his attack as blood flowed uncontrollably from his mouth. Immediately, the fourth elder was stunned. He raised his head in astonishment and looked at the youth who was blocking in front of Ning Xian. His voice trembled slightly as he asked, "Why?" "Father." Ning Yuan smiled faintly. That smile was very weak and filled with endless sorrow. "Don't hurt Ning Xian, Yuan, I'm doing this for you. Can't you see it? These people will not let us go. But you haven't taken a wife for so many years because of Ning Xian. I just want her to become your wife. Why did you save her?" The fourth elder's eyes were about to split open as his old body trembled violently in the wind. His eyes were also spewing out raging flames as he could not help but roar at his son. He had done all this for him. Why did he have to be so rebellious? "Father, even if that's the case, I don't want her to suffer any harm." Ning Yuan smiled slightly. "Sorry, I've disappointed you." After saying that, his body seemed to be unable to bear a heavy burden as he leaned backwards. His eyelashes trembled slightly as he slowly closed his eyes. "Yuan!" The fourth elder roared in grief. His body quickly flashed and appeared in front of Ning Yuan. He quickly caught the youth's body and said sorrowfully, "Yuan, wake up. Don't scare Daddy, Daddy was wrong. Hurry up and open your eyes and look at me." Alas, the young man closed his eyes and did not make a sound. His punch just now had already broken the young man's heart meridian. Even if the great firmament immortal came, he would not be able to save him. "No." The fourth elder faced the sky, and his heart-wrenching voice reverberated above the Ning family for a long time. "Yuan, even if you hate me, I will let Ningxin accompany you." The fourth elder's heart was filled with anger and hatred. He gently put down Ning Yuan's corpse and looked at the girl in Yun Qingya's arms with a sinister gaze. "Ning Xian, my son is so devoted to you. Why don't you accept him?" He gritted his teeth, full of hatred. "I believe that in this world, there is no man who treats you better than my son. But you bitch, you actually didn't want such a good man and insisted on choosing Yun Qingya. What right do you have to reject my son's love?" Elder Ning's face darkened as he stared coldly at the fourth elder. "Ning Yuan is indeed a good child. Unfortunately, he has a father like you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen to such a state." "Shut up." The fourth elder had gone completely crazy. He turned to look at Elder Ning and said angrily, "If it wasn't for your Ning family, Yuan wouldn't have died. You are the murderers who killed him. I will kill you all to avenge Yuan." Chapter 494. Elder Ning glanced at him. "Firstly, you're the one who killed your son. Secondly, I'd like to see how you're going to destroy my Ning family." "Nonsense." Fourth elder's face turned hideous as he roared, "The one who killed him is someone from your Ning family. If it wasn't for saving Ning Xian, he wouldn't have died. So, I'll drag all of you down with me." Ha ha ha. As he spoke, fourth elder's aura suddenly became fierce. His body gradually expanded, causing the pressure in the air to drop, making it hard for everyone to breathe. He's going to self-destruct. Elder Ning's face changed. Furthermore, it's not an ordinary self-destruction, it's the self-destruction of his soul. Everyone knew that the self-destruction of a martial artist would cause severe injuries to the people around him. Especially when fourth elder's soul was self-destructing. How strong was the power of the soul? If he really did detonate himself, then amongst the people present, only Tianya would be able to escape this calamity. Even Elder Ning would be severely injured by this. Therefore, after sensing Fourth Elder's aura, Elder Ning's face turned grave. Self-destruction of the soul will result in the destruction of the soul. Is it worth it? Under normal circumstances, very few people would self-destruct their soul. This was because if the soul was gone, how could one talk about reincarnation? If there wasn't a deep hatred, no one would risk having their soul destroyed just to kill their enemy. However, the Fourth Elder understood that if it was just an ordinary self-detonation, with Tianya and Elder Ning's strength, they would be able to block the damage for everyone present. For this reason, he was willing to sacrifice his soul to send Ning Xian to accompany Ning Yuan. Ning Xian, I really don't know where you get your charm from to make Yuan give up his life for you. But, this is the end for you. I won't let Yuan walk alone. Then, he lowered his head to look at Ning Yuan's corpse. The evil smile on his face gradually disappeared and was replaced with gentleness. Yuan, father can't accompany you anymore, but father will send Ning Xian to accompany you. You must grasp this opportunity well. Even if my soul is destroyed, father will fulfill your wish. Undeniably, Fourth Elder's personality was the complete opposite of clan leader Ning's. Patriarch Ning was willing to give up his daughter for the sake of the family, but the Fourth Elder had committed countless mistakes. But his feelings for Ning Yuan were real. All of you, go and atone for your sins. The Fourth Elder's aura became more and more intense, and even the air around him became a formless storm. Under the storm, his white hair danced wildly in the wind. His face became ferocious once again, and the viciousness in his eyes was like a dagger dipped in poison. Anyone who was looked at by him would be poisoned to death. Puchi. Suddenly, a muffled sound came from the Fourth Elder's body. Then, his bulging body flattened like a punctured balloon. He turned around in a daze and looked at Yun Luofeng, who had unknowingly appeared behind him. He trembled as he asked, "You? What did you do to me?" Facing the Fourth Elder's stunned expression, Yun Luofeng smiled lazily, "Don't forget, I am a doctor." As a doctor, he naturally knew all the acupoints and characteristics of the human body. Thus, at that moment, he used a silver needle to pierce the Fourth Elder's acupoint and stopped him from self-destructing. Tianya looked at Yun Luofeng in astonishment, and the shock in his eyes deepened. As a doctor as well, no one was clearer than him what Yun Luofeng's actions represented. After all, even he had been unable to successfully stop a self-destruction. Chapter 495. The Fourth Elder closed his eyes in despair. He knew that he had no hope of revenge this time. Since that was the case, he would wait for his next life. In his next life, he would make sure that all of these people were buried with him. Yun Luofeng, Ning family. He opened his eyes and sneered, "When I get to the next life, I will come find you and make you pay with your blood." Blood for blood? Yun Luofeng curled his lips, "Sorry, you won't have the chance." The girl's voice was arrogant, causing the Fourth Elder to fly into a rage once again. But this time, before he could speak, a violent force came out from his body and fiercely struck his internal organs. Even his soul felt a pain as if it had suffered a heavy blow. "What did you do to me?" There was no need to think about it. The Fourth Elder knew that this woman must have done something to him. Yun Luofeng glanced at him evilly, "I just sent the power of your self-destruction back into your body. I didn't make it disappear." In other words, she had sent the power of the Fourth Elder's self-destruction back into his body. In other words, he couldn't make his soul self-destruct, but he would still have his soul scattered. "You're such a vicious woman. You will definitely die a horrible death." The Fourth Elder had gone completely mad. He had failed to self-destruct, yet he still had to bear the consequences of his soul scattering. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be able to bear it. "I originally wanted to hand you over to Second Uncle, but unfortunately, you charged straight into my hands." Yun Luofeng smiled evilly as he leaned against the tree beside him. So, you brought this upon yourself. Ah! An intense pain came from within his body. The fourth elder's face contorted as he let out a mournful roar. Yun Luofeng, a vicious woman like you will definitely not have a good ending. Puchi. A mouthful of blood spurted out. The fourth elder staggered and fell heavily to the ground. He sucked in a breath of cold air and stared hatefully at Yun Luofeng with a twisted face. Second uncle. Yun Luofeng did not look at the fourth elder anymore. She turned around and walked towards Yunqingya, raising her eyebrows. Ning Xian's body is still a little weak. Take her back to your room to rest first. Let the Ning family handle the matters here. All right. Yunqingya's lips curled into a faint smile as her cold gaze gradually fell on Ning Xian. Xianer, I'll take you back to your room. Ning Xian bit her lips and nodded slightly. She looked at Yun Luofeng as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she turned her head and followed Yunqingya into the backyard. In the end, she didn't say the word thank you. However, she would remember everything that Yun Luofeng had done for her. She would never forget it. Sigh. Elder Ning let out a heavy sigh. The fourth elder left him here to destroy himself. His soul will soon dissipate. As for Ning Yuan, it's a pity. If he wasn't the son of the fourth elder, he would definitely be a good seedling. Ning Yuan's nature was not bad. It was just that he was pampered by the fourth elder. That was why he became so lawless. However, if he were to be nurtured from a young age, he believed that he would change very well. Unfortunately, Ning Yuan was the fourth elder's child, so he had buried his life. At the thought of this, Elder Ning shook his head regretfully. Bury Ning Yuan later. Because his father betrayed the Ning family, he does not have the qualifications to enter the Ning family's ancestral grave. As for the fourth elder, just find a mass grave and throw him away. Chapter 496. Yes, Patriarch. The servant cupped his fists and replied respectfully. It was night. The moon was as deep as water. Yunqingya stood in the courtyard with her hands behind her back. Her cold gaze was cast towards the night sky as a faint smile appeared on her lips. Suddenly, a green cloak draped over his shoulders. He was slightly startled as he turned his head to look at the beautiful girl who had appeared behind him for some reason. Your body hasn't fully recovered yet, so it's better if you don't blow too much. Ning Xian smiled faintly. Brother Yun, what were you thinking about just now? Hearing this, Yunqingya once again turned her gaze towards the night and sighed softly. I was thinking that if my brother and sister-in-law were still alive, they would definitely be proud of little Fenger's current achievements. Ning Xian turned her head to look at the man's side profile. She discovered that the man under the moonlight was extremely good-looking, his entire body emitting a dazzling light. Big Brother Ning, would you like to hear my story? Hearing this, Yunqingya retracted her gaze and said with a light smile, if you are willing to tell me your story, then I will listen. Big Brother Yun. Ning Xian looked at the night sky and said with a bitter smile, actually, I am very envious of you. Your father is a true hero. Back then, he would rather let his son and daughter-in-law lead the troops into battle than give his daughter-in-law to the enemy's emperor as a concubine. This was a true man. If it was my father, perhaps his choice would be to give me away. When she said this, Ning Xian's tone was filled with sorrow. Because, he once faced a choice, and his choice was the Ning family. It was unknown if it was because the sky was cold or her heart was cold, but Ning Xian tightly pulled at her clothes, and her lowered eyes were filled with sorrow. 10 years ago, the daughter of the Ning family's elder returned after several years of experience. At that time, the Ning family's madam was already my mother. And the elder's daughter had admired my father since she was young. When she found out about this, she flew into a rage. She wanted my father to cripple my mother and marry her. For the sake of the Ning family's peace, my father did not accept the elder's daughter's suggestion, nor did he reject her. For this reason, the elder's daughter believed that my mother was pestering my father. In order to be my father's wife, she beat my mother to death. Ning Xian took a deep breath, clenching her fists tightly to suppress the anger in her heart. However, even so, her heart still trembled uncontrollably. That's right, that woman didn't poison or assassinate my mother. She just beat my mother to death in public. Because she knew that her father had a very high prestige in the clan. Even if she killed my mother, my father wouldn't do anything to her. Yun Qingya turned to look at Ning Xian. He had thought that he had lived a miserable life, but Ning Xian's experience was not much better. Even though she was the eldest young lady of the Ning family, she had to watch helplessly as her own mother was beaten to death. What kind of pain was that? Yun Qingya subconsciously reached out and hugged Ning Xian's shoulder tightly. Big brother Yun, that woman made the right bet. My father was devastated by my mother's death, but he didn't even have the courage to take revenge for her. Because that woman's father was the head of the Ning family's elders at that time. For the sake of the entire Ning family, he endured. After my grandfather found out about this, he rushed back to the Yun family to avenge my mother. He even took me away from the Ning family. Chapter 497. At the mention of Elder Ning, Ning Xian's expression softened. She said softly, Big brother Yun, even though my father is still alive, my grandfather is the only family member I have. He was afraid that if my father had other children, would be wronged, so he let my father disperse the backyard. This is also the reason why my father has not taken a wife or concubine all these years. Actually, Ning Xian smiled faintly, the most manly thing my father did in his life was to marry my mother in the face of so much pressure. Of course, this was also because of grandfather's support. However, I hope that my mother will never get to know my father in this life. This way, his mother wouldn't be beaten to death in front of everyone. Big brother Yun, my father's feelings for my mother are very real, but his biggest flaw is that he pays too much attention to the family. Indecisiveness. Back then, when he found out that his mother had been beaten to death by that woman, he hated her so much that he wanted to kill her. However, he didn't dare to do so. Tell me, what's the use of a man who doesn't even have the courage to avenge his lover? Ning Xian raised her eyes and stared at Yun Qingya's handsome face with clear eyes. She pursed her lips slightly. Come back to the Yun family with me tomorrow. The man's melodious voice slowly rang in her ears, and she couldn't help but feel at ease. Big brother Yun, actually, I am very regretful in my heart. During the 10 years that you needed to accompany me the most, we did not get to know each other. Ning Xian gently held Yun Qingya's hand and said with a smile, if only we had known each other at that time? 10 years. How painful was it to hide alone in a dark secret chamber for 10 whole years? As for her, she was not by his side at that time, nor did she accompany him through this most difficult period of time. Now that she thought about it, Ning Xian felt a wave of heartache, and the hatred she felt towards the medical city grew deeper and deeper. At that time, I was just a cripple. Yun Qingya shook her head and said with a bitter smile. Big brother Yun, Ning Xian's eyes were filled with sincerity, whether you are a cripple or a healthy person, I, Ning Xian, will never leave your side in this lifetime. I won't leave until the day you no longer need me. She loved Yun Qingya, nothing else. After all, before this, she didn't know Yun Luofeng's strength at all, nor did she know that he had a powerful backer. In a situation where she didn't know anything, she was heavily injured for Yun Qingya, which indirectly proved that her love for him was pure. Even if this man was a cripple, she would still move forward and never retreat. Yun Qingya's eyes moved as she stared deeply at the beautiful girl in front of her. He was a normal man, not a cold-hearted man. All these years, Ning Xian was the only woman he had interacted with other than his family. Now, this woman was infatuated with him. Even if his heart was made of stone, it would melt. Ning Xian, it looks like I should call you second aunt from now on. As their gazes met, an evil voice rang out from behind them. There was an obvious hint of amusement in that voice. Yun Qingya hurriedly retracted her gaze and coughed twice. Her handsome face was tinged with embarrassment. Xiaofeng, why are you here? Yun Luofeng slowly walked forward, his lips curling into a playful smile. His black eyes sized up the two people in front of him. Come and meet my future second aunt. Chapter 498. Her words were filled with obvious flattery, causing Yun Qingya's handsome face to turn even redder. Second uncle, when are you going to marry Ning Xian? Yun Luofeng seemed to feel that the awkwardness between the two of them was not enough, and continued to speak in a mocking tone. Little Feng, Ning Xian smiled faintly, right now, it's just my unrequited love. Once Big Brother Yun accepts my feelings, I will immediately marry her. She would not force Yun Qingya, nor would she use kindness to threaten him. She would only wait for the moment when he was willing to accept her feelings. Yun Qingya looked at Ning Xian with a complicated expression. I am a man. As a man, should protect my own woman. However, I am still not strong enough. When I am strong enough to protect her, I will marry her. Ning Xian's heart suddenly skipped a beat as she looked at Yun Qingya in surprise. Did Brother Yun mean that he had accepted her feelings? But it wasn't time to marry her yet? Big Brother Yun, I'll wait for you. After stabilizing her mind, Ning Xian's heart calmed down, and the smile on her face became even more moving. No matter how long it takes, I will wait for you. Second uncle. Yun Luofeng seemed to have sensed something and frowned slightly. What you mean by that is, Yun Qingya looked at Yun Luofeng. I want to go to the forest of no return. The forest of no return, no return. Anyone who entered the forest of no return would die without a doubt. However, Yun Luofeng did not expect that Yun Qingya would actually want to go to that place. Are you sure? She raised her eyebrows and asked. I'm sure. Yun Qingya's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. Little Fenger, you only know that there are no returns to the forest of no return, but you don't know that there are also a few people who were able to leave the forest of no return safely. Those people have all undergone a huge change in their strength. If I want to grow up as soon as possible, I must go to the forest of no return. This was also the reason why he was unwilling to marry Ning Xian. It was precisely because he was afraid that if he couldn't return from the forest of no return, he would implicate Ning Xian for the rest of her life. Second uncle, you have to think about it carefully. If you think about it carefully, I will support whatever you do. However, you have to understand that me, grandfather, and Ning Xian. We are all waiting for your return at the Yun family. You must come back to us alive. Yun Qingya lovingly rubbed Yun Luofeng's head, her eyes filled with endless gentleness. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I'm only going to train in the outskirts of the forest of no return, I'm definitely not going in. For your sake, I will also ensure my own safety. Alright, Yun Luofeng's furrowed brows relaxed. Before you go to the forest of no return, I'll prepare some spiritual medicines for you, just in case. Yun Qingya's lips moved slightly. He had thought that Yun Luofeng would definitely not agree to his decision, but he didn't expect that she would actually approve of it. He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. If Yun Luofeng really did not agree, he would still think of a way to go to the forest of no return. Only with sufficient strength could he protect the Yun family. And he didn't want the same thing to happen again. Big Brother Yun. Ning Xian raised her head and stared at Yun Qingya intently. I'm also waiting for you at the Yun family. You have to come back alive. If you are unable to return to the Yun family, then I will guard you for the rest of my life. Yun Qingya smiled bitterly and said, Xianer, little Fenger and my father. Please take care of them. Don't worry, Big Brother Yun. I will take good care of the Yun family for you. Moreover, as long as I am alive, no one is allowed to invade the Yun family. Chapter 499. The girl's eyes were firm, and her delicate face was solemn. Unless she dies, she will not allow anyone to invade the Yun family. Second uncle, do you want to go back and see grandfather before you leave? Yun Luofeng said after thinking for a while. No need. Yun Qingya shook her head. If he finds out, then I won't be able to leave. No one knew the old master's character better than him. If he knew that he was going to a place like the Forest of No Return, he would definitely not let him go. Thinking of this, Yun Qingya paused for a moment. Little Fenger, I will set off for the Forest of No Return tomorrow. You guys can go back to the Yun family and wait for me. He must personally avenge the Medicine City. Only then would he be able to relieve his years of pain. All right. Yun Luofeng nodded lightly. She understood Yun Qingya's thoughts very well. If she had been hurt for so many years, she would not want others to stand up for her. Instead, she wanted to rely on her own hands to take revenge. It's getting late. I'll go back and rest first. You two take your time to chat. Yun Luofeng's lips curved into a smile. He tactfully turned around and left, leaving this space to the two of them. He believed that tonight, they would have many things to talk about. At this moment, Yun Zhao's cold and callous face appeared in her mind. She wondered how that fellow had been recently. Had he left the secret realm? However, she believed that it wouldn't be long before Yun Zhao returned to look for her, Long Yuan country. In the hall of the general's residence, old Master Yun looked at the betrothal gifts that filled the entire hall with a headache. He rubbed his temples and said in a low voice, You still haven't found out the origin of these betrothal gifts? Yi Ling shook her head. I made the Fallen Maple Pavilion's people go and investigate, but they still couldn't find out who sent these betrothal gifts. So, I don't know who proposed to Master. Sigh, the old man sighed helplessly. Sure enough, before one wave has subsided, another wave rises. I wonder when Fenger will return. Just as the old master finished speaking, a servant hurried in from outside the door and reported respectfully, Master, eldest Miss and Miss Ning Xian have returned. What? Master Dongfang suddenly rose to his feet, his wrinkled face filled with joy. Ning Xian is all right? That's great news. Let's go and welcome Fenger. After saying this, he strode out of the door. With just a glance, he saw the two girls crossing the threshold and entering. One of them was a young girl dressed in a white robe. She was devastatingly beautiful and her beautiful face had an evil smile on it. Her pitch-black eyes stared unblinkingly at the old man in the courtyard. The other girl was beautiful and had a dignified demeanor. She stood quietly beside Yun Luofeng, her bright eyes filled with smiles. You're back? The old man stopped in his tracks and quietly watched the two people walk into the general's mansion. After a while, he finally said this. By the way, where's Qingya? The old man was startled when he didn't see Yun Qingya. He frowned and asked. Second uncle has gone out to gain experience. He'll probably only be back after a while. Yun Luofeng's lips curled into a faint smile. She did not reveal Yun Qingya's true identity to prevent the old man from worrying. If he knew that his son had gone to such a dangerous place, he might not be able to sleep well in the future. Out to gain experience? Master Yun was stunned but did not think too much about it. His tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Fenger, you're back at the right time. I have something to tell you. Chapter 500. As the old man said this, Yun Luofeng saw the wedding gifts that filled the hall. She unconsciously raised her eyebrows and asked, Someone in the Yun family is getting married? Is it Qin Yan and Yi Ling? This. The old man hesitated for a moment, then asked weakly, These gifts are for you. Yun Luofeng frowned slightly. These gifts are for her? After a moment of silence, she raised her head and looked at the old man. Do you know who sent them? I'm not sure. The old man shook his head. Even the people from the Windfall Pavilion can't find out where these gifts came from. Is that so? Yun Luofeng curled the corners of her lips and slowly walked towards the gifts. In that instant, an imposing aura surged from her body and her slightly raised eyes were filled with condescension. If that's the case, then burn them. Boom! As soon as she finished speaking, a flame formed from spiritual power surged out from her palm. The flame quickly rushed towards the betrothal gifts. In an instant, the betrothal gifts were all turned into ashes. The young girl dusted her hands and turned to look at the dumbfounded old man. She smiled and said, "This way, the matter of the gifts has been resolved." The old man fiercely gulped. It seemed that his granddaughter was more domineering, unlike him who had hesitated for so many days over these gifts, ha ha ha. The old man laughed heartily. Xiao Feng, Xian, let's go. Tell me what happened in the Ning family so I can be happy. The old man understood his granddaughter's temper very well. Since she had returned, it meant that the matter of the Ning family's fourth elder had been resolved. Since that was the case, he could rest assured and listen to Yun Luofeng's recount of what happened in the Ning family, so that he could brag about it in the future. However, the old man only thought that Yun Luofeng had violently abused the fourth elder. He never thought that the little girl following behind Yun Luofeng would have such a powerful identity. What was even more unexpected was that Yun Luofeng and Tianya were old friends. After hearing everything, the old man was dumbfounded on the spot. He stared with his mouth agape and couldn't recover for a long time. Inside the inn, the man had his back to the door as he quietly listened to his subordinate's report. After a long while, he finally reacted and a smile appeared on his handsome and demonic face. "You said that Yun Luofeng burned the gifts?" Reporting to the young master, "I saw it with my own eyes. I have come to report this to the young master." "It's fine," Baisu smiled and waved her hand. "You may leave." "Yes, young master." The guard cupped his fists and stood up from the ground. He turned around and walked out of the room, closing the door behind him. After he left, the entire room regained its tranquility. After a long while, the man's playful voice slowly echoed, "This Yun Luofeng is much more interesting than her mother." At this moment, the beautiful woman who was standing beside the man pursed her lips slightly and looked at the man's handsome face with a complicated gaze. "Master, Baisu, said. Bye, Luofeng, bye, Xian said. Luo, bye, Yun, that's right," Baisu raised her eyebrows and stroked her chin. "Because I realized that this woman is useful to the Bai family." The beautiful woman was a bit surprised. "Young master, Yun Luofeng is only the general's granddaughter, why would she be useful to the Bai family?" "She's very talented," Baisu's eyes narrowed, "she's the same kind of person as me. If I'm not wrong, the reason why the Xiao family had attacked the Bai family was because this woman had plotted against us. That's why I'm interested in her." Chapter 501. It had been a long time since he had met a woman who could pique his interest. And this woman, her achievements in the future would be extraordinary. A person like Yun Luofeng is very dangerous. If we try to rope her in, we will not be able to control her. Only a handsome man will work on her. Baisu's eyes carried a hint of a smile. After all, from the information I have gathered about her, this woman is infatuated with Yun Zhao's beauty and often teases him. For this, I can only sacrifice my own beauty. Young master. The beautiful woman pursed her red lips and her demonic eyes carried a hint of confusion. This subordinate thinks that young master is too attentive towards Yun Luofeng. She is only an ordinary person. Ordinary person? Baisu glanced coldly at the beautiful woman. When I first met that woman, she was only a high spiritualist. She was not even a earth spiritualist. But how long has it been? She has already become a celestial spiritualist. With such talent, I'm afraid even I cannot compare to her. Yet, you say that she is an ordinary person? The beautiful woman's body trembled and her beautiful eyes widened in shock. In such a short period of time, she has become a celestial spiritualist. How powerful must her talent be? No wonder the young master is so attentive towards her. He did not hesitate to sacrifice his own beauty to make her return to the Bai family. But, thinking of the secret love that she had buried in her heart, the beautiful woman's face carried a hint of bitterness. Her heart felt as if it had been pierced by a needle. Nightfall. The general's residence was exceptionally quiet under the moonlight. Yun Luofeng sat in the pavilion and gently stroked Milk Tea's hair. Her slightly narrowed eyes flashed with light. This time, Xiaobai did not follow her back. Because Tianya had said that he needed her help with something, she had brought him along. That was why she had lost a little follower behind her. Milk Tea, did you really see that person go to the inn? Milk Tea nodded her head. When Yun Luofeng had burned the betrothal gifts, she had felt an unconcealed breath. Because of this, she had secretly sent Milk Tea to follow that person. She wanted to use this to find out who had sent the betrothal gifts. Did you find out who that person was? Yun Luofeng frowned slightly and asked in a low voice. Just as Yun Luofeng asked this question, the surrounding air suddenly became thin. The light breeze intensified and the leaves rustled. Since you're here, come out. Her hand that was caressing the Milk Tea paused, and she still said without raising her head. I didn't expect you to be so vigilant. I really didn't misjudge you. A crescent-colored robe landed in front of the young girl. The corners of the man's lips curled up into a demonic smile. His smiling eyes stared at the young girl in front of him. The betrothal gifts from the Yun family were given by you? Yun Luofeng's voice was cold as he asked. Don't you think we are the same kind of people? Bai Su's smile deepened, and an evil light gathered in her eyes. If you're willing to marry me, I'll give you supreme glory. Yun Luofeng raised his head slightly. His black eyes were filled with a domineering light as they gradually landed on Bai Su. The glory I want, I will obtain it with my own 2 hands. Not given by anyone. Moreover, I don't think you have the ability to do so. I can't, but Yun Shao can. Bai Su took a few steps closer to Yun Luofeng. His slightly narrowed eyes revealed a dangerous light. He waved his hand and grabbed her arm tightly. He then smiled coldly and said, Yun Luofeng, believe me. As long as I have enough time, Yun Shao will not be able to defeat me. Chapter 502. Get lost. Yun Luofeng's expression sank. She flung her arm fiercely and flung his hand away. A loud cry escaped from the young girl's lips. Her eyes were filled with incomparable self-confidence and dominance, as well as disdain towards him. A dark light flashed in Bai Su's eyes and the smile on his handsome face slowly disappeared. He stared fixedly at Yun Luofeng and suddenly laughed icily. Everyone says that the eldest lady of the general's household is incomparably lustful and often takes liberties with the guards by her side. I had thought that I could make you join the Bai family as long as I could use my charm to trick you into joining the Bai family. Unfortunately, I was wrong. You are indeed different from those love-struck fools. Yun Luofeng raised an eyebrow, and then, in this lifetime, the only man she would tease was Yun Shao alone. The more you reject me, the more interested I become in you. Bai Su's lips curled into a demonic angle once again. His crescent-colored robes fluttered in the night breeze and his jet-black hair danced in the wind, gently brushing past his handsome face. His voice carried an extremely seductive air as if it was luring people towards him. However, faced with such a handsome man, Yun Luofeng remained unmoved. She lazily rose to her feet from the pavilion and shot Bai Su a demonic look. Unfortunately, I have no interest in you. Once she had said her piece, she did not spare the man behind her another glance and walked towards the rear courtyard. When she was halfway there, she stopped in her tracks and said without turning her head, the young master of the Bai family actually trespassed into someone else's residence at night. If word of this gets out, I'm afraid the Bai family's reputation won't be good. Bai Su narrowed his eyes and the aura from his body became even more dangerous. His robes fluttered and his handsome features became incomparably sinister under the moonlight. Yun Luofeng, I will have you. His lips curled into an eerie smile and no longer had his demonic charm. He stared fixedly in the direction that the young girl had left as he spoke sinisterly. If I can't have you, I can only destroy you. He would not let anyone else have what he could not have. Hence, he could only destroy her. Young master. The beautiful woman had unknowingly appeared beside the man. She bit her lip and looked at Yun Luofeng's departing figure with a complicated expression. This woman. It doesn't seem like it's that easy for her to become a member of the Bai clan. Furthermore, when you weren't here, the Bai clan was hit hard. It was all because of this woman. Why did you? Bai Su did not say anything. Her gaze remained fixed in the direction where Yun Luofeng had disappeared. There was a look of contemplation in her eyes. Young master, the beautiful girl subconsciously clenched her fists, jealousy surging in her heart. Why wouldn't Yun Luofeng accept such an outstanding man like the young master? If it were him, he would definitely agree immediately. Let's go back. As Bai Su turned around, his sleeves fluttered in the breeze. The dark night made his eyes look even more profound. Bang! Yun Luofeng closed the door and was just about to turn around when a young boy wearing a snow-white robe appeared in front of her, causing her to freeze in place. The boy looked like he was carved from jade. His big, bright eyes shone brightly. His rosy lips were slightly pouting, and his voice was childish. Master, it seems like you're not happy to see me. Not happy? She was obviously scared stiff. Yun Luofeng recovered her senses with great difficulty. Xiao Mo, can you leave the divine grimoire space now? Chapter 503. Master. Bang! Little Mo opened his arms and rushed towards Yun Luofeng. His soft body fiercely collided into the young girl's embrace, his two short arms tightly hugging the slender waist in front of him. Ever since you broke through to the celestial spirit realm, I can appear in your world for a short period of time. He raised his cute little face, a brilliant smile on his tender face. Then when can you stay for a long time? Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and asked. This. Little Mo's finger gently tapped his lips, his blinking eyes filled with doubt. Actually, I'm not too sure. When Master breaks through to that realm, I'll naturally be able to sense it. Yun Luofeng gently stroked his chin, his black eyes filled with contemplation. At this moment, there was a bang and Qing Yan staggered in. Her delicate little face was as red as an apple as she panted and said, "Miss, something has happened." What is it? Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows and looked at Qing Yan, asking calmly. Miss, it's Zhong Linger. Zhong Linger, she. Qing Yan wiped the sweat on her forehead and said anxiously, she was captured by the Tian family. Yun Luofeng's expression sank little by little. Zhong Linger, as the vice-commander of the Flame Legion, had been out on a mission and had not returned for a long time. So she had been captured by the Tian family. I never thought that other than dealing with Tian Ku, there would be other people from the Tian family who would come knocking on our door. Yun Luofeng's narrowed eyes flashed with killing intent. However, I remember that Zhong Linger's mission this time has nothing to do with the Tian family. Why did she fall into their hands? Miss, it's like this. According to the other members of the Flame Legion who escaped, Zhong Linger's mission this time was near the Tian family. Unfortunately, she just happened to bump into the Tian family's team. Qing Yan took a deep breath and reported everything she had heard to Yun Luofeng. Within the Tian family's team, there was a person who was Zhong Linger's elder brother. Zhong Linger's elder brother? Yun Luofeng was stunned. Zhong Linger is from the Tian family? No. That's not right. According to the information I obtained, Zhong Linger is just a daughter of an ordinary family. When did she get involved with the Tian family? Miss, that man from the Tian family is Zhong Linger's half-brother. Speaking up to this point, Qing Yan was a little angry. She tightly clenched her small fists. That year, Zhong Linger's father was seriously injured when he was training outside. Fortunately, a young girl from a commoner's family saved him. Who would have thought that this animal would see that the young girl was quite beautiful? After he recovered from his injuries, he raped her. That girl wanted to commit suicide, but she was saved by her childhood sweetheart fiancé. Moreover, he didn't despise her and married her. Yun Luofeng laughed coldly. This is really the real-life story of the farmer and the snake. The farmer and the snake? Qing Yan looked at Yun Luofeng in surprise. Miss, how come this servant has never heard of this story? This story describes the situation of Zhong Linger's parents. Because you don't know if the person you save will bite the hand that feeds you. Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows. So, I never save anyone unrelated to me. Qing Yan, you must remember, we are not saints. There is no need to pity others. Otherwise, the next mother of Zhong Linger will be you. Chapter 504. Qing Yan nodded and said solemnly, Miss, this servant understands. Alright, you can continue with what's coming next. Yun Luofeng raised his eyes slightly and stared at the little servant girl standing in front of him. Previously, she had only asked the people from Luofeng Pavilion to investigate the background of the army members, but to respect their privacy, she did not investigate further. This was also the result of not knowing that Zhong Linger was from the Tian family. Qing Yan calmed herself down and continued, Miss, after that young girl was raped, she became pregnant. And those people from the great forces will be able to sense their own bloodline. Therefore, when that person from the Tian family passed by, he felt that the bloodline in Zhong Linger's body came from him. In order to not let the bloodline of the Tian family spread outside, the Tian family took Zhong Linger back home. Yun Luofeng raised the corner of his lips, and there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. After that, did the Tian family realize that Zhong Linger had no talent and chased her out of the Tian family? But after this meeting, they found out that Zhong Linger had broken through to the high spiritual realm, so they forcefully brought her back to the family? The Tian family was no different from the Shao family. When the family's disciples were useful, they would bring them back home. If they found out that the disciple was useless, they would immediately expel her from the family, and she wouldn't even be worthy of inheriting the family name. Miss, you're right. This is indeed the situation. Qing Yan sighed softly, and her tone was worried. Qing Yan, Yun Luofeng stroked his chin and paused for a moment before saying, There's something I don't understand. When Tian Ku and Tian Yu came to Long Yuan country, why didn't they discover Zhong Linger's identity? The corner of Qing Yan's mouth twitched. Actually, the reason is very simple. Zhong Linger's father is only from the side branch of the Tian family, and there's still a gap between him and Tian Ku's and Tian Yu's direct bloodline. Maybe because of this, they didn't recognize Zhong Linger. Or maybe, at that time, their eyes were on Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao, so they didn't notice Zhong Linger. I see. Yun Luofeng's smile was filled with a trace of evil. This evil lingered around her, making the whole room gloomy and terrifying. Qing Yan, call Yi Ling. Both of you follow me to the Tian family. Yes, miss. Qing Yan's expression immediately turned solemn, and her clear black eyes shone with a bright light. What about me? Suddenly, a small hand tugged on Yun Luofeng's sleeve. Then, the boy's pitiful voice rang out. Only then did Qing Yan notice the little boy who had been standing beside Yun Luofeng. She asked in surprise, Miss, whose child is this? Little Mo's eyes flashed a few times. He held Yun Luofeng's hand tightly. I am her son. Son? Qing Yan was petrified on the spot. Her mouth opened so wide that it could swallow an elephant. She stared at Yun Luofeng in disbelief. Young Miss actually had a son. But before Qing Yan could walk out of her shock, she heard the little boy's childish voice again, Mommy, when is Yun Xiao's daddy coming back? Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down from the clear sky, and the light smoke in the midst of the petrification was directly split apart, and its body was on the verge of collapse. It was too shocking. Miss actually had a child with Yun Xiao. Does the patriarch know about this? Little Mo. Yun Luofeng frowned and gave little Mo a warning look. Then, he turned his gaze towards Qing Yan. He likes to talk nonsense. Yun Xiao and I have only known each other for less than a year. How could we have such a big child? Chapter 505. Little Mo blinked his eyes and said with grievance, "Mother, do you recognize me? You and father have known each other for many years. This time, he entered the Yun family because of you. You can't not recognize us." Yun Luofeng's face instantly darkened. The aura on his body gradually surged. He looked at little Mo darkly. "Looks like you don't want to stay here." The girl's undisguised aura shocked little Mo. But for the sake of Yun Xiao marrying Yun Luofeng as soon as possible, he was going all out. "Mother, you've abandoned me for so many years. You can't abandon me again." Little Mo cried out and hugged Yun Luofeng's thigh tightly. He cried bitterly, "I've missed you so much these past few years." Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed his eyes. The dangerous aura became stronger and stronger. Little Mo was so scared that he shrunk his neck and looked at her pitifully. He was like an abandoned puppy, wagging his tail in front of his master and begging for mercy. Miss Qing Yan finally broke out of her petrified state. She felt the aura on Yun Luofeng's body and hurriedly pulled little Mo to her side. "Although you're the person this servant admires the most and this servant has always listened to your orders, he's still your son. It's not good to abandon him." Yun Luofeng softly sighed. "Qing Yan, let's go to the Tian family first. I'll talk to you when I come back." Creak. Just as Yun Luofeng opened the door and was about to walk out, there was a bang. The old man who was hiding outside the door and eavesdropping stumbled into the room and fell on his face. Yun Luofeng's face darkened. "What are you doing here?" "This." The old man touched his hair and chuckled. "I heard a child crying, so I wanted to know what was going on." "Xiao Feng, you're really something. You even hid the fact that you have a son from me. Are you purposely trying to prevent me from holding my great-grandson?" Yun Luofeng felt a headache and rubbed his temples. "I still have something urgent to do. When I come back, I'll use a blood test to prove that this guy isn't my son. If I say he's my great-grandson, then he's my great-grandson." The old man glared at Yun Luofeng. When he looked at little Mo, his expression turned into a smile. "Good grandson, come and let me, your great-grandfather, hug you." Little Mo blinked and obediently called out, "Great-grandfather, you can't let those bad people marry mother. She belongs to Yun Zhao's father." "Ai, how obedient." "Don't worry, great-grandfather won't let those people have their way." The old man chuckled as he pulled Xiao Mo into his arms and fiercely ravaged him. "Feng, look at this child. He's so similar to you. My intuition can't be wrong. He's your son. Why don't you do a blood test right now?" "Like?" Yun Luofeng's eyebrows twitched. She scrutinized little Mo and couldn't find any resemblance between the two of them. This old man had gone crazy thinking about his grandson. Even a random kid on the street would look like her. "Grandpa, I really have something urgent to attend to. We'll talk about the blood test when I get back." Yun Luofeng frowned slightly. Even at a time like this, she still wanted to reason with the old man. However, the old man only smiled mysteriously. "Girl, you have a lot of wicked ideas. Who knows what will happen when you get back? So, when I came in, I had someone prepare 2 basins of water. You can do a blood test right now." Yun Luofeng's breathing became uneven. In the end, she chose to accept the old man's cunning suggestion. Chapter 506. "All right, let them come in." Just as she finished speaking, a servant girl walked in with a basin of clear water. She placed it on the table and retreated respectfully. Give me the scimitar, Yun Luofeng said as she extended her hand to Qing Yen. Yes, Mississippi, Qing Yen responded respectfully. Then, she pulled out the scimitar from her waist and handed it to Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng held the scimitar in her hand and gently slid it across her finger. Instantly, a drop of blood fell into the clear water. After doing all this, Yun Luofeng handed the scimitar to little Mo. It's your turn. Good, Master Luofeng took the scimitar from little Mo and said gently, you only need to cut it gently. It won't hurt. All right, little Mo replied obediently. However, no one saw the smile that flashed across his eyes the moment he lowered them. However, little Mo still pretended to be timid. He took the scimitar with trembling hands and closed his eyes as he slid it across his finger. Seeing little Mo's pale little face, Master Luofeng's heart ached. He hurriedly took little Mo's hand and breathed into his mouth. Yun Luofeng did not speak. Her eyes were fixed on the clear water on the table. Then, she saw that the drops of blood that had been separated on both sides seemed to be pushed forward by a force until the two sides met and fused together. Instantly, Yun Luofeng was stunned. The blood dripping was a success? How was that possible? How could she and little Mo have a successful blood dripping? Ha ha ha. Master Luofeng laughed heartily. His old face was full of excitement. This child and I hit it off so well. I've long said that he's my great-grandson. Feng, so you and Yun Xiao have already progressed to this level. I've been worried about you too. Yun Luofeng's face darkened. Little Mo is 5 now. If he's my son, did I give birth to him when I was 10? Master Luofeng thought for a moment and said, that's not impossible. Ordinary people cannot have children at 10, but you're a doctor. You can create too many miracles. If you say that you gave birth to a child when you were 10, I believe you. Yun Luofeng regretted letting little Mo leave the divine grimoire space and causing so much trouble. Follow me. She pulled Xiao Mo away from the old man's arms and quickly walked out of the room. Once she was sure that Master Dongfang and Qing Yan had not followed her, she threw his body fiercely onto the grass. She raised her brows and asked, Xiao Mo, tell me, what's going on with the blood test? Little Mo rubbed his butt and pouted, Master, I'm the guardian of the divine book of medicine. I'm just a spirit, and as a spirit, I don't have blood. However, I've formed a contract with you, so I only used a little of your blood just now. In other words, those 2 drops of blood are mine? Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes dangerously. Little Mo, I didn't think you had this kind of ability. Tell me, how are you going to explain this to me? Little Mo felt wronged as he crawled up from the grass. It's all because of that bastard Baisu. He actually dared to have designs on you, Master. Hence, I had purposely pretended to be your son. My goal was to let the world know that you have given birth to Yun Zhao's child. In this way, Baisu, that bastard, would no longer pester Master. Chapter 507. Yun Xiao was not around, so he had to protect his master for him. He had to prevent a group of people with ill intentions from taking advantage of him. Seeing that Yun Luofeng didn't say anything, little Mo started chattering again. Master, Baisu is nothing. He can't be compared to Yun Xiao. He's just using you. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have lied. Is that so? Yun Luofeng raised the corners of his lips and his aura suddenly darkened. Then should I thank you for helping me get rid of those people with ill intentions? Of course. Xiao Mo placed his hands on his hips and his face filled with pride. Master, don't worry. Baisu won't bother you anymore. You're already pregnant with Yun Zhao's child. If he knows what's good for him, he'll give up on you. Even though Yun Luofeng's aura was piercingly cold, his beautiful face lit up with a smile. Since you've helped me get rid of this trouble, I should reward you. As such, I'll reward you with a month in the grimoire space. Xiao Mo's body trembled and his eyes filled with fear. Master, no. Remember, Yun Luofeng glanced at him darkly, you're not allowed to take one step out of the grimoire space for 1 month. Xiao Mo was so aggrieved that he nearly cried. He had been stuck in the grimoire space for so many years and was finally able to leave for a moment. In the end, he was locked up by his master for another month. It had been fine being unable to leave the grimoire space in the past, but now that he could leave, he had to continue to be locked up. How could he tolerate this? Master, I was wrong. Xiao Mo tugged at Yun Luofeng's sleeve and cried bitterly, I won't do it again. Please forgive me for the last time. You know you were wrong. Yun Luofeng gently lifted Xiao Mo's chin with his finger and narrowed his eyes. Do you dare to do this again? No. Xiao Mo shook his head and hurriedly made a solemn vow. Get up. Yun Luofeng waved her hand and lifted Xiao Mo up. She stared deeply at the little boy in front of her and said, I know you're doing this for me and Yun Xiao. You're afraid that Bai Su will not let me go. However, you have underestimated him. That man has no feelings for me and only wants to use me. Even if he believes that I have a son, he will still pester me. Little Mo blinked and said apologetically, Master, did I cause trouble for you? At least you still know this. Yun Luofeng swept a glance at him. If I were anywhere else, in front of other people, you could pretend to be my son. But, in the Yun family, you definitely can't. They are my family. I don't want any lies to haunt them. Master, I'll explain everything to your grandfather now, okay? Little Mo knew that she had gone too far this time, so her tone was filled with caution. Yun Luofeng shook his head. That old man is too old. He can't take this kind of torment. You made him fall from heaven to hell. How could he endure it? What's more, the blood test was successful. Even if you explain, he won't believe you. Master, I'm sorry, forget it. Yun Luofeng looked at Xiao Mo again. Since he has misunderstood, let him continue to misunderstand. From now on, you are not allowed to act like this in the Yun family. In other words, it didn't matter what he did outside of the Yun family's territory. Only the Yun family. This was the pure land she wanted to protect. Xiao Mo's eyes brightened and she smiled brightly. Master, I understand. It's almost time for me to leave the divine grimoire space. I'll go back first and come see you tomorrow. Chapter 508. As he spoke, Xiao Mo's body gradually became transparent until it was blown away by the wind. My lady. Qing Yan had just arrived when she saw that Yun Luofeng was the only one in the courtyard. Xiao Mo, who had been dragged away by her, was nowhere to be seen. Miss, where's the young master? Qing Yan blinked her eyes in surprise. Could it be that he was silenced by you? Yun Luofeng glanced at Qing Yan. This glance sent chills down Qing Yan's spine. She hurriedly explained, My lady, I was just joking. It's really a joke. But it's strange, why has the young master disappeared? He's gone to attend to some matters. Call Yi Ling and we'll leave immediately. Yes, my lady. Qing Yan did not dare to ask any further and replied respectfully. Her priority now was to save Zhong Linger. At this moment, in an inn not far from Long Yuan country, the little old man was leisurely sipping on his tea. His wrinkled face was like a chrysanthemum flower, lit up with a smile. Ever since I tasted Yun Luofeng's spiritual tea, I've become much pickier. Aside from this spiritual tea, the other teas are not to my liking. Lin Ruobai rested her chin on her hand and asked in a bored manner, Old man, why did you want me to follow you here? If you have something to do, hurry up and finish it. I still need to go back and serve my master. Don't be in such a hurry, there's something that only someone with your physique can help me get. The little old man spoke in a leisurely manner, when I get the medicinal herbs, I'll give half to your master. Take it as a reward for using you for a period of time. Lin Ruobai pursed her lips, what about me? Am I just a free worker? Xiao Bai, I won't use you for nothing. This time, you'll get the most precious thing. That thing is much more precious than medicinal herbs. The little old man turned to look at Lin Ruabai and spoke seriously. Lin Ruabai's eyes lit up. What's that? Well. The little old man gently stroked his long beard and chuckled. That's a precious experience. You grew up on Mount Spirit God and have never come into contact with the rest of the world. I've brought you out this time so you can gain the experience of exploring. Isn't the thing you have the most? Before he could finish the word precious, Lin Ruabai picked up a cup of tea and threw it at the old man. Bang! With a muffled sound, the little old man's head instantly swelled up, and the tea spilled all over him. He shook his head helplessly. Youngsters nowadays are really hot-tempered. I was just joking. Why take it so seriously? Humph. Lin Ruabai snorted coldly, turned his head, and did not look at him again. All right, Xiaobai girl, I won't argue with you this time. We should welcome our guests. Guest? Lin Ruabai was stunned for a moment. When he turned his head to look, the door was pushed open, and a group of people dressed in green robes appeared in the room. The leader of those people was a middle-aged man. He cupped his fists and said respectfully, Uncle Tianya, I've finally found you. The little old man smiled faintly. Previously, I met two people who randomly called themselves uncles, and now there's another one. Why, is it popular to recognize relatives these days? The middle-aged man laughed awkwardly. Uncle Tianya, I'm a Tian Xian from the Tian family. According to seniority, I should address you as uncle. I've come here this time to bring Uncle Tianya home. This old man has always been alone. I don't have such a thing as a home. Please go back. Don't force me to take action. Chapter 509. Tianya frowned slightly. These people were really like leeches sticking to him. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get rid of them. Uncle Tianya, how can you say such words? The Tian family is your family. This junior was ordered by the elders to find Uncle Tianya's whereabouts. However, Uncle Tianya has been hiding for so many years. It's really hard for me to find you. Tian Xian smiled and took 2 steps forward. No matter what grudges Uncle Tianya had with the Tian family, now that so many years have passed, it's time to resolve it. Resolve? Tianya sneered. That year, if not for the Tian family scheming against me, my beloved woman wouldn't have left. Tell me, how do you think this grudge should be resolved? Uncle Tianya, the Tian family is doing this for your own good. Since young, your talent is outstanding. How can an ordinary woman be compared to you? The Tian family only found the most suitable woman for Uncle Tianya. Who knew Uncle Tianya would be so hot-blooded and go against the order? In other words, the Tian family didn't do anything wrong. The one at fault was Tianya. Who asked Tianya to not marry the woman chosen by the Tian family and be with a slut? That's right, in the eyes of everyone in the Tian family, the woman Tianya fell in love with was a slut. Otherwise, why would she want to dominate Tianya and not allow Tianya to choose an easier path? Hee hee. Tianya curled his lips and looked at the middle-aged man with murderous intent. Why should I listen to your Tian family's orders? What right does the Tian family have to order me? Just because I was a member of the Tian family? If that's the case, I'll just leave the Tian family. But why do you keep pestering me after I left? His eyes turned sharp. He no longer had that shameless face he had in front of Yun Luofeng. Uncle Tianya, back then, you injured many people in the family in a fit of rage. Is that not enough to appease you? Plus, it was because the woman you loved didn't trust you enough that it led to the final result. Tianya narrowed his eyes. In other words, it's all Fu Sheng's fault. That's right, it's all that woman's fault. From Tian Xian's point of view, it was all that woman's fault for seducing Tianya. Otherwise, Tianya wouldn't have abandoned the Tian family. Tianya was so angry that he laughed. If your wife was lying on the same bed with another man, would you misunderstand? If you misunderstand your wife, is it because you don't trust her enough? Of course, if the Tian family didn't knock him out, this wouldn't have happened. It was then that he began to study medicine diligently, also that he would not be schemed against by others again. Uncle Tianya, Tian Xian's expression changed. Women are different from men. If a woman shares a bed with another man, no matter what happens between them, this woman must die. Men, on the other hand, can have multiple wives and concubines. That woman leaving you isn't the Tian family's fault. It's just that she's too jealous. Such a jealous woman, how could she be qualified to enter our Tian family? Impudent. Bang! Tianya waved his hand, and instantly, a powerful force slammed into the middle-aged man's chest. His body was sent flying out of the room, and blood unceasingly flowed out of his mouth. Just as he was about to crawl up from the ground, the old man who had been sitting in the room had unknowingly appeared in front of him. With a lift of his palm, he was lifted up from the ground. At that moment, the little old man's expression was terrifying, and his gaze was frighteningly sinister as he stared at Tian Xian. Who allowed you to speak to this old man like this? The middle-aged man wiped away the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth. Uncle Tianya, my father, is your biological younger brother. Are you going to act against your own nephew? Chapter 5:10. This was the reason why Tian Xian dared to say such a thing. In the Tian family, his father was Tianxuan's only relative, so it was impossible for him to kill him. You're that bastard son? The little old man grabbed Tianxuan's clothes tightly. I was just wondering why your name sounded so familiar. So you're his son. I've been so good to him since he was young, but he colluded with those people to plot against me. Bang! Tian Xian once again flung Tian Xian away, his eyes cold. Go back and tell that bastard that after I find Fu Sheng, I will go back and settle the score with them. Don't think that I've been tolerating you all these years. I just don't have the time to settle the score with you. And you all think that I've already forgiven the Tian family for what they've done, and use my name to stir up trouble everywhere. Tian Xian was stunned for a moment, his face filled with anxiety. Uncle Tian Xian, you can't lose your head because of a woman. Have you forgotten? That year, because of jealousy, that woman not only left you, but also secretly sent an assassin to finish you off. Hearing this, the little old man glanced at him with a smile that did not seem like a smile. His tone was indifferent, as if he had seen through everything. Are you sure that the person sent to kill me was Fu Sheng? Tianxuan's heart suddenly trembled, and a trace of panic flashed across his eyes. Could it be that Uncle Tian Xian knew that the person sent to kill him was from the Tian family? No. Impossible. If he really knew about this, he would not have allowed the Tian family to run amok until today. He must be just trying to scare them. Uncle Tian Xian, I'm sure that it was that woman Fu Sheng who wanted to kill you. My father had long seen that woman's evil intentions, so he helped others to do such a thing. We're all doing this for your own good. You can scram now. Tianxuan's expression gradually became impatient. Or do you want this old man to throw you out? But this old man has never held back. If you accidentally fall to your death, that bastard father of yours will definitely come after me. Tian Xian gritted his teeth, steeled his heart, and waved his hand. Let's go. The moment before he left, Tian Xian turned his head back to look at the little old man. There was a gloomy look in his eyes, but in the end, he turned around and left without looking back. As he watched those people leave, Lin Ruobai took out a piece of pastry and put it in his mouth. He asked incoherently, "Old man, why did you let them go?" If he wasn't wrong, the old man did indeed exude killing intent in that instant. She didn't understand why he didn't kill them. He, the little old man sneered twice, the members of the Tian family won't live for long. Today, I still have other matters to attend to, so I'll forgive him for now. Once I'm done with my business, I'll properly settle the debt from that year with them. Seeing this, Lin Ruobai didn't say anything more and enjoyed the delicious desserts on the table. Have you guys heard? I heard that Long Yuan country's general's granddaughter, Yun Luofeng, has sent a letter of challenge to the Tian family, claiming that she will pay a visit to the Tian family soon. Just as the little old man turned around and was about to enter his room, a commotion came from downstairs, causing him to stop in his tracks. I've heard about this. It seems that the Tian family had captured her subordinates. Because of this, she sent a letter of challenge to the Tian family in a fit of anger. Speaking of which, what's the background of the Tian family? Why haven't I heard of them before? Letter of challenge? Tian family? The little old man's anger was ignited once again. He rushed into the room, picked up Lin Ruobai, and quickly ran out of the inn. Chapter 5:11. Old man, where are we going? Lin Ruobai was held in the little old man's hands and the wind blew past her ears. Her beautiful hair was in a mess, brushing past her delicate little face. To the Tian family. The little old man gritted his teeth and said. Lin Ruobai was just enjoying the food and didn't hear the discussion downstairs. Now that the little old man said those 3 words, she blinked her eyes blankly. Didn't you say you have something to do? Why are we going to the Tian family now? Isn't it because those bastards from the Tian family provoked our master? I'm going to support Yun Luofeng. Originally, he didn't plan to make a move on the Tian family so soon. However, those people were really daring to provoke Yun Luofeng. He had no choice but to go. But Lin Ruobai stretched out her hand in the direction of the inn. She was so wrong that her tears almost fell. My pastries. You should at least let me take them away. Tianya didn't care about Lin Ruobai's thoughts. He pulled her and ran forward. Because his speed was too fast, Lin Ruobai directly fainted in the air. Tian Mountain was where the Tian family was located. However, Tian Mountain was divided into many layers. Like a city, it was filled with people. The lowest layer was made up of ordinary people. The higher the layer, the stronger the power. As for the Tian family, they lived at the highest level. Miss, why do we have to send a letter of challenge to the Tian family and make it known to everyone? Qing Yen walked on the mountain road at the lowest level. She turned her head to look at Yun Luofeng in confusion, blinking her eyes curiously. In order to inform someone about this matter. Yun Luofeng's eyes slightly sank as he said. Ever since Tianya left with Xiao Bai, she didn't know where they went. If she wanted to inform Tianya, this was the only way. This was the purpose of her letter of challenge. Miss, who do you want to inform? Qing Yen became more and more curious. She stared at Yun Luofeng without blinking. Facing the little girl's curious gaze, Yun Luofeng smiled mysteriously, you will know later. At the top of Sky Mountain, there was a mansion that towered into the clouds. This residence was luxurious and imposing, and it was the size of a city. It was unknown just how many disciples lived in this residence. At this moment, in the study room of the mansion, the old man stopped writing and frowned at the middle-aged man who came in to report, Xianer, how is the matter? Is that old thing Tianya willing to return to the Tian family? Father. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. He said that he wanted to find the whereabouts of Fu Sheng and wasn't willing to return to the Tian family. I think Tianya's heart isn't on our Tian family. Why not just give up? No. Pa. The old man exerted strength in his hand, and the brush in his hand was broken into 2. With a gloomy face, he coldly said, Tianya is a member of the Tian family. We must let him return to the Tian family. Father, Tianya is so in love with that woman, fleeting life. Why don't we get someone to disguise themselves as her to seduce Tianya? No, the old man shook his head, Tianya is no longer the him from decades ago. His medical skills are brilliant now. No disguise technique can escape his eyes. Tian Xian fell silent. After a long time, he opened his mouth and said, "Father, there are many outstanding people in the younger generation of the Tian family. We can nurture them. Why must it be Tianya?" The old man helplessly sighed. Tianya is not only powerful, his medical skills are also brilliant. Even the Doctors' Association is below him. Such a person must belong to the Tian family, even if the Tian family has to obey his orders. Unfortunately, because he was hurt too deeply back then, he no longer cares about the Tian family. Chapter 5:12. By the way. Tian Xian seemed to have thought of something and asked, "I heard that some time ago, Tian Haoqing from the side family brought back a young lady. This young lady had already entered the Tian family a few years ago. The result of the test was that her talent was mediocre and she would never be able to step into the intermediate martial practitioner realm. However, in just a few years, she has already become a high martial practitioner." "Oh?" The old man raised his eyebrows. "Ask Tian Haoqing to bring this young lady to see me." "Yes, father." Tian Xian hesitated and looked like he wanted to say something but stopped. "Is there anything else?" The old man glanced at him and asked. "Father, that young lady." Tian Xian frowned, "Is the servant of the lady of the general's residence in Long Yuan country. The lady of the general's residence is furious and has challenged the Tian family." "The lady of the general's residence? How's her talent and strength?" the old man asked disapprovingly. Tian Xian thought for a while and replied, "Her talent is not bad. She has already become an earth spirit at the age of 15. This was because only the Ning family knew about what had happened to Yun Luofeng in the Ning family. Furthermore, in order to prevent Yun Luofeng from attracting trouble, the Ning family had sealed off all information about her. That was why these people did not know that she had already become a sky spirit. An earth spirit is simply an ant-like existence. There's nothing to be afraid of." The old man smiled faintly. "At that time, you can just find a branch family member who's an earth spirit to deal with her. A person with such a lowly status isn't worthy of the direct descendant of the Tian family." "Yes, father." Tian Xian cupped his fists respectfully and strode out of the door. Not long after, a disciple of the Tian family walked in with a young girl. Beside the young girl was a middle-aged man, and the man's eyebrows were somewhat similar to the young girl's. "Master." The middle-aged man was a little excited. He never thought that the high and mighty master would meet him one day. The old man nodded slightly and said indifferently, "This is your daughter?" "Yes, master." The middle-aged man hurriedly pushed the young lady and said anxiously, "Ling Er, when you see the master, quickly kneel down." However, the young lady beside him did not move. Her lively eyes were now filled with coldness. "Ling Er, kneel down." The middle-aged man shouted coldly and commanded loudly. Zhong Linger's lips curved into a mocking smile. "Zhong Linger, do not kneel to the heavens or the earth. I only kneel to my master. Who do you think you are to make me kneel?" Even though the middle-aged man knew that Zhong Linger had a stubborn temper, he didn't expect her to be so stubborn to this extent. He was so scared that cold sweat broke out all over his body, and he quickly kowtowed a few times. "Clan head, this girl just came back to the Tian family a few days ago. She still doesn't understand the rules. Clan head, please calm down. This damned girl, not only was she courting death, she even wanted to implicate him. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have brought her back." "Humph." The old man snorted and said expressionlessly, "You really need to teach her some manners. Such a lack of etiquette. Moreover, a member of my Tian family, even if it's just a side branch, is much more honorable than that young miss of the general's mansion. Yet, you actually dared to recognize a lowly person like her as your master. It's obvious that you're willing to lower yourself." Zhong Linger smiled coldly, "My master is much better than you people. If you catch me, my master will come and save me. At that time, she will definitely destroy your entire Tian family." "Ha ha ha." The old man laughed out loud. Little girl, you think too highly of her. She's just an earth spirit, she can't threaten my Tian family. Chapter 5:13. Clearly, in the eyes of the old man, Yun Luofeng was just an insignificant existence. Zhong Linger snorted softly and turned her head away, not even looking at the old man. Little girl, the old man's eyes darkened a bit as he sneered, to be able to enter the Tian family, you should feel honored. No matter what, the Tian family's power is much stronger than the general's residence. You can only have a future if you contribute to the Tian family. Hearing the old man's words, Zhong Linger finally turned her gaze away and her lips curled into a mocking smile. I wonder how you want me to contribute to the Tian family? Hee hee. The elder's eyes flickered, and he said with a fake smile, little girl, your tibia is extremely poor. Theoretically speaking, it's impossible for a medium spiritualist to break through, but you've become an advanced spiritualist. Zhong Linger did not interrupt the old man, but the mockery on her face grew stronger and stronger. So. The old man paused for a moment before he continued, I'm guessing that you must have obtained some precious treasure that allowed you to break through so quickly. I wonder if you're willing to take out that treasure and let the head of the family reward you? This old man almost said that he wanted Zhong Linger to give the treasure to the Tian family. Sorry, Zhong Linger curled her lips and her eyes were full of mockery. I was able to break through to my current level because of my master's training. I don't have any treasure like you said. The old man's face suddenly darkened and he narrowed his eyes. Do you think I'm an idiot? What ability does Yun Luofeng have to help a person with such a poor bone to break through to the high martial artist realm? As a disciple of the Tian family, you're hiding something like this. Your sin is unforgivable. Tian family? When these two words fell into Zhong Linger's ears, hatred appeared in her eyes. My surname is Zhong, I don't believe in the heavens, and I'm not a disciple of the Tian family. Presumptuous. Slap. When the middle-aged man heard Zhong Linger's rebellious words, he slapped her. In an instant, her delicate and cute little face turned red and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Rebellious girl, who allowed you to speak to the master like this? If it wasn't for me, where would you be in this world? Now that you dare to disobey, immediately kneel and apologize to the master. Zhong Linger clenched her fists and sneered, I'd rather not be born into this world than have a biological father like you. No, you're not worthy to be my father, you're just a beast. Shut. The middle-aged man stared at her and said, your mother is just a village woman from the countryside. To be my child, it's your mother's fortune. Otherwise, with someone like you, you will never be able to step into the Tian family for the rest of your life. Now kneel down. Zhong Linger's eyes of Ling of Zhong of Ling of Ling of Ling Lly Ling and Zhong of Ling Linger of. The middle-aged man kicked Zhong Linger's knee. In an instant, Zhong Linger's knee suddenly fell to the ground. However, just as she was about to kneel down, she suddenly stopped an inch away from the ground. Her legs trembled, her face was pale, and sweat rolled down from her forehead, staining the ground in front of her. The old man looked at Zhong of Ling in surprise. He didn't think that under such a powerful attack, she would still be able to not kneel on the ground. This kind of perseverance was enough to shock people. Unfortunately, the old man didn't know that in the half a year in the Yun family, the army had received a devil-like training. In this kind of training, everyone had developed an incomparably strong perseverance. Chapter 5:14. Little girl, your willpower isn't bad. I wonder if you can withstand my coercion. The old man smiled faintly. Then, the aura from his body expanded and filled the entire room. Under such a powerful coercion, the middle-aged man and the other disciples of the Tian family could no longer hold on and fell to the ground. Only Zhong Linger was still struggling to hold on. She used all her strength to support herself on the ground and bit her lips. Instantly, the smell of blood spread from her mouth and was swallowed by her. The old man's eyes gradually changed. Then, he shook his head regretfully. What a pity. You're a good seedling. If you had obtained that treasure and returned to the Tian family, perhaps your achievements would have been extraordinary by now. From the old man's point of view, Zhonglinger had such power because she had obtained some sort of treasure. She had no idea that her achievements were inseparable from Yun Luofeng. Furthermore, she had arrogantly believed that if Zhonglinger had not followed Yun Luofeng, her achievements would have been even greater. Bang! Zhonglinger's body finally could no longer hold on and she fell heavily to the ground. From the beginning to the end, her knees never touched the ground. Even in the end, she chose to let her entire body fall to the ground. Take her away. The old man waved his hand with an expressionless face. Also, you must obtain the treasure in her hands. With that treasure, even without Tianya, the Tian family can still walk on the path of prosperity. Tianya, aren't you very arrogant? If that's the case, then I will surpass you. Let's see how arrogant you can be when you face the Tian family in the future. Celestial Mountain. On a rugged and uneven mountain path, a young girl dressed in a snow-white dress slowly walked across the mountain path. Her feet stepped on the fallen leaves, making a rustling sound. Behind the young girl were two attendants, one male and one female. Both of them held long swords in their hands as they followed closely behind. Bang! Suddenly, the sound of a fierce battle could be heard from the road ahead. However, even after hearing the sound, the young girl remained unmoved. A lazy smile hung on her beautiful face. Master, it seems like someone is fighting. Qing Yan heard the commotion in front of her and raised her head to look at the young girl before her. Ignore them. Let's continue. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, a black figure fell from the sky and landed heavily in front of Yun Luofeng. The man in black's face was covered with a piece of black cloth, and his chest was dyed red with blood. His hands were tightly covering his injured chest, and he kept coughing out blood. Save me! The man in black looked at Yun Luofeng beside him, and his hoarse voice sounded intermittently. At this moment, a few men in robes descended from the sky. They looked coldly at Yun Luofeng, who was passing by. Little girl, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Facing this person's warning, Yun Luofeng's lips twitched. I'm just passing by. You guys can continue. Hearing Yun Luofeng's voice, the black-clothed man's eyes were filled with despair. However, his gaze quickly became resolute, as if he was ready to face death with equanimity. Brat! The man in robes burst into laughter. He then stepped forward and kicked the man in black fiercely. He then smiled maliciously and said, I never thought that you'd have such guts. You even dare to barge into the Tian family home. You should feel lucky that you've not disturbed the master of the Tian family. Otherwise, you would know what it means to live a life worse than death. The black-clothed man laughed icily, as long as I'm still alive, I will kill everyone in the Tian family and avenge my master. Chapter 5:15. Ha ha ha. Kill everyone in our Tian family? The man in robes seemed to have heard a funny joke and couldn't help but laugh out loud. The people behind him also laughed out loud. The way they looked at the man in black became more and more disdainful. After a long time, the man in robe finally stopped laughing and coldly said, With just you, I would like to see what ability you have to kill everyone in our Tian family. The man in black's voice was cold. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. If I didn't fall into your trap, would have wiped out your Tian family long ago. No matter why you failed, a loss is a loss. In order to prevent you from living, I will send you to heaven now. Swish! The man in robe pulled out the long sword in his hand and pointed it at the man in black. Just as he was about to deal with this man in black, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and held the hilt of the sword tightly. The man in black was stunned and looked at the beautiful girl who was holding the long sword tightly. His eyes were filled with doubt. This girl obviously didn't want to meddle in other people's business. Why did she save him now? Yun Luofeng didn't know what the man in black was thinking. Her black eyes gradually fell on the man in robe. You're from the Tian family? That's right. The man in robe frowned and coldly said, since you know I'm from the Tian family, why aren't you letting go? Sorry. Yun Luofeng's lips slowly raised, forming an evil arc. The one I'm looking for is your Tian family. Boom. Yun Luofeng's fist suddenly shot out. With a punch, the man in robe's body flew out. Not sure if it was a coincidence or intentional, under Yun Luofeng's punch, the man's head hit the hard mountain rock. Suddenly, blood flowed out, overflowing the mountain stream. The others were scared silly. Only after a long time did they react. Trembling, they pointed at Yun Luofeng and said in horror, You actually dare to attack our Tian family's disciple? You're not afraid of death. I've said before, the one I'm looking for is the Tian family. Yun Luofeng glanced at him. Immediately go back and tell your Tian family that I, Yun Luofeng, am here to find them. Will they choose to obediently hand over the person, or, let me wipe out the Tian family? Yun Luofeng? Hearing these 3 words, the disciples of the Tian family were shocked. None of them went to collect the corpse of the long-robed man. Instead, they hurriedly ran up the mountain. Qing Yan, Yi Ling, let's continue. From beginning to end, Yun Luofeng did not even look at the man in black. She continued to walk forward. Wait. The man in black climbed up from the ground and knelt on one knee. Miss, please accept me. Let me destroy the Tian family with you. As long as you agree to this condition of mine, I am willing to serve you for 3 years. Yun Luofeng's footsteps paused slightly. Without turning his head, he said, a few disciples of the Tian family have forced you to this degree. What kind of strength do you have to be loyal to me? Hearing this, the black-clothed man's face flashed with shame. He coughed twice and said, This. I didn't expect the Tian family to have so many traps. I was seriously injured because I was hit by those traps. Otherwise, those people wouldn't be my opponents. The Tian family is my enemy, but I agree with what he said earlier. A failure is a failure, no matter what the reason is. Chapter 5:16. A failure is a failure, no matter what the reason is. The man in black's heart trembled as he carefully pondered over Yun Luofeng's words. After a while, he suddenly had a feeling of clarity. Lifting his head, he stared deeply at the girl with her back facing him. Thank you for your guidance, I understand now. In the future, I will not fall into the enemy's trap. The man in black's eyes were filled with determination. However, I still ask you to accept me. For this, I can give up my life for you. Yun Luofeng finally turned his head and gently raised his eyebrows. You have a deep grudge against the Tian family? It's more than a deep grudge. The man in black's eyes suddenly became cold. I can't wait to drink their blood, eat their flesh, and dismember their bodies into 1,000 pieces. Miss, as long as you are willing to bring me to the Tian family, my life will belong to you from now on. Yun Luofeng gently rubbed his chin. If you want me to bring you to the Tian family, give me a reason that can convince me. Also, what did the Tian family do to you to make you so angry? That group of bastards, they bullied my master. The man in black clenched his fists. Unfortunately, master can't come to this place. Then I will come in her place. Yun Luofeng stared at the man in black and became silent. Master, did you feel it too? Within his soul, little Mo's voice echoed, this man's aura is very weak. However, his strength isn't bad. Plus, I can feel that he doesn't have any treasure that can hide his aura. Under normal circumstances, if you follow someone whose strength is lower than yours, you can successfully hide your aura. However, if it's an expert, no matter how you hide, you will be discovered. However, this man in black was different. He was like a natural assassin, able to hide his aura in front of anyone. Even if it's someone stronger than him, he could successfully assassinate them. Master, if I'm not wrong, this man's talent is very special. Right now, it's still daytime. If it's night time, perhaps you won't even be able to feel a trace of his aura. Unfortunately, this time, he had accidentally triggered the mechanism of the Tian family and exposed himself. Otherwise, the powerhouses of the Tian family would very likely have died under his assassination. Your name? Yun Luofeng's lips curled up as he asked. The young girl's words delighted the man in black. He removed the black veil from his face, revealing an incomparably handsome face. Long Fei greets master. In order to avenge his master, he was ready to risk everything. As long as he could personally kill those bastards of the Tian family, not to mention selling himself for 3 years, he was even willing to do it for 10 years. Qing Yan, bandage his wounds. We'll continue our journey after he recovers. Yes, Mississippi, in a luxurious room, an old man was resting with his eyes closed. Suddenly, a panicked voice was heard hurriedly. Patriarch, something bad has happened, something big has happened. Third Elder's lineage's disciple Tian Yu was killed by Yun Luofeng. What? The old man suddenly opened his eyes. With a bang, he slammed his palm on the wall beside him. Immediately, the entire wall collapsed. That woman actually dared to kill my Tian family's people. Did she really think that there's no one left in the Tian family? He actually allowed her to kill him? Let's go. This clan head will personally kill that woman and let her know the consequences of offending the Tian family. Chapter 5:17. On top of the towering mountain range, a majestic and imposing mountain gate stood there. The bronze luster seemed particularly heavy under the sun. Yun Luofeng stopped in his tracks. His pitch-black eyes stared at the bronze gate in front of him and coldly ordered, "All of you, get out of my way." Yes. Qing Yan and Yiling both took 2 steps back. Even though Long Fei was a little confused, he still followed them and took a few steps back. After they had taken a few steps back, a long sword appeared in front of Yun Luofeng. The sword floated in the air and emitted a cold light. Slash! The girl's eyes were arrogant and her face was expressionless. Her tone was domineering and there was a sound when she landed. Boom! As soon as she finished speaking, the long sword slashed down from the void and slashed fiercely at the bronze door. In an instant, a crack appeared on the bronze door. Then, the crack grew bigger and bigger, and it spread out. In the end, it suddenly split open. Under Long Fei's shocked gaze, it suddenly split open. Who is so audacious to destroy the gate of the Tian clan? Suddenly, a loud shout came from inside the gate. Not long after, a middle-aged man with a cold expression led a group of people out of the gate. His sharp gaze was directed at Yun Luofeng. "Where is Zhongling?" Yun Luofeng asked directly. Tianxian coldly curled the corners of his lips. Zhongling is a member of the Tian clan. When did she become acquainted with someone from the secular world like you? You are not qualified to ask a disciple of the Tian clan to come out, even if she is only a child from a branch family. From Tianxuan's point of view, Yun Luofeng did not have the right to associate with a member of the Tian clan. Since that was the case, why did he ask Zhongling to come out? Yun Luofeng had long been clear about the snobbish nature of the Tian clan. It could be seen from the harm that Tianya had suffered back then. Therefore, faced with Tianxuan's mockery, Yun Luofeng was unmoved. He continued, "I am here to find Zhongling. If you are not willing to hand her over, then I can only kill my way in." In an instant, a strong murderous intent ignited on the girl's body. She slightly raised her eyebrows and her arrogant and unruly eyes stared coldly at Tianxian. Under the strong wind, her white dress fluttered even though there was no wind. Her domineering aura could not be ignored. Ha ha ha. Tianxian madly laughed twice. "I do want to see how are you going to kill your way into my Tian family." Men, take down these people who trespassed into the Tian family. Yes, young master. After Tianxuan's words fell, the disciples of the Tian family drew their weapons and charged at Yun Luofeng. At this moment, under the strong wind, the young girl slightly raised her eyebrows and her fine black hair danced in the wind. Her black eyes were as calm as ever, so calm that it made one's heart tremble. Long Fei, finish this battle quickly. Her gaze pierced through the people of the Tian family and landed on the middle-aged man standing in front of the bronze gate. There was a hint of killing intent in her black eyes. Long Fei heard Yun Luofeng's instructions and quickly pulled out his weapon. Like a gust of black wind, he shuttled back and forth in front of the disciples of the Tian family. When the gust of wind blew past, many disciples fell into a pool of blood. Some people didn't even know how they died. This guy's speed is too fast. Tianxian slightly narrowed his eyes and a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. Moreover, he is like a natural assassin. His aura is hard to capture. If this kind of person belongs to my Tian family, it will definitely make my Tian family stronger. Thinking of this, Tianxian did not bother about the disciples who had fallen to the ground and died. Instead, he made up his mind. Chapter 5:18. After all the disciples of the Tian family had fallen, Long Fei wiped off the bloodstains on his face. His cold gaze gradually turned towards the remaining Sky Xian. Clap, clap, clap. Tian Xian's lips curled up as he applauded. Not bad, your strength is not bad. I don't know why you listen to Yun Luofeng, but it's such a waste for you to follow him. If you're willing to pledge allegiance to the Tian family, I can let bygones be bygones. How about it? From Tian Xian's point of view, letting bygones be bygones was already very magnanimous. If Yun Luofeng were to reject him, then he wouldn't know what's good for him. However, towards Tian Xian's intention to rope him in, Long Fei only sneered in disdain. Tian family? What is that? Why should I pledge allegiance? I came here to flatten your Tian family, yet you want my allegiance? Tian Xian's heart was filled with anger as he pointed at Long Fei. You think killing a few Tian family's disciples will prove that you're invincible? You're too naive. There are countless experts in the Tian family. People like you can't fight against them. Expert? Long Fei glanced at Tian Xian. You're talking about you? That's right. The middle-aged man raised his head arrogantly. I'm one of the experts in the Tian family. A few years ago, I became a low-level sky spirit warrior. You're just a high-level earth spirit warrior. How can you be my opponent? In the entire Tian family, his talent was not bad. Other than his father who had broken through to the intermediate sky spirit warrior, the elders of the Tian family were only low-level sky spirit warriors. However, he was only in his early 40s. There was a huge difference in age between him and those old farts. When he reaches this age, his achievements will definitely be greater than his father's. This was the reason for his arrogance. In this world, how many people's talent could surpass his? Although Long Fei broke through to the high-level Earth Spirit Warrior at such a young age, many Spirit Warriors are stuck at this stage. Even if they had 10 years, they still wouldn't be able to break through from high-level Earth Spirit Warrior to Sky Spirit Warrior. Therefore, he didn't put the person in front of him in his eyes. As for Yun Luofeng, at the age of 15, she had already reached the level of a low-level Earth Spirit. Her talent was indeed shocking. Unfortunately, she would soon be buried here and no one would remember her achievements in the future. Unfortunately, Tian Xian still believed that Yun Luofeng was still an earth spiritualist. If the matter of the Ning family spread, he would not dare to be so arrogant anymore. Whoosh! Long Fei didn't say much. A black shadow flashed and quickly appeared behind Tian Xian. The scimitar in his hand slashed towards the back of Tian Xian's neck. His eyes flashed with killing intent. However, Tian Xian seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. When Long Fei slashed at the back of his neck, he suddenly turned around and waved his hand, sending a ray of light straight at Long Fei's chest. Struck by the ray of light, Long Fei retreated a few steps. The wound on his chest split open again. Blood bloomed like a rose, staining his robe. "Master, should we help?" Yi Ling frowned and turned to look at Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng shook his head. "No need. He can handle it." He could handle it. These 4 words stunned Yi Ling, and the way she looked at Long Fei gradually became a little different. Since Master said so, it meant that this assassin's strength was far from that simple. He must have some trump card in his hands. Chapter 519. "Kid, weren't you very arrogant earlier on?" Tianxian raised his chin arrogantly and spoke sinisterly. "Defeat me if you're so capable." Long Fei narrowed his eyes and a cold light flashed across his eyes. Without any hesitation, he quickly attacked Tianxian once again. "You're still trying the same trick?" Tianxian sneered disapprovingly. He instantly turned around and slammed his palm towards the man in front of him. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. However, just as his palm slammed into the man's chest, the man's body suddenly turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared, an afterimage. Tianxian was stunned. Suddenly, he felt that something was amiss. Just as he was about to turn around to block the sudden attack of murderous intent, it was clearly too late. Tui! The scimitar slashed across Tianxuan's neck. Blood spurted out and dyed his entire neck red. "Kid, it seems that I've underestimated you." Tianxian took a few steps back and touched the blood on the back of his neck. When he saw that his hand was covered in blood, the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. "You actually used an afterimage to deceive me and evade my sight. However, there's an obvious difference between a heavenly spirit cultivator and an earth spirit cultivator." Once he had finished speaking, Tianxuan's body rose into the air and stood in mid-air. In the beginning, he had thought that it would be easy to defeat Long Fei. That was why he had not used his flight. However, he never thought that this kid would be so difficult to deal with. Since that was the case, he could only fight him in the air. Tianxian laughed again as he looked down at Long Fei. "If you're really that capable, let's fight it out in the air." If old Master Yun was here, he would probably curse at Tianxuan's shamelessness. As a heavenly spirit cultivator, he had actually allowed an earth spirit cultivator to fight him in the air? There weren't many people on this mainland who could be this shameless. Long Fei silently put his finger to his mouth and whistled. Not long after, the sound of birds chirping could be heard in the air. When everyone looked up, they saw a giant hummingbird flying across the sky. It was as fast as lightning and soon arrived in front of Long Fei. Long Fei gently rubbed the giant hummingbird's head. His eyes were gentle as he said, "Partner, I'm sorry. I didn't ask you to come with me to the Tian family. Now, let us fight together." The great crested bird chirped happily when it heard the man's words. Long Fei leapt onto the bird's back and quickly rose into the sky. "You asked me to fight with you in the air. Now that I'm here, I wonder if we can start." Long Fei's eyes were cold as he stared at Tianxian coldly. Tianxian's expression changed, as if he did not expect Long Fei to have a giant crested bird in his hands. But before he could say anything, the giant hummingbird screeched and launched an attack at the profound sky continent. "Mistress," Yi Ling was a little surprised, since Long Fei has a flying spiritual beast, why was he chased so miserably back then? Yun Luofeng stared deeply at the battle in the sky and said, "This giant hummingbird isn't very powerful. Even if Yi Ling had summoned it back then, it wouldn't have helped. At most, one more person died. It still couldn't escape the Tian family's pursuit." At that time, Long Fei was seriously injured and couldn't fight like he was now. If he had really summoned the giant hummingbird, it would have attracted the heavenly spirit cultivator's pursuit. The outcome would have been the same. Chapter 520. Furthermore, spiritual beasts like the giant hummingbird were not very intelligent. It was equivalent to a flying mount and would only listen to its master's orders. It would not take the initiative to save people. Yi Ling nodded in understanding and turned her attention back to the battle in the sky. In the sky, the giant hummingbird's huge body crashed into Tian Xian. The bird's cry was deafening and sounded like a thunderclap exploding in his ears. This was the giant hummingbird's ability. Even though it was not very powerful, its cry could disturb the minds of others and cause their ears to ring. Swoosh! At this moment, Long Fei's body left the giant hummingbird's back and appeared behind Tian Xian like a bolt of lightning. At this moment, it was too late for Tian Xian to use his spiritual energy to block the giant hummingbird's cry. Long Fei's leg fiercely kicked Tian Xian's buttocks and kicked his body down from the sky. Immediately after, Long Fei also fell from the sky. His foot stepped tightly on Tian Xian's back. With a loud bang, the two of them dug a huge pit in the ground and buried it deep inside. Dust and smoke rose in all directions and covered the entire mountain gate. Tian Xian coughed dryly and slowly climbed out of the pit. His gloomy eyes stared coldly at Long Fei's stern face and snorted, "You've caused such a big commotion. You must have alarmed my father and the other elders of the Tian family. When they arrive, you will all die." Actually, Tian Xian was already regretting in his heart. He should not have come out to show off. He should have lured these people into the mountain gate and used a trap to kill them. But who knew that Yun Luofeng would have such a person by his side? Using the power of an earth spirit to fight him to a standstill. If news of this were to spread, he would definitely lose all face. That's right. In Tian Xian's heart, he had only fought to a standstill with Long Fei. He would never admit that he had lost. Xian, Suddenly, an elderly figure appeared in front of him. After hearing this voice, Tian Xian's heart was filled with excitement. He hurriedly looked at the elder who had just stepped out of the mountain gate and happily shouted, "Father!" Numerous elders of the Tian clan followed behind the old man. All of them were glaring at Yun Luofeng and the others with furious expressions on their faces. "Lady Yun." The old man nodded at Tian Xian before turning to look at Yun Luofeng. He said calmly, "Don't you think you've gone too far? First, you killed my Tian family's men, and now you destroyed my Tian family's mountain gate. You even killed so many disciples. My Tian family did not provoke you, yet you did such a thing. Don't you want to give me an explanation?" Yun Luofeng's lips curled up, and his black eyes contained an evil smile. "I just want to know where Zhong Linger is. Since you guys aren't willing to tell me, then I can only use this method to see her. Zhong Linger is a member of my Tian family. Even if my Tian family wants to kill her, it has nothing to do with you. Aren't you meddling in other people's business?" The old man frowned and said indifferently. Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows. "She is one of my people, so your Tian family cannot decide whether she lives or dies." "Humph." The old man coldly snorted, "If that's the case, then let me see your strength." Seeing that the old man was clearly angered, Tian Xian's eyes were filled with excitement. Father had finally decided to make a move. Let's see if these people still have the capital to be arrogant. Especially this woman, Yun Luofeng. She would not be able to withstand a single move from her father. No. Father only needed to use his aura to kill her in a second. Chapter 521. A strong wind rose in front of the mountain gate and the young girl's white robes fluttered in the wind. Her lips curled into a demonic angle as her pitch-black eyes stared straight at the old man in front of her. "All right." She responded to the old man's provocation with only one word. Compared to the old man's aggressive manner, her calmness was much more graceful. "Impudent." The elders of the royal family were enraged. They rubbed their fists and rubbed their palms together, eager to teach this arrogant little girl a lesson. Unfortunately, just as they pulled out their weapons, the old man's cold voice rang in their ears. "All of you, stand down. The old man narrowed his eyes and ordered in a stern voice. When the crowd heard this, they retreated behind the old man despite their unwillingness. I will personally deal with this little girl. The old man's eyes filled with a stern aura as he stared at the demonic and languid young girl. He was so confident that he did not even pull out his weapon as he charged towards Yun Luofeng with great speed. How fast was a celestial spirit cultivator? By the time the crowd had regained their senses, he was already in front of Yun Luofeng. A swift and fierce wind whistled through the air, aiming straight for the young girl's peerlessly beautiful face. From the beginning, the young girl's eyes had remained calm, so calm that there was not a single ripple in them. However, when the old man's attack was right in front of her, the corners of the young girl's lips curled into an angle. This smile was evil and presumptuous. It was as if a cold and eerie aura had risen from the depths of the earth, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Boom! The old man gathered his thoughts and used all his might to attack Yun Luofeng. His attack was powerful and even the surrounding air froze in an instant. Ha ha ha, Yun Luofeng, this is the consequence of bringing someone to provoke the royal family. Tian Xian burst into laughter. From what he could see, Yun Luofeng would undoubtedly die under his father's attack. However, his smile soon froze and his eyes widened in shock. He stared in disbelief at Yun Luofeng, who had suddenly disappeared into thin air. His eyes were filled with disbelief. That was right. Just as the old man's swift and fierce attack was about to land, Yun Luofeng suddenly disappeared into thin air. As a result, the wind from his palm slammed into the ancient tree in front of him. Instantly, the tree collapsed with a loud bang and dust filled the sky. Where is she? The elders of the Tian family were also stunned. They couldn't believe that a living person suddenly disappeared just like that. However, right when everyone was extremely bewildered, a timid voice suddenly resounded from nowhere. All of you, look! Up in the sky, isn't that Yun Luofeng? Hearing this person's words, everyone couldn't help but raise their heads and look at the azure sky. High up in the sky, the young woman stood with her hands behind her back, her white robes fluttering in the wind. It was as if she was the most beautiful scene in the sky, causing everyone to involuntarily hold their breaths. Heavenly. Heavenly spiritualist. Oh my God, she's actually a sky spirit esper, a 15-year-old. It's such a pity that this woman didn't belong to my Tian family. The elders of the Tian family were stunned. She could fly in the air. What did this mean? This meant that this 15-year-old girl was actually a celestial spirit practitioner. Who in the world could break through to become a heavenly spirit being at the age of 15? Among everyone, the one who was the most shocked was obviously Tian Xian. His expression was stiff and his body began to tremble violently. Previously, he even said that for him to be able to become a celestial spirit practitioner at this age was already very good and that no one could be compared to him. Chapter 522. However, he had never expected a 15-year-old girl to possess the power of a celestial spirit practitioner. Xian, The old man's face darkened slightly. Didn't you say that Yun Luofeng was only an earth spirit? What's going on? Tian Xian smiled bitterly. Father, she was indeed a low-rank earth spiritualist a few months ago. I don't know what's going on either. Pa! The old man swung his palm at Tian Xian and coldly said, You don't know? You actually have the nerve to tell me that you don't know? Are you going to tell me that Yun Luofeng broke through from an earth spirit to a celestial spirit in just a few short months? Do you think I'm stupid? Even the reincarnation of a spiritual god would not be able to advance from an earth spiritual being to a heavenly spiritual being in just a few months. Let alone an ordinary human like Yun Luofeng. Therefore, it was no wonder that the old man would suspect Tian Xian. I'll settle the score with you after I've dealt with this woman. The old man glanced at Tian Xian gloomily as his voice was filled with a trace of coldness. After saying this, he turned to Yun Luofeng and coldly said, Lady Yun, your talent is indeed not bad. If you hadn't killed so many people from my Tian family, I would have the intention to rope you in. Yun Luofeng raised his eyebrows. Even if I didn't kill anyone from the Tian family, I will never join your Tian family. Even without Zhong Linger's matter, it's impossible for her to have any good impression of the Tian family. The reason was because of World's Edge. Although she didn't accept Tianya as her disciple, Tianya could at least be considered an old friend of hers. Thus, why would she join the Tian family that hurt Tianya? Hee, little girl, you are indeed very arrogant. Hearing Yun Luofeng's words, the elder laughed in anger. However, I don't know if you'll still be able to say such arrogant words later. Yun Luofeng glanced at Tianya with a smile on his face. I'm in a bit of a rush, so why don't all of your Tian family's heavenly spirit practitioners come up together? That way, I can finish this quickly. Originally, the elder had already thought that Yun Luofeng's performance was arrogant enough, but now he realized that he hadn't understood him well enough. This young girl was arrogant to the point of angering both humans and gods. She's just a low-level celestial spirit being, so what makes her think that she can deal with so many celestial spirit beings on her own? What's more, there was an intermediate heavenly spirit warrior among them. Yun Luofeng. Who do you think you are? How dare you not put my Tian family in your eyes? The elders of the Tian family couldn't stand the girl's provocation. Each of them was enraged and pulled out their weapons, glaring at the girl in midair. Yes, your talent is indeed abnormal. However, do you think that you can defeat all the experts of our Tian family with your own strength? Aren't you being too arrogant? Patriarch, since she has already said so, what are we waiting for? If I don't teach her a lesson, she'll forget her place. Tian Xian's eyes darkened. He licked the corner of his mouth as a bloodthirsty glint appeared in his eyes. Father, I also request to fight. He had long wanted to make a move against Yun Luofeng, but after learning of her strength, he was frightened. But who would have thought that this young girl would seek her own death by challenging everyone by herself? Wasn't this a great opportunity for him? This isn't appropriate. Even though the elder's heart was burning with anger, for the sake of his face, he still spoke out to stop the crowd. There are so many of us bullying a little girl. If word gets out, where will the Tian family's face go? Chapter 523. Seeing that the elder had spoken, the crowd couldn't say anything else. They could only stare angrily at Yun Luofeng. Stupid girl, consider yourself lucky. If you're so arrogant next time, don't blame us for being impolite. However, in the face of everyone's words, Yun Luofeng raised the corner of her lips. Between her unruly brows, there was a shocking domineering aura. Don't waste any more time. Come at me all at once. I will finish you all in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. The girl's tone was indifferent, but her words angered everyone from the Tian family. Master, don't speak up for this woman anymore. She's already so arrogant, we must teach her a lesson. For the sake of morality, our Tian family chose to fight one-on-one. I didn't expect her to be so arrogant. She still dares to say that she'll finish us all in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea? Yun Luofeng shook her head. No, I was wrong. I don't think I'll need the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Half a cup of tea's time is enough. Boom. This time, it wasn't just the people from the Tian family, even the elder was angered by Yun Luofeng. Good, very good. I've lived for so many years and have met many geniuses, but none of them are as arrogant as you. If you really want us to attack together, then I'll satisfy your request. Men, kill this woman on the spot. Yes, master. Hearing this, the eyes of everyone from the Tian family lit up and they looked at Yun Luofeng sinisterly. Then, everyone's bodies rose into the air and stood around Yun Luofeng, surrounding her in a tight circle. Murderous intent spread from the void and a powerful pressure gradually spread, covering the entire sky. The pressure made it hard for those who weren't strong enough to breathe. Long Fei clenched his fists nervously. His eyes were filled with worry. Will Master be in danger? Even if Yun Luofeng's strength had reached the celestial spirit stage, the people she faced were all celestial spirit stage powerhouses. Especially when there was an intermediate celestial spirit stage powerhouse among them. How could she deal with so many people at once? Don't worry, Qing Yan said with a smile. When you follow Master in the future, you only need to remember one thing. She never fights a battle she's not confident in. Since she said this, she'll definitely be able to do it. You only need to believe in her. You just need to trust her. Qing Yan's words seemed to have magical power, causing Long Fei's heart to slowly regain its calm. Even he didn't know why, but at this moment, he actually trusted this formidable young woman just like Qing Yan and Qing Yan. It was as if there was nothing in this world that she could not accomplish. The young girl smiled as she stood in the air. Her pitch-black eyes stared calmly at the people surrounding her. Under the murderous aura of so many people, her expression was as calm as ever. Her white dress fluttered in the wind like a white lotus in full bloom. I'll give you two a handicap. How about that? Arrogant, domineering. Not only did she challenge all of them, but she also declared that she would finish them off in half a cup of tea's time. Now, she even said that she would let them use both hands. How could anyone endure such blatant provocation? Therefore, after Yun Luofeng spoke, everyone from the Yun clan was enraged. They angrily dashed towards her with murderous intent in their eyes. Yun Luofeng's figure flashed and she dodged the fastest patriarch of the Tian family. Then, she charged towards the rest of the elders. With a loud bang, her soul attack landed heavily on the other party's mind. Just as his mind went blank, her leg kicked fiercely towards his body, kicking him down from the sky. Chapter 524. She had used a lot of strength in that kick. Even if the other party wasn't crippled, he would be severely injured and lose the ability to fight. Following that, she used the same trick again. She dodged the Tian family's master's attack and only attacked the low-rank heavenly spiritualist elder. Not long after, all the elders were kicked down from the sky, leaving only the old man and Tian Xian in the sky. Who exactly are you? Tian Xian's body trembled in fear. He bit his pale lips and said, "Why were those elders defeated by you without any resistance? What did you do to them?" Yun Luofeng narrowed his eyes and smiled evilly. "Won't you know what I did to them if you try?" Just as the fear in Tianxuan's eyes grew, a loud bang exploded in his mind. Before he could react, a leg fiercely kicked him in the chest. In an instant, he felt a burning pain in his internal organs. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his body fell to the ground, unable to hold on any longer. Actually, Yun Luofeng didn't even need to use a soul attack to defeat these people. However, she felt that it was a waste of time, so she wanted to end the battle quickly. The old man's face was slightly pale. His tightly clenched fists trembled slightly as he stared at Yun Luofeng. "Little girl, I've really underestimated you. You can actually injure so many people under my attack." The elder felt very aggrieved. Because after so many attacks, not a single one landed on Yun Luofeng's body. Furthermore, she had defeated so many of the Tian clan's elders under his attacks. This was clearly a slap to his face. At the thought of this, the old man felt a little pain on his cheeks, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. "You're the only one left." Yun Luofeng's gaze gradually turned towards the old man. He slowly walked towards him. "In order to save time, I dealt with the other trash first. Now it's your turn." Her voice was neither loud nor soft, but it came down from the sky. Hearing the girl's words, the elders of the Tian family were furious, but they had no words to refute. Who asked so many of them to be unable to deal with a young girl? "Hee," the old man sneered. "I'm an intermediate heavenly spiritualist. Even if I can't kill you, you can't kill me. How about this, didn't you say that you would defeat us in half a cup of tea's time? There's still a bit of time left." If you can't defeat me in this time, then you'll lose. The old man paused, then continued. If you lose, then kneel down and kowtow a few times and become a servant of the Tian family. You of the Tian family. His voice drifted along the mountain path, causing Longfei to widen his eyes. To widen them of his eyes. Wasn't this old man a bit too of him of to him of Tian of the to the of the Tian. Yun Luofeng glanced at the old man. I, Yun Luofeng, never suffer a loss. To of long, of the time, Yun, I was, Yun of Yun. I of, to of. We've already wasted a lot of time talking. If you don't hurry up, half a cup of tea's time will be up. Chapter 525. Yun Luofeng smiled. When I said never to lose, I mean I will never accept a one-sided bet. If I defeat you within the time limit, what will you pay? The old man laughed out loud. His eyebrows were full of confidence. I'm at your disposal. I'm not interested in you. Yun Luofeng gently touched his chin. Why don't you let everyone in the Tian family crawl from the top of the mountain to the foot of the mountain? With every step, you have to humiliate yourself. Of course, the more humiliating the words, the better. If the humiliation isn't strong enough, then you all have to start all over again. The old man's face changed. He viciously said, isn't this a bit too ruthless? This is only one aspect. Yun Luofeng smiled evilly. The second point is that I want Zhonglinger to appear in one piece. If she loses a single hair, I will kill one person. The old man's face became uglier. His eyes flashed with darkness. Yun Luofeng, I only made one request. What right do you have to make two requests? This is too unfair. Yun Luofeng blinked his eyes. You also know it's unfair? If you think it's unfair, then we can change the way of the bet until one side loses. How about it? Plus, the second request I made isn't the bet. I'm just informing you all. If she wanted to kill someone, the Tian family wouldn't be able to stop her. Thus, this sentence was just to inform the Tian family and not the bet. The old man sneered. Yun Luofeng, you're really timid. You want me to change the way of the bet. Unfortunately, I won't do as you wish. I agree to your bet. Now, it's almost half a cup of tea's time. I want to see what you're going to use to defeat me. Even if Yun Luofeng defeated all the elders of the Tian family in a short period of time, it didn't mean she could defeat him in the following period of time. As for him, he only needed to dodge her technique. Try to delay for half a cup of tea's time. Also, don't forget, you said before that you don't need to use your hands to fight. The old man shamelessly added another sentence. Long Fei was angered by this old man. No wonder this old man could do such a thing in the past. Such shameless behavior was really incomparable. However, as the person involved, Yun Luofeng, smiled and said, sure. Looking at the young girl's confident eyes, the old man suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. However, the arrow was knocked on the bowstring, and he had no choice but to release it. He could not go back on his word. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and said, if that's the case, then let's start the battle now. Hua. After saying that, the old man did not fight Yun Luofeng head-on. Instead, he chose to turn around and leave, fleeing into the distance. At the same time, Yun Luofeng's figure rapidly chased after the old man like a bolt of lightning. Seeing that the young girl was about to catch up to him, the old man hurriedly turned around and a sword light suddenly streaked across the void, rushing towards the young girl. Yun Luofeng's body moved to the side and she dodged this sword light. Because of this action, she once again widened the distance between her and the old man. Hee. The old man glanced at Yun Luofeng who had caught up to them once again. The corners of his lips curled into a mocking smile. Little girl, you're still too inexperienced to accept my wager so easily. I'm definitely going to win this bet. Is that so? Just as he finished speaking, a white silhouette suddenly landed before him and blocked his way. Chapter 526. You. The elder was stunned as he stared at Yun Luofeng in astonishment. His face was filled with disbelief. How did you get in front of me? This woman had been a distance away from him just now. How had she appeared in front of him without him noticing? Yun Luofeng stared at the elder's astonished gaze and shrugged her shoulders. I was just messing with you earlier. She had given him hope and plunged him into despair. This was Yun Luofeng's revenge against the elder. Boom! The soul attack struck the elder's mind once again. However, the elder had already entered the intermediate stage of a heavenly spirit warrior after all. Hence, he recovered in the blink of an eye. However, in the blink of an eye, Yun Luofeng's leg had already landed fiercely on the elder's face, causing him to stumble back a few steps. Sparks flew in the air from the friction. Yun Luofeng. The elder's face was ashen. You know how to attack the soul. This time, he had been too careless. He never thought that Yun Luofeng would not only be so fast, but also know how to attack the soul. No wonder so many people from the Tian family had been kicked out in the blink of an eye. Yun Luofeng did not answer the elder's question. Her figure flashed and she appeared behind the elder once again. In the instant that the old man turned around, another soul attack was unleashed. Then, her leg kicked the old man's waist, causing him to howl in pain. What followed next was a one-sided trampling. Soul attacks were godly cheaters in the first place. Unless the elder's strength had reached the advanced stage of a heavenly spirit warrior, he would not be able to resist her soul attack. Unfortunately, because he was not strong enough, he would be hit every time Yun Luofeng unleashed her soul attack. It's about time. Yun Luofeng looked at the sky and no longer continued to trample on him. She directly kicked the elder's body into the ground. With a loud bang, the elder's body smashed into the ground, creating a huge pit. After the battle, countless deep pits had appeared on the mountain path. Each of the pits had a person lying in it, wailing in agony. Why? The old man dug his fingers into the soil as he glared angrily at the young girl who was slowly descending from the sky. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Why do you have to torture me like this when you've dealt with them all in one blow?" At this moment, the elder understood that Yun Luofeng could defeat him in an instant with that soul attack. However, she did not do so. Instead, she was toying with him like a cat toying with a mouse. Yun Luofeng stood in front of the old man and looked down at him. For one person. Before coming to the Tian family, he had already investigated everyone in the Tian family. This old man was the Tian family's patriarch and also Tian Ye's biological younger brother. Yet, back then, he did something that harmed Tian Ye. That was the reason why she was tormenting him like this. Her goal was to help Tian Ye vent his anger. Long Fei looked at Yun Luofeng with a face of worship. He felt that he did not follow the wrong person this time. Even if his master found out, he would still encourage him to continue following behind her. I've already completed the bet on time. Yun Luofeng lifted his chin slightly. Now, shouldn't you fulfill your end of the bargain and make everyone in the Tian family crawl down the mountain on their knees? Suddenly, the old man laughed. His smile was filled with murderous intent as he said word by word, "Dream on. I'd rather die than suffer such humiliation. Furthermore, you can't kill me." Chapter 527. Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes as she stared at the old man's confident face. The corners of her lips curled into an angle, "Are you sure?" Her three words were powerful and resonant, slowly echoing on the mountain path that was full of holes. The old man's eyes darkened a bit. He propped himself up from the big pit and coldly said, "Yun Luofeng, if you still want Zhong Linger's life, then kneel down and beg me. Maybe I will let him go." A complacent smile hung on his elderly face as he stared arrogantly at Yun Luofeng. Indeed, upon hearing the old man's words, Yun Luofeng, who had been slowly approaching him, stopped in her tracks and stared deeply at him. The old man burst into laughter. So what if you've won? In the end, don't you still have to listen to my orders? I'll give you one chance. Kneel before me and I will immediately return Zhonglinger to you. To him, he no longer cared about face. He only wanted to humiliate the young girl before him to quell the anger in his heart. Yun Luofeng did not speak and stared at him silently. Her dark eyes were calm and without the slightest ripple of emotion. No one could tell what she was thinking. What do you think? Isn't this a good deal? All you need to do is kowtow a few times and you'll get a life back. No matter how you look at it, you've made a profit. Upon hearing the old man's words, the young girl's brows finally moved. She slowly raised her hand and with a whoosh, a long sword appeared out of thin air and charged towards the old man. The old man's reaction was relatively quick and he quickly moved his body to the side, narrowly dodging the attack. Even so, his shoulder was still cut by the long sword and fresh blood flowed out. Yun Luofeng. It seems that you really don't care about Zhonglinger's life. Since that's the case, just you wait to collect her corpse. The old man spat viciously. However, just as he finished speaking, Yun Luofeng flicked her finger and a black pill shot out from her fingertip. Just as the old man was about to close his mouth, it shot into it. Caught off guard, the old man swallowed a mouthful of saliva and swallowed the black pill as well. You've plotted against me. The old man's expression changed and he roared angrily. Yun Luofeng gently raised his brows and stared at the old man's furious face with a forced smile. Her gaze completely angered the old man. He coldly snorted and said, "Fine, since you insist on acting recklessly, then I will immediately send out the signal flare. After seeing my signal flare, the people from the Tian family will immediately kill Zhonglinger." After saying that, the old man's gaze shifted. "However, I have always been magnanimous. If you give me the antidote and kowtow to me, I will still let her go. Let Zhonglinger off." How could this be? If it weren't for that lowly girl, Yun Luofeng wouldn't have been attracted here. Therefore, after humiliating Yun Luofeng, he would immediately send someone to kill Zhonglinger. Yun Luofeng glanced at the old man and said indifferently, "What I just gave you is the body-tearing and bone-shattering pill. After taking this pill, I will make you taste the feeling of having your body torn to pieces. Even if you can endure this pain, it doesn't matter. I can make your soul scatter." At this point, the girl paused and continued, "Exchanging your soul for Zhonglinger's life is not a loss for her." What do you mean by a threat? Yun Luofeng had used it to the point of perfection. You want to kill Zhonglinger? Sure. If she loses her life, she still has the chance to be reincarnated. However, I won't even give you this chance. This way, Zhonglinger would not be at a loss. Chapter 528. The old man's eyes finally revealed a look of horror. He couldn't help but take a few steps back as he looked at Yun Luofeng with an ugly expression. Are you trying to scare me? Yun Luofeng raised the corner of his lips. Whether I'm trying to scare you or not, you'll know soon enough. After the young girl finished speaking, the old man's body suddenly felt a sharp pain. The pain was like a stone slab constantly rubbing against his body. It was so painful that he couldn't extricate himself. At the same time, a dark green flame appeared around him. This flame burned his body to the point that even his soul felt like it was being torn apart. Soul fire. It was actually soul fire. Just how powerful was this young girl's soul? Even the soul fire could be mobilized. He believed that if this continued, his soul would definitely scatter and he would never be able to reincarnate. Stop, quickly stop. The old man cried out mournfully. I promise you, I'll return Zhonglinger to you. Quickly stop. Why should I believe you? Yun Luofeng's eyebrows slightly raised. Send someone to bring Long Fei to find Zhong Linger. After I see Zhong Linger, I'll decide your life and death. If she's even the slightest bit injured, I'll let you experience the feeling of your soul scattering. The old man's heart suddenly became anxious. He secretly prayed that Zhong Linger's father didn't use any torture on her. Otherwise, he was afraid that his soul would really scatter and scatter. Tian Xian. The old man gritted his teeth. Bring him to Tian Zhu's residence. Yes, father. Tian Xian's eyes were gloomy. Seeing his own father suffer a crushing defeat at the hands of Yun Luofeng, he didn't dare to have any thoughts of resistance. He could only bring Long Fei inside the door. With Tian Xian's lead, those traps were nothing. Long Fei very smoothly entered the Tian family's residence. At this time, in a remote courtyard, Tian Zhu was holding a stick in his hand and fiercely hitting the young girl's snow-white skin. The young girl's clothes had already been torn to pieces. Her messy hair fell behind her. Her body was full of shocking stick marks. Her pale face was overflowing with beads of sweat. She bit her bloodless lips and welcomed Tianzhu's staff without making a sound. Rebellious girl, I regretted letting your mother give birth to a rebellious girl like you. You're going to drive me crazy. Tian Zhu fiercely scolded Zhong Linger, as if he wanted to vent all the humiliation he had suffered outside on her. If you obediently listen to the patriarch, I will also rise with you, and I won't have to be bullied by those direct descendants. Let me tell you, you are my daughter. Without me, there would be no you. Whatever I tell you to do, you must do it. You are not allowed to disobey. Zhong Linger sneered and closed her eyes. Her pale face showed that she was not afraid of death. She will never listen to the order of the Tian family. In this life, the only one who could make her submit was Yun Luofeng alone. Seeing Zhong Linger's stubborn look, Tian Zhu became even angrier. He scooped up some salt water and poured it on Zhong Linger. Hiss! The salt water seeped into her damaged skin, causing her to feel a sharp pain. She gasped in pain, and her petite body trembled. Zhong Linger, if you want to join the Tian family's genealogy, then go and seduce young Master Tian Yu. Tian Yu was the #1 person in the younger generation of the Tian family. He was also the patriarch's grandson. Therefore, Tian Zhu asked Zhong Linger to seduce Tian Yu.